All right, we're live, and of course the music is too loud.
Is it?
Adjust it. It is because I can see the how the volume affects the stream. That looks good. Maybe a little loud. Nah, it's a little loud. Okay, I think that should be maybe a little on the quiet side, but it's better than being too loud. All right. Oh, I don't have my light on. There you go. Is it? I don't know why my camera keeps doing this, but it keeps like auto affecting the exposure when I turned that off like a while ago. There it goes. There we go. Okay. So, we're in the last few weeks of at least the streamed version of the 333, and then it will go kind of into the background for a bit while we play some other games. The next one being the Cosmere RPG, which all of us are very excited for. It drops here in just a few weeks. For right now, Alicia, aka Emery, is going to be a little late, but we're just going to continue on. So where we last left off, the group has been working together to get ready to hunt the auger deer. In addition, attempt to contact this alchemical forum that Amos seems to be connected to. And Marco has been notified that a really cool gun is in town and he wants to steal it.
So excited to steal.
And so we pick up on the week of the heists, where Marco has decided to pursue the gun after it's been returned to its holding place after the gun show that is happening in town. So, unless there's anything you guys want to set up before the heists, then we'll get to it.
I guess I have one. Even though I won't be a part of this heist.
Sure.
But Artie will text Xavier.
Okay.
I've been thinking about it for a bit, and I think I'm willing to try holding onto the statue.
I take like a moment to respond and go, it seems like you'll need whatever benefits it brings you. I'm willing to hand it over for a bit, but I will warn you once again, it won't be a fun few months for you.
That's okay. It hasn't been a fun few months since we got it, so.
All right. I set down my materials and stand up from the couch I'm sleeping on and go over to wherever I've stashed this away.
Well, it wouldn't be in Emery's house.
I know. I leave the house and
Yeah,
go
there
to
you go.
where I stash it away.
Okay. You just made it sound like it's somewhere accessible from the living room.
If it was in the house, it would be on my person.
Yeah.
I go to find it and meet up with my boy.
Okay. you do so, and yeah, the oh goodness, what was the artifact called? I can't remember.
Totem of Challenge?
Sounds right.
I have it written somewhere. Yep, Totem of Challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I handed it over, and then as you take it, I'll grab your hand again and say, remember, keep this on you. It'll increase the benefits from it and help you overcome it. But I hope in the end, the abilities you acquire from this will help you in your current situation.
I hope so too. I'm not looking forward to this, but it has to be done eventually, I suppose.
It likely can't get worse. I say while I pat him on his shoulder and fully don't mean what I'm saying.
Already thinking of like, there was a point in my life where I thought I was at the bottom and I fell lower. I don't know about that one.
I'm just paying empty lip service for sure.
All right. You bring the strange little squat statuette into your home. Its clenched eyes and screaming face, not very reassuring. Especially from everything you've heard that happened to Xavier.
Ugh.
But for now, you hear no voices. It does nothing strange. It's just a strange little guy sitting in your house.
I think I
Always
also
fun.
hand over a little notebook of like my notes on my experiences with it and the things that I've learned about the statue. And I request if you have the time and energy to record your own experiences and thoughts on it when you're doing it, but if you don't want to, that's fine too.
I could try. I have money now. I guess I could get a notebook or something. Slug snickering behind me.
I mean, to be fair, you're relatively the richest character in the group now.
Yeah.
Mostly because Booter keeps spending all his money.
I don't have a choice. The money keeps getting taken from me, I think is what you meant to say. I've yet to recover from a truck ramming into my house.
To be fair, I don't know many people who could very easily recover from that.
No.
At least not at your wealth level. But, all right. So, that's, make sure you make note that the statue joins your event card pool.
Oh yeah, I think I have a notepad that I can write that on.
I'm sad I have not been able to make the cards for everyone for your events. I've been meaning to, but it's just been hard.
I'll put the statue under my bond. What was it named again?
Totem of Challenge.
Oh boy.
All right. So, y'all head off to a warehouse where many weapons are currently being stored that were premiered during the military show. It's in a not too unpopulated part of the city. Granted, for the most part, beyond some houses, maybe a few blocks out, the only vehicles that really travel through here is the odd car and various transportation trucks, as some of the warehouses around here do seem to be active. At what time of day do you decide to attempt the heist?
I think in my examination of it, did I notice a time of day where maybe there's just less people on site? When I did my investigation on that location.
Unfortunately, you didn't get chance to actually case the place. You used your prior week to get the information of where it was being held and for how long.
Might just have to go night. That way more people can sneak there.
Okay. All right. I mean, easy enough to do. You go park your vehicles off quite a few blocks and make way on foot to hopefully not draw too much attention. You get to a relatively close enough position to look at the site proper. It is somewhat illuminated by various lights, though the site in general is mostly in the dark, but in the dark in the city is really not all that dark. And you can definitely see that there are a variety of military vehicles kind of parked around back of the warehouse. And in addition to that, you can see that the warehouse itself doesn't seem to be overly locked up. Well, I mean, it does, but it's not behind various bolted doors or anything. There's some truck bay doors that are currently closed, and you can count at least 3 or more entrances into this warehouse.
It's a warehouse instead of a military installation.
Yeah. The only thing that will probably cause you problems outright is it does seem to have some active guards currently patrolling the perimeter. There's not many, and you definitely can see that there are some gaps in the oh goodness, I lost the word. In the rotations. But you also notice a variety of pretty low ends, but still still relevant CCTV cameras on site. And by the positioning of the cameras, you know that it is almost impossible to approach the building proper, especially not any of the entrances, without being seen by a camera.
How about an above entrance? Going from up top, rooftop wise?
If you want to climb a nearby warehouse to get that view, you can do so.
It's not hard.
You can do it without rolling even, so.
Yeah.
But it needs to be stated that that is what you're doing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
See.
we like all doing this here? Or are you scouting it out before we get there, sort of thing?
I mean, be either or. I don't know if it makes that much of a difference.
I mean, you're the one planning.
I mean, Marco shows up to the place like 10 minutes early, and he's giving it a peek.
I mean, last time we ended with talking at Nines. Were we going straight from Nines to here, or were
No,
we...
it was gonna happen the next day. He was just like the day
Oh.
before briefing.
Okay.
This is like the tomorrow night.
And I guess you notice Cordelia pull up as you're scouting on the rooftop and just sit. She gets out of her car and just sits on the hood.
Jamming out to the song that was playing. Gotta finish the song before you meet up with everyone.
So he gets
Not-
psyched.
She was lucky enough, and the song ended right as she shipped in the park.
Oh, so satisfying.
Exactly.
Okay. Looking at the roof of the building, it doesn't seem like there's any roof access. But while it would be difficult for you, given your current range with how your ability works, thinking about how far Cassie had used her power before, she might be able to go from a nearby building on top of the other building.
Mm. It is pretty good.
And you are definitely sure there's no cameras that would be pointed anywhere near the top of the building.
Yeah, because it's why would you
Yeah.
have to do that?
There would be no reason. So
Yeah, and then a definite opportunity could be see if there's a method of maybe messing with the cameras in some way. Or seeing if there's a way we can get up there, because I mean, the less things we leave behind, the better. I'd like for it to be completely like unknown for as long as possible that the gun is gone.
yeah, go ahead and make for me like a intelligence larceny check.
Yeah. Specialty because burglary.
Yeah, I'd say that apply.
Sweet.
Your intent is to break into a place for the sole purpose of stealing or committing crime.
6.
Okay. That's definitely good enough. You know that...
Good enough. That's my max. I
Yes.
can't go any higher at all.
Which should tell you how high it could go. But,
Fair.
you know that for warehouse places like this, predominantly there's not like a camera room where someone is sitting and watching all the CCTVs. Usually this is all just like saved on site somewhere so that if something does happen, people can find it. You're not sure if
Yeah.
the military would have taken any extra precautions in doing so, but there's at least a good chance that no one is actively watching these cameras.
Yeah, because I'm hoping to avoid it purely for the idea of like them finding out it's stolen, scrubbing through cameras for something weird. Oh, what's that inconspicuous block of 5 people? But I mean, we got a buddy who can erase evidence.
It's true.
Which actually, I don't know. For purely out of game sake, are you just able to do that to a camera, like digitally?
I'm pretty sure I would have to like get my hands on the server rather
Okay.
than the camera itself, like
That's
wherever
what I
the
was picturing.
video is stored.
All right. My other thought is just straight up if Cordelia, for whatever reason, I don't know why I'd assume you'd have this, just has spray paint in your car.
That seems super out of character.
Exactly.
What a real stretch there.
Gotta spend narrative points for this cam.
No. If you think your character would reasonably have spray paint. I don't know. How likely are you to graffiti?
I feel like Cordelia wouldn't graffiti. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
No.
Murder I can excuse, but vandalism?
Yeah,
That's
people
where
from
I
his
draw the line.
families here. Can't have his parks looking like that.
I do actually have a fucking funny idea. Which, I mean, Marco did ask Xavier to come because he explicitly knows your powers. Not even through explanation, he just has seen you do this shit. My thought, spray paint a camera and see if Xavier can erase the evidence that there's paint on the camera. So it just looks like a camera that stopped working.
I feel like that might just erase the paint.
Yeah.
Would it erase the paint or erase the visual of the paint being there?
I think it would erase the paint.
He has to come in contact with the thing he's currently erasing, so he could touch the camera in theory and get rid of the paint. Which, to be fair, for anyone who was looking at the camera would make no sense because, you know, it's not like they'd see someone wiping the camera off or anything. They would just see something obscure the camera and then suddenly, like, stop.
I mean, you could just like teleport over, cut the wire, we go in, come out, and then I make the wire not cut.
Oh yeah, I was honestly thinking of it with the step of just like, I don't, what happens if you just touch the camera? That honestly, like, that's a fun idea. They'll just do. They'll eventually discover that something happened, but we just don't want it to link back to us.
Yeah.
They should have no leads.
And like if they discover the camera being weird before the thing going missing, they probably won't be like, oh my god, something horrible happened. It just, the camera seemed to cut out for some reason for a couple minutes.
You know, actually, that's such an interesting use of your power now that I'm thinking about it. In theory, if
Repair.
you're holding the camera, you could just erase the evidence of your presence on the camera as long as you're in contact with the camera.
All right, so my job is to sit next to the camera and just erase our group from it actively.
Unfortunately, that'd be somewhat difficult to do before anyone else. Essentially, you guys only have one member who can get to any cameras without being seen.
Yeah.
You
I
have
think the best
Cassie.
bet.
Cassie's the one who can.
Oh.
I think the best bet is just teleport in and cut the wire.
I think teleport in, cut the wire. They'll find out that happened later.
I will say though that we're gonna probably have a problem of me turning the camera back on and then it getting away from the camera.
I'm thinking we just don't do that. We just try to have a method of like See if it can be cut in a way that's not visually obvious to like someone walking past.
Well, if that's what you want, you can just cut the wire and I'll go over and like get the rubber coating on the wire back together, but not the wire itself.
Yeah, it the kind of thing where it'd be good if it looked like a malfunction rather than a someone snipping it, just to delay the bomb that is them realizing it's been stolen. I like that idea.
All right. Emery and I come out of an alley as we're walking up because we didn't want to have a taxi driver drive us up to the scene of our crime.
Understandable.
Preparations ready.
As best as they can. At least have a plan of attack.
All right. Before we get started, I would like to make an offer to everyone. Recently, I've been dabbling in a new subject and have gained some foresight ability. I am willing to do a quick reading on anyone who is interested to see if this will go well for us or things we should look out for. But I know it sounds tempting to look into the future and all, but it doesn't come easily to those who aren't extremely prepared.
Oh shit, you've been expanding your studies?
I try my best.
Hell yeah. Glad my little token is working out for you.
I just nod. Anyway, in a more concrete terms, for example, if I were to look into your future and tell you that someone close to you is going to betray you soon, you might be better suited to handle the betrayal or even prevent it. But if all you know is that someone close to you is going to betray you, you would likely become very wary of everyone around you rather than just the person who is going to betray you, since you don't know who that is.
Honestly, I think it'd be kind of useful. Just
Yes.
on my sense. Because like, if you're gonna give me any insight of something that's gonna go wrong, especially near future, like I don't know, man. I think I can handle it, and for
Yeah,
this job, be helpful.
Give us the fortunes.
All right. Don't mean to dissuade you. I just prefer to let those involved understand the risks when undertaking such a thing.
Can't believe I invited a Cassie to a heist, and then immediately some guys talk about. By the way, I can read your future.
Yeah, Cassie just kind
Oh.
of standing off to the side, just watching and not saying anything. Maybe silently judging you, but she's really good at hiding her thoughts.
I can't believe my new uncle is friends with a crazy person. All right, who's going first?
Me.
All right, I gesture for you to stand in front of me, and then
Stand
I
in front of you.
reach back and untie the ragged bandage around my eyes and take it off. And I'm pretty sure for the first time most of you are seeing my like really badly mangled eye sockets of just like, it looks like the skin like melted or acid was splashed on it or something. Like, it is slightly unnatural, but not to the point where you would be like, I don't understand how anything could do this. And then as I stare into your eyes with my empty eye sockets, so two blue glowing orbs appear there as like a sort of a like replacement for my missing eyes as I stare at you and around you, and I look for ill omens.
Oh, I see. Okay. No. No, but you should have told me you were doing the omens already. I haven't written them up yet.
What? We were talking about these weeks ago.
Yeah, but you didn't say, "Oh, planning on using the omens." I know there's a lot I have to
I
do.
mentioned that I was taking omens last session when I got omen.
I don't recall you mentioning omens at all.
I don't
I
either.
do all of this. I go, nope, no omens. You're all good.
I can come up with a random omen. I was hoping to have a list ready at the time. Okay. First of all, you need to make a standard divination, because the omen is
All right.
applied to that divination.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely know how to do this.
So you just ask currently I haven't written it out yet, but you have two types of divination. You have guidance, or you have I guess scrying would be the term. I don't know. Anyway, you have the ability to find people, places, or things, as well as to ask the universe of yes or no questions.
All right. So I assume this omen would fall more under guidance.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you'll need to make a ego divination check.
All right. Ego is 8. And divination is 1. So we're going to chill there. Let's see if I do this well. It's not bad.
Yeah. What is your question?
I suppose just it's a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Will there be problems? I guess it would be safer to phrase it like, will this heist go unimpeded?
Will the heist go unimpeded? Okay. All right. So
Or
generally,
reasonably unimpeded?
how divination checks work. And to be fair, your character doesn't know a whole bunch because you have just the beginning levels of understanding of divination.
I have divination 1
That's the beginning levels
And a
of
half.
divination.
and a half.
The half doesn't mean shit. So the more specific information you try to recall will require a higher difficulty of check. So basic levels of information, this would qualify as, has a difficulty 3 DC. So that being said, since you don't have 3 in divination, that would increase the DC by 2, making it a DC 5, which you hit on the dot. More specific will require higher DCs, obviously, and then there's other things later in divination that will also have higher DCs. And then you need some kind of medium to work through. Like, like how Klein uses a pendant or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You need some way for the universe to interact with essentially a free hanging object or free floating object in order to do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I assume I have enough knowledge in it to prepare something like that. Then
Mhm.
yeah, I just sort
So,
of hold my cane out to the side, and there's a chain with a pendulum hanging off of it.
with that, you concentrate on the question, and the pendulum will begin to like rotate. And the pendulum swings clockwise to counterclockwise, which is a neutral response. There could be or there couldn't be.
All right.
From
And then
your basic understanding, this might be because whether you guys will be impeded will probably be determined by your own actions.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But you also add an omen to this. So I need you to roll for me a d8. 2. Okay. In your mind's eye, you see an image. You see an image of a large, wild, dog-like beast with glowing red eyes. And it is crossing like a dirt road, but it's crossing it backwards in a very unnatural fashion. This is the Omen of the Hound. The Hound is a harbinger of danger and death. And so, Marco, you're inflicted with the ill omen of the Hound as a complication.
It'll be fine.
How omens work is omens give you powerful bonuses related to what their effect is, at the cost of typically some penalties elsewhere. For the Hound specifically, you are made aware of dangerous enemies. So, until this omen is completed, which is in this case the heist in question, you will receive a +2 to checks and to the result of checks and DCs to detect and not be surprised by any enemies.
Oh.
But knowledge of this makes you particularly cautious and wary. Thus, your attention about anything else that isn't an enemy makes you somewhat distracted from such things. So any investigation, insight, or other type checks receive a -1 to their results until the omen is completed.
No guard will surprise me.
I
No guard will
grab the
surprise you.
pendulum and say, be careful, there's likely a powerful opponent in there for you, if not more than one.
I'll keep my eye out.
Me next, me next.
I gesture for you to come over.
I step in front of you.
All right, I turn the cane and hang the pendulum down, and in my mind I chant the divination that I feel more suitable for Cordelia, which is, will this person impede our heist? I'm worried about Cordelia causing trouble.
Okay.
I gotta make my divination check here.
You do gotta make a divination check.
I'm so good at this.
Okay. You watch as the pendulum rotates clockwise, indicating a positive result.
I let out a brief sigh. Just. All right. Now I roll for Omen.
All right, just so you know, you're applying this omen to yourself because you're not. The question and the divination isn't whether anything is happening to Cordelia, it's whether Cordelia is affecting you or this heist that you're involved in. Just
All
so you
right.
know.
Damn, you get a free question and no
I
omen.
suppose this could apply to
What the
that.
fuck, Cameron?
Well, there's a reason behind why I gave that answer, which we'll probably come up to at some point. But yeah, so an omen of 8. Interesting. All right. Well, in your mind's eye, you see a roiling storm on the horizon. You get the omen of the storm, which is usually portends to disaster. Nothing can stop a storm, and
Yay.
you know that the only thing that you can do in the face of such a storm is to get ready for it. So, DCs to prevent or reduce the outcome of the tragedy, which is in this case Cordelia's messing up of the heist, are reduced by 1. But in the presence of the disaster, you cannot help but focus on it. You become unable to focus on anything other than Cordelia until the omen comes to pass.
Nice. Alrighty. Now I gotta actually do one for Cordelia.
Oh, what does that mean?
I just sort of under my breath go, it's in progress.
Oh. Okay.
I think he's cooking something really cool.
Then I do a let's see. Will this person have any struggles in this heist?
Okay. Yeah, make it roll.
Oof.
You don't feel a particular pull, and the pendant remains still.
All right. Does the omen still happen?
The omen does not happen because you're not able to divine anything.
Okay. All right. Am I allowed to just like try again?
No.
Yeah. All right.
You
I'm-
can attempt to ask other questions, just not the same one.
Okay, so I can just do another divination though to apply
Yeah.
an omen.
I will make mention though. Attempt to keep your divining to a minimum to prevent clogging the story up unnecessarily.
Yeah. All right. I'll try it one more time for Cordelia and go and say, is this person's safety at risk in this heist?
Okay. You feel no pull
Cool.
for this fortune.
I place my hand on Cordelia's shoulders and say, you'll struggle a little, but hopefully we can overcome it. And I move on.
What? What the hell, man?
What does that mean?
I wrap the chain back around the head of the cane and put my my bandage back over my eyes and say, it's divinations aren't always so impactful.
Yeah. Fine, I guess. Marco got the cool fortune reading.
If it makes you feel any better, I can guarantee that your wild card nature will prove to make you rife with divination potential in the future.
Are you saying I should study divination, or divination's gonna have fun trying to read me?
I'm saying that it seems we will likely have a lot of cause to divine your future events.
Oh, so I should be feeling insulted. Got it. Prick.
That depends on how you wish to take it.
You can also take it as just a chance to learn. Show the universe what's what.
That'd be cool.
I truly hope you're able to overcome your fortunes.
It's fine though. Yeah, I don't know why I immediately had the have this in my head. It's a fun little thing. I don't know how much I'll put stock into mine. I don't think Marco believes in this. He's putting a line in the sand at divination.
Damn.
He thinks it's neat. Demons, I can understand, and I can believe it. Telling the future, all right, buddy.
Time is linear. None of this fucking interstellar shit.
I sort of shrug and go, that's your decision to make.
Yeah.
I for one will take my readings seriously on my end.
Oh, please do. No one, I'm not insulting you. And that is good advice. I will keep my eye out. Because it would suck if we got surprised.
It would indeed. I just sort of glance over at Cordelia.
What?
I'm fully picturing, like, at all times, Xavier's head and eyes are always, like, facing Cordelia.
Yes, me aura reading full blast on Cordelia the entire time, having a conversation with someone else.
Her aura would become agitated.
Yeah. I just think it'd be a very funny image of, like, Xavier standing in the middle of the room, Cordelia walking around, he's just full turning, like, facing her like a security turret.
My apologies, I'm blind. I ask you excuse me for staring when I don't mean to, as I'm just clearly following you.
I taught you to
Somehow-
aura read. I know you can see my aura.
Somehow unbreaking eye contact.
Let's see. 2. Yeah, 2 was the hound.
Yeah. Alright, shall we get started then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my idea. I think it'd be a good idea if we could, there's a perfect entrance. He, like, indicates to, like, the camera he was eyeing for this ploy. I'm thinking, sneak over there, cut the camera, and then just hide the fact that we did it. Not like erase the fact that cut happened. I mean, erase the evidence of there being a cut.
If you can get it cut, I can make that happen.
He, I don't want to call her out, in front of people. That seems rude. All right, we'll figure out a way. As he walks over to the street, but he's going to kind of like beckon Cassie to follow him.
Cassie does so.
Standing around the street, he also says this quietly. I think you can teleport farther than I can. There's a camera right there. Do you think that's a place you could get to cut like the wire inside of it? Or I guess like the power wire sticking out of it?
She kind of judges the situation and she nods. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Hell yeah.
If I do that though, I think I'm just gonna keep a watch after that. If that's
Great
cool.
idea. Totally cool.
Okay.
And he will I think he's going to make sure phone on vibrate in like a tight jean pocket. I have it set, no notifications, anything. If something does happen, people are coming. You can obviously escape. Shoot me a text as warning. You don't need to come in to get us.
Okay.
If this vibrates, something's bad, and we're gonna leave. Don't worry about us.
Okay.
Perfect. And yeah, he'll give her the space to do this, subtly.
All right. So Cassie is going to sneak around and is going to attempt to get close enough to bamf onto the place. She's going to make a stealth check.
Just to give her cover, Marco makes a big show of like stretching and getting ready to sneak in. He's distracting the party.
Okay.
Cordelia
Well,
was watching them and did just watch Cassie sneak off. And then Marco starts stretching.
Like, ugh, gotta get limber as he's like squatting. Not a good stealth mission without flexibility.
You know what? True. I'll join him.
I remain standing where I was. I said, if it gets to the point where I should have stretched, something has gone horribly wrong.
all right.
I'm only stretching because he's the expert here.
See a 3.
So she sneaks off, and none of the guards or anything seem to notice her. You don't know if the camera catches her. You just don't have access to the information. But, she seems like she's being stealthy. You don't really even notice she's there until you're looking on the roof near there, and you see someone on the roof in that exact location. So
Yeah.
her shadowed form reaches down and does something to the camera.
Oh, hey, someone on the roof interacted with the camera.
I wonder who that is.
So you created a blind spot. You just have to wait for the guards to make their next rotation, and you need to make a reasonable stealth check to get to the building unnoticed.
All right. Yeah, he'll wait to time it.
What status stealth again? Or would this be? for stealthing?
In this particular case, you will probably need to make agility stealth checks.
Okay. I'm gonna spend an action and dump all of my potential energy, I think it
Yep.
is, into boosting up my agility from 6 to 12.
Okay.
This counts as all black, right? Because it's dark.
Yes.
Nice.
I will be making use of that.
All right, I'll make that stealth check as he's like waiting to give people the clear to sneak along with him. Let's see. As a 3,
Damn it. Okay. I mean,
oh yeah, I don't have a stealth specialty. As a
Wow.
3.
You guys are supposed to be better than me at this.
I know.
I know. I don't even have stealth. I just have D12.
I got a 7.
Well, at the very least, you all do your best to avoid making noise as you head over there, which, you make it to where you're trying to get to, like a door, a bay door, what exactly?
Whichever door is in that camera blind spot.
Sure. Well, I mean, you can choose. It's a fake scene, Alex.
Yeah. Hey, you said it very declaratively.
Oh,
There's
my
Yeah, I said
my
you can
immersion.
make a door or a door or a
Uh,
bay door.
a door that leads right to the gun.
Not quite, but sure. Like an
No,
actual
not
door.
not a bay door, like an
All right.
actual like side door.
Okay. You do so. No guards come running at you.
Perfect.
So you assume you've made it there quietly.
And if someone tries to find us, you legally have to tell me or it's entrapment.
I will tell you.
As soon as we get
Cam has to tell me.
to the door. Wait, was Cassie the one on the roof?
I don't know what you're talking about. They're keeping watch.
Hmm. Squints.
All right, so you're at
Alright.
the door.
Is the door locked?
The door is
Assume it
locked.
is. I'm a pick the lock.
You don't need to. You have a power that just opens up
I
the doors.
don't want to though.
Okay.
He wants fun, Cameron.
We
Like,
don't
I
have
have
nearly
a
enough
skill set.
narrative
I'm
points.
just trying to remind you of what your powers do.
Damn, we
I-
need to
I
save our
have-
narrative points.
He knows what his powers are, Cameron. Jeez.
I have.
No, he doesn't.
I do. I have them written down now.
Now, yeah, not last time.
I've been setting return. Return right now is at Dr. Nine's place. Door is something I plan to only use if I physically can't lockpick, and it's because Marco thinks lockpicking is fun.
Okay, that's fair.
I will pick this lock.
Okay. That's going to be a dexterity larceny.
Yep, and burglary.
And burglary, yep, indeed. All right. That is a success. The door does not seem to be very difficult. It was a difficulty 3 lock, so you smashed it pretty easy.
Master lock.
So
Did you open it with another master lock?
That'd be too loud.
getting inside. I'm assuming y'all kind of make your way in and close the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inside the warehouse, it is pitch black. It's a cement building with no windows. So, how do you decide to see in here?
All right, this seems normal to me. We're going ahead, right?
Hold up.
Can I just sort of do an aura read scan to see if there are any other people?
You cannot. You can only focus on Cordelia.
I can
I
only
do
focus
think
that much. I
yeah,
can't do
no,
anything
you can
other than
only
on
focus
Cordelia?
on Cordelia. That is what your complication does.
Like, this is way worse of a complication than the other one.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, normally the storm is only relevant for like the thing that's going to cause disaster. Unfortunately, you've designated that thing as Cordelia, whom you're in the presence of. That's the problem with looking into the future. It makes you abnormally paranoid.
It was described to
Find
me
that
as
toy.
having an effect similar to Alex's.
No, it
was
wasn't.
never-
I said specifically, you can only focus on Cordelia. You know what you need to do to
You
use
know,
your
I
ability?
had that as an
Focus.
example before.
I don't know what to
Oh.
tell you, sir. I told you exactly what it does.
This omen is clearly worse than any of the others.
It's because you rolled an 8. You rolled high.
Well, that's not even it. So,
I'm gonna
like,
die.
for instance, if you're like, is this building is gonna collapse on us, for instance, and you rolled the storm. When the building starts collapsing, that would be the time that you would only be able to focus on the building and not on anything else. But you
That seems like it's different than this then too, because then it would be only when Cordelia starts messing up something I would focus
yeah,
on.
but you don't know when Cordelia is going to do the thing.
I don't know when the building would be collapsing.
Yeah, when it starts collapsing, when it starts shaking and obviously collapsing.
I'm always in the building, and it would always be about to collapse.
Okay, we're in the middle of a session right now. Why are we arguing like this?
Can't believe I only get a -1 to my DC for this. I'm gonna die.
I mean,
Is
you
it-
know you can just forget your omen, right? We've talked about
I
that before
guess. And now I'm worried that Cordelia's gonna kill us.
too. That's exactly what the omens are about. That's what happens when you look into the future. So, I mean, that's only appropriate.
Can I do a quick aura scan of the room?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to.
Oh wait, no. How
Okay.
aura scanning generally works anyway is you have to focus on a target.
Oh. Oh, right. I don't have the one that allows me to get the passing glances or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it'd be I'm not gonna use a phone flashlight, but I'll do that thing where you turn the screen on, So like a little bit of light comes out.
Okay.
I'm using the same amount of illumination as you would in a pitch black house to go piss at midnight.
Sure. So you're using a low level of illumination using your phone.
Yeah, very low level.
Okay. All right. It's not much, but you can see roughly what's in your vicinity. You're all keeping pretty quiet, but the warehouse does seem to be mostly like empty, which does amplify any sounds being made. You notice this without causing too much of a ruckus. You notice a variety of like crates that seem to be locked down. And as you kind of move away from the entrance where like a lot of the crates have been set up, you do notice a yellow light from what appears to be like a small little office room. Kind of across, not long ways, but widthwise from where you guys entered in.
Yeah, someone's probably in there.
Go ahead and make. Well, everyone can go ahead and make for me a wisdom investigation check real quick.
Alrighty.
I can?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
My
can.
wisdom is 8.
Everyone who's present in the scene. Okay. You guys take a moment to listen, and everyone but Cordelia feels pretty confident that you haven't heard anyone move in that room after like a couple minutes.
So it might be good. I guess the best plan of attack is to get to the get to where the gun is. Be very careful.
Aye, aye, Captain, as I mockingly salute.
I can't. I feel like you did something sarcastic, but I can't see it.
I did, yeah.
Ah, nice.
I mean, Cordelia is
a
close enough
salute.
to technically be in your immediate vicinity. So,
He wasn't shouting the phone at me at the time.
I guess, yeah.
I'm looking somewhere else.
I say Cordelia saluted you in a very not standard way. It
I would've
seems
done the
very
same.
blasé.
Our hierarchy is breaking down as we speak.
Yeah, also, that's a very weird statement to come from the blind man.
He heard it.
I don't-
He's been sarcastically saluted hundreds of times. He knows the sound.
I know the vibe of someone who sarcastically salutes.
His students do it all the time to him.
I have salute vision 120 feet.
Okay.
You go like fully. All your senses are destroyed at a military parade. There's too many salutes happening.
Me clutching my head, falling to the ground, writhing.
It's like a daredevil when a gunshot happens next to his head.
All right, so you'll need to look through the many crates in here in order to find the gun in question.
Wouldn't there be just like an inventory list somewhere?
That would make sense.
I'm just going to answer that right away because it'll just take more time. It probably not. This is like a temporary holding situation. They just moved the shit in here and just locked it up.
Okay.
So, everyone but Leonard here, go ahead and make for me a Your choice of intelligence or wisdom investigation checks. Observation does not apply to this one because it's more just guessing which box is the right
I was
one.
gonna ask if larceny would help.
In what way?
Maybe there could be an order of something. Like maybe it seems less likely they just kind of toss some of the unnecessary shit onto the side if these crates are mixed up of like different inventories.
That sounds like something you just do with your base intelligence, so no.
All right.
Ooh, can I use my appraisal specialty to determine the worth of the guns by how secure the case is? Or are they all same case?
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Yes.
it's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Can I ask what's the difference between this investigation check and the last one that I could do the last one?
You were listening to hear if anyone was in the room in question.
Is it just because I could do that while paying attention to Cordelia,
Yes.
basically? Okay.
No, the only thing the focused part is you just can't take actions with the focus that applies or uses the focus condition on anything else.
Oh, I see.
Divination specifically requires you to focus on a target. Or not divination, aura reading specifically. And I think aiming a gun also technically, but
Well, good thing I'm a knife boy. You
good
don't aim
thing I
those.
can't see.
Yeah.
I have not seen Cordelia roll yet.
Oh, I didn't know if it changed the stat or not. It's still intelligence or wisdom?
No, but it applies your specialty to the check.
Okay. Go away.
Got the specialty.
It brings it up to a 2 because I don't have an investigation training.
Oh, yeah, you're 0, huh?
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Okay.
Very.
That's fine. This is an aggregated check, so it's not. I guess unless you rolled absurdly high, you wouldn't find it on the first time. It's more of just an accumulation of rolls to eventually find the gun.
Mm.
So I'm just gonna make special note of where you guys are at. And this is you two are working together, and this is actually a aid work together action, which is mentioned in the player bond.
Oh, basic teamwork. We chose that one.
Oh,
Oh, if you guys have that, then I increase this result by an extra one.
Nice. Also, I'm just sort of like leaning against the wall next to the door we came in from, sort of keeping an ear out for anyone coming in while I got my aura reading still going on in Cordelia.
Okay. That's fair enough. All right. So it takes a little bit of time. And you guys look through some of the crates and you've been unsuccessful so far. It doesn't seem like anyone is coming in. Would you guys like to continue investigating?
Yes.
I think we gotta.
Okay.
I guess I could also like summon my little dude and tell him to just sort of keep an eye out right next to me, because he can actually see.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell him to go listen to like another door.
Oh, are there more doors?
Yes, there's about
Yeah,
3 doors that go in here.
I'll tell him to like go over to one of the other doors, like on the other side of the room, and just make sure no one's coming. Warn us if there is.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make your investigation checks.
444. Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Okay, that is a total of 11 for you both, which is really good. You haven't found it yet, but you feel like you guys are getting close. So now, before this next check, I'm going to offer you all a devil deal. It's been a while since I've gotten to do this.
You tried to do it to me like 3 times last week.
Did I? I did it once last week.
You wanted 22 of my dang narrative points. That's
Yeah.
multiple devil deals worth
It's-
of narrative points.
It's because you have that many points. That's the most relevant number to make it an
I
actual
have
double
more
deal.
now because you'll never get them out of me. You can pry them out of my cold, dead hands. I know you're trying. How many times you send that stalker after me?
So,
Oh no! If there's the devil deal that the stalker shows up,
no.
are they here?
I start sniffing the
There's
air. They're
working
here.
security here for a completely different reason.
They're here.
Okay,
Where's
I'll make
that
two.
right?
I'll make 2 devil deals. Cause you know what? That sounds interesting. So I'll start with the more severe devil deal first. Do you all must agree, want the stalker to crash this whole thing, causing whatever chaos that brings, for 5 narrative points and the ability to kill the stalker?
Kill the stalker. I like the scenes where she shows up.
He's considering it.
Yeah, I imagine Booter is.
He's got his fingers to his mouth. He's in a complicated You know, I'm not gonna say that word right now.
Yeah.
I
Content
paid
or
5 narrative points for it.
everyone.
get
Well,
that.
everyone has to agree because this involves everyone. Yeah, the stalker's gonna come in. I guarantee they're gonna blow your cover, and you guys are gonna have to deal with that.
Can we hear the other deal first as well?
No. Okay.
I am going to say no. I don't want to kill your stalker right now.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Let me kill your stalker with my cool better gun I'll get today.
She hasn't tormented me enough. Everyone is decreed. I must be more tragic.
Okay.
Yeah,
That was an interesting idea. I
that's
think
a
that
funny
would,
idea.
that would be a wild scene.
It'd be a
but okay.
wild scene. Yeah.
The less interesting devil deal now, by comparison. A guard needs to use the restroom and enters the building to do so, requiring everyone to immediately hide. Would you all like this to happen for 3 narrative points? Everyone gains 3.
Sick.
See, if it was just me, it's fine because I have like a guaranteed good stealth, or at least like a passable basic DC stealth.
I believe in my ability to do it.
Alright, fuck it, we ball.
I think
That's
I think
still 2
I'll-
yeses and a no. Y'all have to agree.
I'm okay. You still got a D12, right?
I can do it. I can swap it on an action. So
Okay.
yeah, I have a D12 agility, and I can put either give myself a D12 Dex or a 12 plus D4 Strength.
That is goofy. Very cool though. I assume the devil deal, but because is he just gonna turn all the lights on?
You don't know?
Fuck it, we ball.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable. I won't be seen in this scene.
Yeah.
Not you, Devin.
Oh, but you said everyone.
Everyone in the scene. Everyone refers to everyone in the scene.
I think Devin's opinion matters. Devin,
Yeah, it
I'll take
does.
your vote as mine.
Agreed. He deserves to feel welcome at this table, Cam. Stop excluding him.
Then he should have joined you on your adventure. Okay. All right. Now, some extra fun bits. I didn't say the guard necessarily was coming through the doors that you were being listened to. So,
Yeah.
I have a 1 in 3 chance that the guard comes through a different door suddenly.
And we got 3 narrative points each.
You each get 3 narrative points.
I'm about to spend a bunch.
So, that being said, If I roll higher than 2, the guard comes through one of the doors you're all listening to. All right. So, as you're all searching through the crates, suddenly, from a door that's not currently being listened to, you hear a key immediately begin opening the door. What do y'all do?
Hide. In that split second, I hear where he is. Can I teleport to a vantage, like a place safe to hide, that I was already at before in this investigation? Like behind a perfect crate or something.
I would say there's not. This place is like full of various crates, and since it's not near any of the doors you guys just came through, you have pretty much already really good vantage points against this guy.
Okay.
I would say you just don't need to spend a point, is what I'm more or less getting at.
Okay. Yeah, I just hide.
I will try to dash over kind of close to Cordelia and hide behind something.
Okay, this is going to be interesting with the blind man involved. Because you don't really know what your sight lines are.
Yeah.
I'm going to apply partial blindness to you for this check.
Alrighty. I guess can I also say like when I hear the click, I call out to my familiar, help me hide?
He's pretty far in a place that already amplifies noise, so
Alrighty.
that would probably not be a good idea.
Then I yell it at the top of my lungs.
Alright, so you're going to reduce the result of this check by 1. Just so you know.
Okay.
Partial blindness. Alright, so
since-
y'all can make your choice of agility or wisdom stealth.
Oh, wisdom.
Yeah, I think I'll go wisdom too. That seems pretty smart.
And then it's dark in here, so all black.
All black
forward.
does apply.
Woo. 4.
7.
Alright, your familiar needs to roll too.
Oh yeah. What is?
He has
What's their
D4s and
deal?
everything.
All right.
And he has no skills.
Ah.
I mean, that's a good distraction. There's a weird little critter in here.
Yeah, I am adjusting the DC because he is small.
He's gonna get fucking shot.
I don't know if that's gonna help him, Cam. The door flings open. He's standing right there in the middle of the room. There's a spotlight shining directly on him and just yells, "Don't look at me!"
So, the door suddenly opens and y'all hide behind some boxes. A light cone kind of traces along the wall as you see a man in a guard outfit, kind of in a very bored fashion, make his way over to a room near the office that appears to just be a bathroom. As he's making his way halfway across, he hears something. He turns and looks and begins to investigate. He begins making his way across the warehouse. Not in any of y'all's directions. I need your familiar to make another stealth check. Just a D4, because it's all the same.
It is all the same.
It is all the same.
We gotta kill this deer. I need to level up my familiar so bad.
I don't think his familiar has been helpful at all.
He's not supposed to be. He's just a baby.
It's just a little person that helps you with things because they have to.
Does he help?
I mean, he could do things like open doors for you.
I guess.
But he's like, what the hell? An animal get in here? He looking around and he shines his camera or camera, his light at something, and he starts, "What the hell was that?" As your familiar is scampering out of sight the best it can, the best he can. This is the death of your familiar. That'd be so fucking funny. Killed by a guard. Anyway, so he's scared. The guard is very shook because what he saw, from what little of it he did see, did not look like an animal he recognized.
I hope there's a part of him. What if he makes a wisdom of, like, you know that moment where you see something and you're like, did I actually see that? The part of you that's like, I need to rationalize.
That
Did I-
could happen depending on some things.
Yeah. I feel like
He's
I would
just a
immediately
really ugly rat.
First
not
of-
even like trying to gamify, like, get out of a consequence. I do feel like if I was in a dark area and I saw an eyeball monstrosity, my first thought would be like, I think I need to sleep or something. I think I just full hallucinated. I should talk to somebody.
Well, first
My
he's
first
got to
thought would
make a bravery test here. He's gonna roll his willpower endurance to see if he is brave enough to pursue this animal by himself.
Fair.
Yeah, my first thought when seeing something like this would be, I'm just a guard and leaving.
Yeah.
Get paid
It
enough.
is somewhat small, and his idea is just, what is this thing? If he's too scared, though,
He's a little guy.
okay, he's brave enough to try to figure this out without calling for help for now.
Good.
So with that in mind, this does give your familiar another chance to hide. Go ahead and roll another d4.
Oh,
He hesitated for too long, wondering if he should look into it.
All right. Yeah. He's now going to investigate. If he might just think he saw things if he doesn't make this check. This is going to be his wisdom investigation, which we'll see.
My familiar just slips inside of one of the crates.
ooh.
He bends over, looks around, and he looks for a solid, 10 minutes. As you're all just tense, watching.
Agony.
He then gets up and he's like, oh, maybe it was a raccoon or something. I don't know. I don't really want to look through all this place. I'll just let them know that an animal got in here. He turns around and he turns the light on in the bathroom, which does shine into the room, but he's not looking at the moment, so you don't have to worry about your position being revealed.
If he rolled a 1 on the bravery check, he wouldn't have to go anymore.
True. Also, he probably would have called the other guards to come help him look.
Yeah.
So-
Though, would it delegitimize him if he's talking about a creature and they look down and he's obviously pissed his pants?
Maybe. I guess I'd have to make a piss. He would then need to make a Constitution endurance check. to
Guard, can the guard make a piss check?
make a piss check.
You have to make
Alright.
you have to make a dexterity, I guess finesse movement, whatever stat we can add to that to make sure he doesn't get like a dribble on his pants.
This is
Once
the
he
origin of
finishes.
how
Roll, if
every
you will.
this is the origin of how every guard we run into in the future has a piss specialty.
Joke's on you. I'm trained against this.
I will make mention as well. His investigation is actually at 3, so he did miss it by 1.
That is clutch.
But yeah, he goes to the bathroom. Doesn't take too long. It was just a pee break, really, before he goes and exits the building, allowing y'all to continue searching.
Let's search.
All right. So Gonna make your wisdom investigation checks for those who have eyes.
Six.
Nice. That's a aggregated aggregated 10, and the aggregate DC I had set for y'all was 21, and you all ended with 28. So
Yo.
Marco, you come across a case that is you pull like the tarp up, and you see in this case like a variety of small arms in a glass case. It's locked.
First things first. Is this case? Is there any form of evidence that there's something electronic to it? Like, is there a sensor, an alarm hooked up to this? I don't feel like they would, but I just want to double check.
Yes, actually, but it's the lock itself. You notice it's a pretty complicated looking lock on this gun case.
I see what this is.
I
This is you wanting me to use door.
Door doesn't work on this. Door only applies to doors.
I mean,
this isn't a door.
if you are getting really specific, I
not.
have the Wikipedia article for the word door.
Sure.
Cam, if we pull this crate up, put it on its side so the door's facing us, and then try to open it with the intention of walking into it, would it become a door?
No. Because specifically, I believe in... I think I actually mentioned that specificity in the ability.
It is open any door.
Open any door. Oh, okay.
That's what it is. And I mean, a door is, in fact, a hinged or otherwise movable barrier that allows ingress into and egress exit from an enclosure. An enclosure can be at any size.
Well, you
Is
cannot egress into this,
My hand can egress into it.
but you cannot. And your power applies
The
to
gun
you
can
as
egress
an
out of
entity.
it.
I guess.
The point
Why
of
couldn't
door,
you be
and
a
I
tiny
and to be
guy?
fair, I'm writing the rules, and I can just make it more specific.
I get what you mean. I was fully considering, I'm like, what is a door? Can this be argued? I understand the intent of it.
No, to be fair, right? I do like that for the game. I do want the game to have that point of like arguing concepts and everything like that. But
It is a stretch because my power is travel, not burgle.
yeah, it's not stealing or anything. So
Yeah.
Imagine dying and thinking, well, I might as well steal one more thing and gain Eldritch powers to do so.
That'd be really funny.
yeah. Before we continue, I actually need to use the restroom real quick. So we all want to take a quick like 10-15.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okie dokie. We'll be right back.
On her way back, she did run into a fae and accidentally make a deal where she has to stay there for all of eternity now. So
Alicia making a Fae pact because she doesn't want to be rude is very in character.
yeah,
That
Yeah.
is true.
Also, Kim, you said you're back, but I don't. Twitch is still saying it's on. Be right back.
Yeah,
Here it comes.
there must be a massive
I guess it's
delay.
just delayed, yeah.
Got it?
I don't know, there's been something spotty with the service lately where I've been losing frames. It hasn't been a lot. It's like 5.9% of the frames, but
Weird.
it's weird. I don't know. That's been happening a lot too. There's really not a lot I can do about it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Fair.
But yeah, so you have a pretty serious lock in front of you at the moment.
I do.
Can I smash the glass?
No.
The lock in front of you is a expert difficulty lock. So, DC 7 if you have expert proficiency.
My larceny is at a 2. I have a specialty in burglary.
This is a burglary. But even so, that would make your skill 4, which would be just under the practiced DC or the practiced proficiency. So the DC would go up by 4. So it's actually a DC 11.
Yeah, not pick this lock.
Yeah, it's kind of beyond your skill. You can tell by looking at it.
can we just take the whole thing?
I was
It's-
thinking that.
Pretty big. You would need to use one of the bay doors to get it out, and it probably weighs. Oh goodness, probably like. I would say probably like 300 to 400 pounds.
Ooh.
It's like a imagine the gun cases in Borderlands, like the
Yeah.
big gun chests at the end of some of the dungeons. Like it's one of those.
Ooh. I mean, I could give myself 16 strength and attempt it, but then I lose all of my stealthiness.
Let's see. Because there could be a key somewhere. I don't think any powers would work. Well, granted, if I am holding something, does it teleport with me?
You must be able to have full control of it. So nothing you would be straining to lift.
Okay. I think the only option to get in here is to steal a key.
I think the brute force method might also work if we're capable of it.
Though it seems like there's big thing I'm worried about is if there's an alarm tied to this thing.
I've also considered that.
It does seem like there is. This case
Can
looks like it's
you-
pretty like high profile.
Are
That's something you can deal with.
you able to stop the alarm while Cordelia handles it, the physical aspect?
I don't know if I can, because it seems like it's tied to one system. So if I can pick the lock, I can deal with the alarm.
Cam,
Yes.
if I'm touching the alarm, can I, while it's open and broken, can I just consistently erase the evidence from the alarm that it's broken and open so that it wouldn't like have the trigger to go off?
That's an interesting question.
Because we were talking earlier that I theoretically could touch a camera and erase myself from the video it was actively taking.
Yeah. So, I'll say no. My reasoning is, and I'm open to being debated on this. My reasoning is the reason why you could do it with the camera is because the camera is in the moment, like recording your evidence, which is what you're getting rid of. This device isn't looking for evidence. It's just looking for like an electric signal.
Can I then do the same thing, but instead of racing the trigger for the alarm, or race the alarm that is sounding?
No,
So like
because the alarm,
because the alarm would be evidence of what we're doing.
right? But it's not. It's not actually. It's the results of the evidence of what you're doing.
Would the alarm itself then be evidence, and I could just erase the alarm entirely, like
No.
the device?
It's the result of whatever you're doing.
Is the electrical signal triggering the alarm evidence?
No. So evidence in its classification is like a thing. Like we'll open up we'll open up Google for this, but I invited this into my game, so I'm not upset. And it might just mean
If we punch the alarm so hard it breaks, can we erase the final signal it would send to do the alarm potentially? Because then we're breaking the alarm itself and not the thing that's triggering the alarm.
So the definition of evidence is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid.
I would argue that the alarm going off is indicating that the truth of the case being broken is valid.
Well, the key identifier is the available body of facts or information. So in the situation, I would say you would be able to do it if you yourself was the one breaking into it.
Well, that's not going to happen.
No. I think we gotta steal some keys. I don't think we have a way around that.
Okay. I might have an idea for finding the keys.
Oh, what do you got?
I will attempt a divination.
Okay.
Do I have to focus on a divination?
No,
Okay.
it doesn't require the focus condition, at least.
I pull out my pendulum and I hold it above the case, and I will do the other type of divination, help me find something,
Okay.
and ask for the location of something that would help us open this box.
Okay. Go ahead, make your divination roll.
All right. Ego, right?
Yes. All right. So this is just because you're getting used to it, I suppose. It points at Cordelia.
You fucker.
I
I would argue that someone isn't a something.
That is not true. Also, something is not implicitly describing a thing, like object-wise. But this is an important part of divination. You need to be specific. Vagueness will result in vague results.
I was prepared to be pointed to a big hammer or something. I think this is bullshit.
But that did indicate that Cordelia can get into it if need be.
That is true.
So you unintentionally found other information, but yeah.
I angrily do another divination.
Wait, what? Why did it point towards me?
Because you're strong enough.
Oh,
Do a divination and
Vague.
find the location of an object, a non-living object.
I would probably say, where's the key?
Make it even more. I didn't want to specify just a key. Fine. Where's the key to open this?
Why didn't you want to specify more than that?
I wanted to leave it open in case there was another option to get into it.
Then maybe the way you could phrase it is the best way to get into this case.
See, because now I'm trying. I feel like with the knowledge that there are levels of difficulty, I'm sort of trying to keep it at a basic level. At what point does it increase the difficulty of the thing? Is it like pretty significant a change between difficulties? Or is it something where like I could just word it in a too specific way to do something and accidentally find myself in a higher difficulty?
Typically, specificity is mostly relevant towards guidance. Like if you're asking a question. When it comes to dowsing specifically, it only increases the DC if you ask for like a thing that's particularly vague.
Okay.
Also, this kind of has
Alright.
the lore of the mysteries kind of thing to it where information you have affects how the divination works.
Yeah.
You know that this case has a key and what the key relatively does. So you would feel pretty confident in dowsing for the key.
Yeah. I'm just scared that the key's on a person.
Well, that won't change whether you divine it or not, so.
I know. All right, I'm gonna stick with the location of the best way for us to get into this box.
Okay. Okay. So are you doing the pendulum again?
Is there another option, or I guess I could do like a dowsing rod thing.
I mean, I'm just asking so I can know how to skin it. That's all.
Yeah, I'll do the pendulum again.
Okay. So you asked the question. The pendulum begins to swing more and more violently until it aims up into the side from your cane.
All right,
Whoa.
I feel the slight pull on my cane, and I look in the general direction over where it's pointing and say, "Do any of you see anything in that direction, or know what would be that way?"
It's dark in here. Also, Marco, that thing's floating.
Holy shit.
Sorry, what'd you say, Marco? It was quiet.
Holy shit. Like, shit's floating. I can't see you too well, but that's crazy.
I mean, you can shine your phone on it.
I look at it and I'm like, damn, it's crazy.
You know, then we, I guess, look in the direction it's pointing.
Yeah.
But
With the help of Marco's phone. You need to get close and you look up. You see what appears to be an outlet hanging from the ceiling.
Huh.
I don't know if any of you have seen this, but there's a variety of shops that have like a outlet that hangs down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just plugged into that?
No, it's just an empty outlet.
What is there anything of note over there? Everybody?
Oh, I think I understand.
Oh, put a fork in it.
Like you need to short circuit the lock.
That's what I was thinking. Well, I hope you're not planning to make a blind man do electrical work.
You can
Oh,
teleport up there. And then teleport down, right? Is your momentum saved?
no. To my knowledge, it stops my momentum.
No, it does. We talked about that last time.
Oh yeah,
When you jumped onto a roof, you kind of kept some of your momentum.
yeah. I keep the momentum.
Well, I mean, if you teleport up there for like a second, you won't fall that much. And
Unfortunately, Marco can only teleport 2 places, like locations. It's not a free teleport. He has to be able
Yeah,
to stand or be at a place.
I don't know that.
I mean, is there a ladder or something around here?
Something to stand on to
The
reach
the
it.
outlet isn't that high. It's
Yeah.
like 6 feet off the ground.
Oh, I reach up and grab it.
You find that task very difficult because you don't know exactly where it is.
I'm just sort of reaching for it in the dark.
Marco and I laugh as a blind man tries to find something.
If anything, because like if he's just over 6 feet, just grab his arm and take it to where the outlet is.
Okay.
I'm about 6 feet high.
You grab a small, plasticky kind of box with a metal face. You
What
can
shape
pull
is
it
the
down, and it seems to be like on a kind of winch-like thing, and it goes down to closer to 4 feet from the ground.
Yo.
All right, I pull it down and hold it for someone to take and do something with.
Are you
I
good
assume-
with crafting?
Oh, I was assuming it was going to be a computer's thing.
It's not a computer.
It's electronics.
It's my thought, just knowing how what's in these dang things, and I am terrified of working with electricity. I hate it. Is all you really need? There's 2 wires in there. There's a red and a black. If the both of those things touch a thing, that is how electricity goes through. And like both need to be in contact with something to transfer the power into.
Okay.
So we don't need the box. We need the wires.
Cam,
Mhm.
are we allowed to just know what skill is about to be used for trying to short circuit this?
Well, so I think it's more. There's a bigger problem here. The cable itself does not reach the crate.
Yeah.
You guys will need to find some way in order for that to happen first.
Are there spare cables around?
There's got to be at least 5 extension cords in this room.
can I spend narrative points to create
There you
extension
go.
code?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys can spend narrative points to edit a scene.
I will spend narrative points to create. Just look at Xavier's feet right underneath the thing. Just extension cord long enough.
I take half a step forward and trip.
Okay. I mean, you find an extension cord.
Is that just one narrative point?
Yes, yes.
Baller. Guys, I'm down to 50. Oh no.
All right. Here's my idea.
Or
What you do is you plug one end in, then, or before you do it, you should do it before you plug it in. You cut off the one end, the intake knob. You plug it in, and you shove now all those exposed wires right in the keyhole.
Yeah, I can do that. Just because, like, I don't know if there's gonna be any dangerous things about it, and I'll just won't take damage from this.
If that's true. I mean, theoretically, unless it sparks out at you, you should not be shocked if you did something like that because you are holding the rubber out, like covering of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is why I hate electricity and working with it. I don't like the idea that if you hold like two things slightly wrong, your heart is being electrocuted and you're going to die. Like, I don't like that.
Men wasn't made to work with electricity. This shit was meant to be kept esoteric.
It's witchcraft.
Ben
Yeah.
Franklin made a mistake flying that kite.
it is the realm of the gods. Our folly will be the downfall of us all. Anyway, jam that shit right in there.
All right. So we'll assume I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of how you do it or whatever. Just first I would recommend shaving and filing it down before you plug it in, then plug it
Yeah,
in.
Yeah, you need the two, as long as both of those two wires are like touching a thing. So like they have to be like exposed and kind of longer.
Well, that depends on the type of wiring, but it's irrelevant.
Usually how it works.
Copper wiring doesn't work that way.
I am. Fun fact: they are screwed in a funny way when it's like the direct plug-in. I only say that because I have had to rebuild these like type of extension cord wires. Like I've had to do this, and I hate it.
Interesting.
But anyway, so you shove the wires in, make sure they're nice and connected to all the metal-y bits. You plug in the other end of the extension cord. There is a surge, and a visible spark as the room illuminates.
And the entire city block loses electricity.
Is that something that can be erased as evidence?
The cord that has been affected, yes.
Yeah, but not.
Not the
I think
spark
he
and
was asking about the
flash.
spark, but I don't know if there's a reason we.
Well, he would
need
have to touch it.
Oh,
Yeah,
fair.
and there's also not really a reason to, because it made a noise that's like loud in comparison to like what you would expect from an electric shock.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I doubt anyone outside of this room is going, "Huh, what was that?"
No one seems to enter, at the very least. The only thing that is very noticeable is the room light flickers a little bit.
In that case, quickly see if you can open it. Like I go to open it up.
The case is not open.
Oh,
Well, the alarm probably got fried, but the lock itself.
yeah,
Now you can break it open.
that's true.
While that's happening, I'll just unplug the extension cable and erase evidence on it.
All right. It vanishes.
All right, so I'm breaking into this thing.
Try to like snap it open.
All right, she takes a second, and I'm gonna refocus my energies and make my strength a 16.
Okay.
question: does Xavier notice changes in me when I'm doing my energy stuff? Because he's constantly aura reading me.
No,
Okay.
at least not the level you guys have aura reading at.
Cordelia, I have to say your aura's looking mighty swole today.
Thanks.
Did your aura go to the gym?
We'll
Yeah.
say, like, the universe itself pointed at you saying, like, damn, she's strong.
True. Anyways, I punched this case.
Okay.
I guess whatever way is appropriate of opening it.
I don't know if punching is the best option. Maybe just sort of tearing apart.
Okay,
If-
I
if,
brute
like-
force. Oh yeah, I brute force my way into this. I also have a specialty for that. I assume this is feats of strength breaking.
Indeed. This is feats of strength. It is breaking. I mean, your specialty is nice. It's definitely not going to help with something like this. You're going to need a much higher roll than your proficiency would allow normally.
That's true.
But I mean, technically, you are correct. That does apply. Okay. So
13.
to rip open this mostly like metal and plexiglass case is going to be very difficult. I would say this would normally be a master check. So difficulty 9 base if you were very, very good at feats of strength. What is your feats of strength proficiency with your specialty?
2. Oh, 4.
4. Okay. So that is a difference of, let's see, 5, 7, 9, 3, so 6 more. So the DC for that becomes 15.
Damn it.
Is that not possible?
It's possible. I just have to roll a 3 or a 4.
Okay.
Well, you have to roll a 12 and a 3 or 4.
It doesn't. No, it just the way it's stated is the second die is added starting at D4, recorded as 12 plus DX, X being the size.
No,
of the die
yeah,
added.
that's that recording is how it's shown on a sheet for what you roll.
Oh,
It's not base 12.
okay. I thought
Alright.
it was.
No.
If you god roll,
I can't. I can only get a. I only rolled my D4 because I thought that's how it was. So
Oh.
I can get a 13.
okay.
Yeah,
Are-
max would be
Are
13.
are we able to open this thing?
I technically am. I have to. I have to get a max roll on one and then a max roll -1 on the other.
I mean, might as well try.
All right, so I mean, I guess first attempt fails.
Oh, yeah, I'll just let you reroll. Technically, you wouldn't be able to make a second attempt, but
Oh, okay. Well, 6.
yeah. So, you wrench and you pull. It's very difficult. You don't feel like you're able to just rip it open like that.
If we get a crowbar. I mean, this is like a warehouse. There will be crowbars around. You need those.
Why would they need those in a warehouse?
If you're storing like crates and items, you have to be able to open them.
They would
Why?
need
Wooden
them
crates.
because I spent a dang narrative point to make one.
Oh yeah,
Would a crowbar actually do anything though?
Well, so normally a crowbar would add to your result, but it would only add to your result like 2 or 3 points.
so no.
Not in this situation.
Okay. Can I narrative point a method to open this thing?
You tell me.
I'm trying. We've been hunting for, and we've been told the DCs are too high.
Well, for doing it that way, yes.
From my divination, Cordelia has a way to, I assume, reliably get into this. Is there another ability that you have that would help you in this case, other than, I guess, brute force?
I take hits extremely well, and I punch things really well.
We could try hitting Cordelia with the case instead.
That could work.
We'd have to lift it, but with two of us, we could. I think we need to find the key. I don't think it is possible for us to open it otherwise.
That's not true. Cordelia can just punch and break it open. Or use an object.
So pulling didn't work, but punches can still work?
Yes. They're two different things, mechanically speaking, even.
Yeah.
Well, you get the punching then.
It should make a lot of noise.
That's the problem. Like,
Can
Indeed.
you
The
erase
hope
the
is-
evidence of my sound?
If I'm touching the case while it happens, can I?
No.
If I'm touching Cordelia while it happens?
No.
If I'm touching both Cordelia and the case?
No.
He's touching the air where the sound travels through.
No. But if he broke the case, yes.
All right. I hold my hand in a fist and hold it out for you to use the weapon.
Yeah, I'll just break your hand.
Shatter my radius and ulna into a bunch of itty bitty pieces. All right. The play. We might just want to do it. Just make the noise
we might just
and then
have to go
move out
loud.
as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I guess we go loud.
If
Uh,
we have a secured escape route, once it's out, as long as you can grab the gun, I can do my thing in a few moments, just a second or two, and then we can make a run for it.
that is true.
Everyone look around right now. Is there any other evidence of us being here that I need to get rid of?
The only thing would be the cut wire, but I don't think that matters too much.
Well, the cut wire was already dealt with.
Yeah. Oh, fair. Then I don't think there is.
All right.
Um,
Prepare to
all right.
grab the gun, and someone prepare to lead me out as well.
Yeah, I will lead you out like I promised I would.
All right. I hold my hands out ready to touch the case as soon as I'm told the gun's out.
I hit it.
And the case is in its original spot now, right? We didn't move it.
No, it would be hard for you guys to move it. It's huge.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure so that
Yeah,
We didn't
technically the
get
only
through
thing
all
you'd have
this.
to do is put a tarp back on it.
All right. Marco, grab that tarp and be prepared.
All right.
Cordelia, as soon as you're in, grab the gun
Aye, aye, Captain.
and then tell me that you have it so that I can know when to do my part.
All right, so you hit it.
All right.
How much do you hit for?
32 at the moment.
32 damage. All right. You slam your fist into it with the force. Pretty close. Actually, yeah, it would be about the force of a sledgehammer. Just with your bare fists. As you do so, it spiderwebs and cracks and becomes somewhat flexible as the bulletproof casing is heavily damaged but not completely broken on the first strike.
How much noise was made by that?
It was very loud.
Yeah.
It was a very loud crack.
Yeah.
Grab. Do our best to grab the gun.
You'll have to
I
punch
go
it
in
again.
I go in for a second strike immediately based off the noise.
Yeah.
And I call out to my familiar, get over here and look ahead of us out the door we came in to make sure no one's coming still.
Okay. You do so again. The remaining amounts of the plexiglass kind of like snap and break off around it. You grab the gun quickly. It is dangerous to do so, but I think it would only leave a wound on you anyway. It wouldn't even do a full light injury to you. What's your...
With 11.
Yeah, I don't think it would do that much. You get a wound.
Ugh,
Not a light injury,
My-
but a wound.
my hand. Marco, I got a boo-boo.
You can resist it. It's
Your hand's
fine.
scuffed up by the plexiglass as you grab the very nice feeling weighty gun.
I mean, we're in for a penny. Just yoink all of them.
I immediately hand Marco his, because that's his. And I just reach in, grab 2 more, and random ones say, let's go.
Yeah, there's no point being stealthy. So yoink every gun. And let's book it.
All right.
I do my
Booter,
thing.
you feel your omen lift off.
Oh, thank God. I'm free.
Indeed. Cordelia did impede your heist. You guys were found out because of Cordelia, even though it was the only way you could get into the case.
Yeah. So there was no way to stealth into that, right?
No, it was.
There
There's
wasn't
a key.
another. Okay, yeah, we'd have to go find the key. Okay.
Yeah. I'll let you guys know. The key is in one of the vehicles outside.
Hmm.
I would have not thought to look there at all. So that is fair.
You
Well,
do
I
have
would've
divination
defined
to
it.
do it, but
Yeah.
Fair, yeah.
uh,
That's good to know. If there was the obvious stealth answer in front of me, I would be annoyed. That makes sense.
no, it was difficult. The case is, pretty well protected, and they reasonably locked the keys for all the cases and stuff inside the vehicles that have their own alarm system and are in open view of the guards. So,
I assumed the key would be a lot harder to get to, which is why I was so hesitant about searching for the key specifically.
well,
Yeah.
with some guidance, you did find a technically better alternative.
Yeah. Is it still 1 NP to get rid of this evidence?
Yeah.
Cool.
The case fixes itself.
Oh wait, can I I mean I have like this man is weak, right? I can just piggyback ride. Come on, hop on my back. Probably be easier.
That's true.
Maybe. I will say, so when you put your hand on the case, you feel a greater draw for the power.
Huh?
I'm just going to say it now so you don't do something stupid accidentally. Yeah, we've been arguing the semantics of evidence. If you had applied the greater effect of the power, the guns would have flown back into the case.
Oh,
Because they're missing would be evidence that you've done
I'm gonna be honest,
this.
I was not understanding what you were saying at all.
Yeah.
same.
Well, it's because
That's
I was
all.
being intentionally vague.
Yeah.
That'd
Well,
be
I didn't.
Funny.
Yeah, I was thinking like I touched something that had like magic powers or something in it that I was feeling. I was like, what's going on?
No, yeah, when you use your
Alright.
power, you felt a greater draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And I want to make sure, did my erase evidence also get rid of any blood or skin or whatever was left from Cordelia on this thing
Yes,
as well?
yes.
Cool. Get that tarp on here.
Tarp.
All right.
Huh, piggyback.
So,
Then my familiar comes and piggybacks on me.
your familiar indicates to you someone is approaching the door you are heading out of.
Someone's coming.
Mm. Do we just barrel into them?
I gesture to the familiar, like with my, I held up one finger, asking, like, is there only one person?
Your familiar doesn't know.
We could just hide and go out behind them.
That's yeah. Can we just like? It's on the side of the door where it'll open, so the door is like covering us when they walk in.
I mean, you guys can try.
It's that, or we barrel through.
Or just go out another door.
Or well, then there's the cameras.
Yeah. Well, are there cameras
It's
like
the
in the warehouse then?
No.
I guess they all go. All the doors just go immediately outside, huh?
Yeah.
Just a big,
All right.
big old shack, basically. But this is the one that doesn't have cameras. So if we get through this one, like there's just no trace that we were here.
Yeah.
So,
I think the play might be try to hide.
try to hide like nearby the door so they
Yeah.
run through. We can zip around. Even if they hear like us leave through the door, that's time that we have.
Yeah.
So you're just barreling through the door?
We're hiding, so then waiting to slip by when they come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Cordelia, hurry and change your stats.
Yeah, I assume this is gonna be agility again.
Yes.
Yeah,
Or wisdom?
shift it to.
I'll say or wisdom, sure.
Yeah, I shift my energies around, and now I'm 12 agility. Enhancement's so good.
7.
So all black. Damn it, 5. And the familiar's back on me, so he doesn't have to hide on his own.
That's a good idea.
Jesus.
All right.
Enhancement's so good.
Enhancement is good. Not necessarily reliable, but it's good.
I turned to Cordelia. We should hide. Oh, where'd you go?
They're gone.
You feel it.
We've been ditched.
You feel a tap on your shoulder. You
Oh,
turn, there's nothing there.
There'd be nothing there
Stalker.
anyways, but you know.
Yeah, true. he would not see you. Anyway, so yeah, you guys all go, and you kind of hide behind where you hide in a way that kind of prevents them from immediately seeing you by coming in the door. The guards come in, and like one right after the other, all of the doors are opened up, as there were 3 guards and 3 doors.
yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Yeah, and they were just all. It just because they were all kind of walking somewhat equal apart, that it would just happen that way. But you see their flashlights kind of coming around, and you're like, "What was that?" And they're all looking around. You all stealthily kind of move out the door, and you're outside, and the guards are looking inside. What do you do?
We need to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, god damn it. I mean, it wasn't relevant, but technically Alex's investigation checks were -1 earlier. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean,
It would
we
not
would've
have
got
mattered,
there.
but
no. All right, let's make our way. Let's make our way out of here with the
Yeah.
camera blind spot.
well, why I remember that is, Alex, as you guys leave, you feel the weight of your omen lift off of you.
Oh, I feel like I'm not gonna get surprised by somebody.
Yeah. How your omen would have worked is if you were leaving when the guard was about to come in and you didn't know, you would immediately notice or have a high chance of noticing the guard coming through the door
Oh,
last
that's handy.
second. But yeah,
Let's get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
I'll book it. And you successfully heisted the gun.
Guns. So we grabbed them all.
Guns.
True.
Though, to be honest, the other guns that you guys receive are good top-of-the-line guns, but functionally operate the same as any other handgun.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
now we can erase and file off the serial numbers
True.
and sell them.
Those ones we sell.
Or just use untraceable
That's also
guns.
true.
Yeah, if you need a gun, I don't imagine you would need one, Cordelia. If you want one, Xavier, I'll shave the serial number off.
I mean, Emery seems to have want me to get one recently. I don't know if it'll be much help, but
Yeah, I'll say besides the main gun, there were about 4 other guns.
I mean, I sometimes we're gonna run into people who have guns, and I don't know how I feel about stopping a bullet.
I mean, now we might just be. You just got a free handgun, you know.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I have a gun now. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Thanks, Marco.
yeah. And I imagine Cassie's already gone.
Yeah. She booked it when all the guards kind of came running in. So
Did she send the warning text?
no. Well, she thought you guys were the one who did it, and you would know.
Fair. You know what? Fair enough.
All right.
Yeah, we go back to like whatever alleyway we were at. I pass out a gun. Here you go. And here you are. Both of you get a gun. If anything, serial number is evidence, right? That count?
No.
Just hand both of you. It's like, all right, just shave off this part. Physically,
All right.
like, put your finger on it so you can feel where it would be.
I said, thank you. I'll make good use of it. I'm holding it like I'm just sort of pinching the gun, so it's like drooping below. Like I'm,
It's not loaded. So that's fine.
yeah, I'm like very much. I've never held a gun before. I'm just sort of uncomfortable with it, but I'm taking it anyway.
Yeah, Emery will know. And I'll take the other two. All right. Well, just in case, lay low for a little bit, but we should be fine.
I prefer to lay low all the time, but
Sick.
it's been harder lately.
Yeah, that's fair. But peace, and I'm gonna use my return ability and teleport back.
All right.
I nod to Cordelia and say, I hope you can get the shadow poison soon.
I hope so too.
I turn to leave as I tuck the gun like into my coat.
Good luck.
I wave.
The gun leaves no discernible impression.
Alrighty.
But yeah, so y'all book it, and the heist was successful.
Sweet.
GTA successful heist screen pops up.
Let me get the chance. Can I get those gun stats?
Yeah. I mean, it's a normal handgun, but it has high caliber rounds, which increases the base damage to 30. And it has do I have 1 second, let me check my investigations. Oh, that must be in player notes. No, it's not. Held investigations. Here we go. High powered round. Oh no, base damage plus 20. So it's actually got a base damage of 40. And it's calibrated to weight, which reduces its evasion against the gun by 1. So it's a handgun that does 40 base damage.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that gun just, if you hit a person at all, it's a lethal shot. If you graze them, it's not lethal, but it will be very dangerous for them still.
Nah, I'd live. Margot, shoot me right now.
Because
not
I
gonna
would
shoot
do
you.
a medium of a heavy injury, or a minimum of heavy injury.
That is great. I'm gonna have fun with this.
Yeah, it's a good gun. It's like wealth 5. It's a primo
Yeah.
gun. The other guns, for all y'all's information, are wealth 3.
Okay. Does their wealth go up in certain circles because the serial numbers are filed off?
No, in fact, that's just standard practice for illegally traded guns.
Dang.
People don't buy guns unless they're planning on filing the numbers off.
Fair enough.
I want to go to the black market and buy something incredibly traceable.
Some people just want to be caught.
Yeah. I want the challenge. I want the thrill.
The thrill.
Whoa, reference.
Yeah. All right. Week 4 is done.
Whew.
Heist completed. What do you want to do for the next week?
Alright, so are we going till 9?
Yeah. We did start an hour late.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will train enhancement. Oh no, Alex, I need to go talk to Amos.
It's true.
Oh yeah, we did need to do that.
Okay. Well, while y'all are going to go talk to Amos, what's Artie and Leonard doing?
Artie's in the bathroom.
Oh. Well, then we know what Artie's doing.
And Leonard is finishing off my divination training, getting to level 2.
Nice. All right. Did I write down at least the storm? I was halfway through writing it down when we had to continue. I did. Okay, good.
Now I gotta decide between logical fate and fateful moment.
All right. Well, y'all make time to go and talk to Amos. So you arrive at Amos's place, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah. How do you want to do this? See, I don't think he knows you.
Doesn't know me, but like we're just trying to convince him to show us where the forum is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've been getting into computer shit lately.
Mm.
I have been. I have a level of it.
Is that gonna help us?
I don't know. Like,
he
it's
just wants
less-
you to know that he can do. He knows the computers.
I understand computer stuff. It's less weird if I start asking about like cool forums and shit.
Mm.
Never. I never messed with that stuff. Like I used email. I had whatever world's equivalent of Facebook is. I just never, went into forums and stuff.
Mm.
It's crazy though. They got answers on those dang forums for everything. Like, you break something, you'll find a guy online who's had the exact same problem, and everyone's answered it. It's crazy.
They tell us how to ask our friend to divulge alchemical forums.
I've only been exploring the couple of like things. I've been exploring Reddit very briefly. I don't think I trust any of them for social interactions.
That's It's reasonable, I think.
I don't know. I'll broach the subject casually. I think it'll be fine.
All right, so are you just like popping in on Amos unannounced? Are you calling him beforehand? How is this going down?
What do you think is the best idea? You're the better social person.
I just think if I'm tagging along for a social hang, it'll feel better. Because we just don't want the guy to think we're interrogating him on it.
Alright, how good are you at rhythm games?
I started playing an FPS recently.
You ever played Guitar Hero? Or
No, I played piano.
fuck. That's really the way to get it to him, is just rhythm games.
I will probably figure it out. I don't know. Just say that I'm a new gamer.
He has like, you don't really think this out. He has so much alchemical shit. If I'm bringing someone over to view this, you wouldn't have to know that you're okay with it.
I don't know. You can tell him what you want. Just if it's a social hang, that like,
Alright.
oh hey, this is the guy who's involved with procuring some of the alchemy shit. Like that's probably fine.
That's fair.
That is an in. I was there. I did help kill that thing.
Alright, so I'm gonna call him, ask for a hangout, and just say that you're someone who's interested in meeting him.
No, just say like, hey, I got a buddy. You might tag
No.
along. Is that chill?
Okay. I call Amos.
Okay. All right.
Hey, what's up? You free? Oh.
Yeah, I got some time. Did you
You can
get
say
that
what
thing
you-
I asked you for?
It's gonna take me a bit. This deer has divination powers.
Okay.
It can see the future, apparently.
Well, I mean, a lot of the things I know about, they kind of got stuff like that.
Mm. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to hang.
Sure.
I had a buddy of mine too. Hanging out with him. Do you mind if he comes over?
Why?
Marco mimes video gaming in some way.
He's been recently getting into video games, and I mentioned I knew a guy who's into a bunch of like rhythm games. Figured
Sure.
you'd be the right person to introduce him to.
Yeah, why not? I sure you wouldn't bring someone to the house who wouldn't be okay with what we've been doing.
No, I implicitly trust this guy.
Okay.
All right, sweet. See you soon.
All right, sick. Just this is the long con. I've been really playing y'all. However, we're getting there. I imagine Cordelia might just drive. I'm not driving. I can teleport myself home. I'm not wasting gas. But I am just looking up what Guitar Hero is. I'm just looking at like pictures of it. Like, damn, that's crazy.
Okay. You're amazed that they turned a whole guitar into a controller.
That's wild. What? Like, it's wild. This was also discontinued. It's like a great idea.
It really was.
I guess it's just like, you know, the failing of actual physical hardware for things, and the idea of a party game dying out.
Dude, my friend he commissioned the original create, because they have a spin-off thing called Clone Hero, where you can download your own things. He commissioned the dude to make a 6 or 7 key version of this, so he could press 6 or 7 buttons, and he's been making his own special controller for it.
I like that I get to pretend I don't know what Guitar Hero and Clone Hero is. Like, I don't have a Guitar Hero guitar in my closet with Clone Hero. Like, I have this shit. It's like, I grew up playing Guitar Hero, so like I got it now.
It's just fun.
Yeah.
That's why we're all here. All right. So you head over to Amos's place. The house in question it's suburban trash. It's not well taken care of. The roof looks terrible. The house looks like it's been not like taken care of for like 30 years. The front door has those like the exterior screen door held on by a rusty spring.
The door and door frame, though, pristine as hell. There are 3 locks on this door. It's dirty, but you can tell it's pretty solid.
You would want to keep this shit secure.
Do you just go in?
I mean, as usual, she does just have the keys.
Okay.
And this is not where you live, right? This is
No, this is straight up a different place.
Okay.
So at this time, I do knock, because we do have a guest.
Okay.
So I do have a specific knock for when it's Cordelia.
Okay. The door's open, and before you, Marco, is a guy wearing a like really thick hoodie and very warm, like midsummer type weather. As he looks disheveled, his eyes are pretty like big, dark rings under them, and his hair is just all over the place. And he's like, "Yo,
Yeah.
Come in," and you enter into a rather dingy living room.
Amos, this is Marco. Marco, this is Amos.
What's up?
Yo,
Go to like a handshake and see if he matches that energy.
he just kind of looks at you, just like, "You can sit on the couch," and he just turns around.
Sweet. I do my absolute best to mirror an energy he would find enjoyable with I'm just so dank charming. I want to make a good impression right off the bat.
Yeah. Okay. Does that, because normally you have to talk to someone to make an impression, does that bypass that? I can't remember.
I don't know if it bypasses, but like I did just speak to him.
Yeah, it's gotta be like several minutes of conversation.
Yeah. That's just going forward too. I am making a good impression. Like I'm working to do that.
No, yeah. So you just use manipulate to make an impression.
I mean, whatever way I use it.
What do you mean? Do you not know what your ability does that you took?
There is not an ability called make an impression that I have. I
No,
just was using the colloquial term.
Well, because didn't you have a thing that made you charming?
That's my specialty.
Oh, I'm thinking. Okay, never mind. There's a manipulate skill called Charming Liar That's what I
No.
thought we've been referring to this entire time.
Yeah, you can use manipulate to make an impression. I'm just like it being manipulation or persuasion doesn't have a huge impact.
It does for
So, like,
charming
I
liar
am-
because you
True.
are required to manipulate the person first to get a bonus.
Right now, I'm not trying to manipulate him. I'm not lying. I'm just being a cool guy.
Sure. Okay. Now that we're just talking about specialties, I understand better what's happening. All
Yeah.
right. So I'm assuming you all just kind of like chill a little bit and just vibe. Just kind of
Yeah,
like
talk.
hit it off.
Yeah.
Because like just idle chat and like Marco is looking out for things that he could weave in to ask about, especially anything kind of weird, esoteric, alchemy shit.
It's incredibly hard to do when he's setting up Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I just didn't know if he had anything out and about.
I mean, there's a strong scent of weed on the air, and there's a variety of indications that like various types of drugs have been used here, but nothing alchemical
Yeah, fair.
specifically.
All right.
Marco is not a drug ingester.
No.
He just makes drugs. Not Marco, Amos.
Amos. Marco doesn't do any of that.
That's not what we said before.
Is it?
No. You got him into the drugs.
I got him to making drugs.
When you said it before, because I made notes on it specifically.
Well, that wasn't my intent.
Okay. Then I'll have to adjust the notes because when we talked about it before, he's a really smart guy, but you pulled him into the whole drug thing, is what you said. And he's been kind of like fading since. Okay. Yeah. So this is why it's very important that you have a very clear image when you're describing characters to me, because otherwise I cannot infer what you don't say. Because that just has to change the entire scene then. I mean, still dingy place, still whatever. You don't find any indications of drug or weed smell.
All right.
So, there's not a lot to go off of. Mostly what the vibes this kind of guy gives off is standard small town, like, kind of deadbeat.
Mhm. Then yeah, Marco's making like just basic chat. He's doing that fine line of like sussing out how much this guy likes silence. Does he want to talk the whole time? Does he like moments of quiet? But I think like Marco is like doesn't see a reason to hide that he's like, you know, he helped get that thing, like that part to make like some cool drug thing.
So you bring that up?
I think he would like at some point of like, oh yeah, the what, that like demon flesh? Like what was up with that? Did it do anything?
Amos stops and just looks at Cordelia.
He can know.
Like, if it helps, like I was there, I helped kill it.
Yeah, he was there. He kept me from getting attacked by other things. He's a very trusted man from me.
Yeah, I don't do this business myself, but I mean, no judgment. I don't really care. I go wild.
Yeah, he's also a criminal.
I steal things.
Cool. I mean, I'll tell you, it makes some pretty shitty drugs.
You know, I was hoping that wasn't the answer, but that doesn't surprise me. Is there even a market for that kind of stuff? Like, even if it's shitty.
Nah, not with what that shit does.
Ah. Damn.
There are other things. Who knows?
I need to find better things. Specifically not, weird bloated demon corpses.
He asked for weird or exotic things to burn, and that sounds pretty weird or exotic.
Yeah.
I think he gives like a beat, and then because I heard I plan to help out with this one as well. The whole like, what is it, the future seeing deer,
Yeah,
like
the
that
auger
has
deer.
a route. Yeah, that's the word. Like, if that's gonna do something cool.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I gotta get my hands on it.
Do you have any ideas about what, or is it just wait and see? 'Cause that option sounds more fun, but
Yeah, I got some ideas, but I don't know. You can tell generally he's not super open to talking about alchemy just right out the gate.
yeah, that's why he's trying to like slowly. He's not interrogating about it. He's just showing the interest in like what he does, because he thinks he's giving off that air of like, I think what you're doing sounds cool, so I'm curious about what you do.
Sure.
Trying to open him up like that. I know like a lot of people, you just gotta show interest in their hobbies. I mean, if you can get something cool out of this, I might have to hit you up for a commission, because if you, I don't know what's possible in this realm. If you can make like, what, an invisibility potion, that'd be cool. I'd love that.
Yeah, visibility potion, sure.
Is that just, don't hurt my hopes like this. Is that just impossible?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't had anything like that. If you would like.
I've been saying all this to proc persuasion check.
Right, you can always just say, "Hey, can I do this or whatever."
That is fair. Just trying to
Why?
role play it out of him.
Why are you guys being so roundabout about getting a thing to help him do his thing?
That's not roundabout. I'm trying to get on the forum that he's been cagey about, and I'm trying to get him to open. But I want to roll persuasion to make him open up. Is that?
Yeah. Sure. So specifically, you want him to talk about the alchemist stuff.
I'm trying to lead him into that, because if the exchange of like the info we want, I want it to feel like reciprocal. Like, oh yeah, let me show you this cool thing. That's what he's trying to weasel his way into.
Sure. If you want him to like open up and talk about it without, direct prompting from yourself, go ahead and make for me a charisma manipulate.
All right. Does this get charming?
Yes.
Alrighty. 6.
Okay. You keep showing general interest in things, and he eventually kind of lets his guard down a bit, and he's like, All right, yeah. It's something that I've been expressly told not to like talk about really. But there's things you can do if you get the right bits and pieces, you know what I mean? And that's deer, whatever you called it before, like it's got some parts that maybe I can help fix one of my own problems with it. So I'm trying to break into what you could call like a new field.
Oh. Well, first and foremost, already want to get this thing. I hope it does help whatever you got going on. I'm not gonna pry, but like I hope that works.
Sure.
And sick, dude. If you're on the cutting edge of some new science. Science with creepy beasties, but that is sick.
Yeah. He seems pleased.
Yeah. To keep the con going, and because Marco is just method acted himself into like just having a kind of fun time. Does hang out, play video games, big chillin'.
Sure.
To then like an hour or two later, broach the subject again. To make another check to get him even more open to talking about it.
Well, what exactly are you trying to get him to say?
I'm trying because he's been told he's technically not allowed to talk about it, and he opened up, but he's still, just not talking about the cool shit he's been learning. I want him to get him talking about the forum and like the stuff he's been reading and like figuring out.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sure. And you've spent more than enough time. So making an impression with someone, you only need to spend like several minutes talking with a person. If you would like to make an impression on him, you may do so. If you have Charming Liar, you get a +1.
I do not.
Okay. Then you will need to roll Persuasion.
All right. As a 3.
Okay. Yeah, he thinks you're a cool dude. His impression of you is that you're a pretty cool dude.
Sweet.
So it can go one of two ways, because the reason why this is kind of being very inorganic is because you're trying to get him to do things without like properly prompting him. You're like, you want him to get excited about it, right? But
yeah,
when you're just like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool, it's like, yeah, it is. That's just how a normal person would respond,
I
trying to get him to you would have to do things like, you gotta be into some real interesting things, right? Or whatever. It's something that he's innately being, secretive of. So if you're gonna get him to open up about the forum, then you'll need to openly like say like, where do you get all this information? Who are you talking to? Are there other people doing this kind of stuff?
Yeah, which I'll ask those questions now. It's after the impression, after hanging out. He'll deftly guide the conversation back to talking about cool alchemy and spooky things. And then at some point, just be like, like, where'd you even start learning this shit? How'd you figure this out?
Go ahead and make a Your choice of persuasion or manipulation charisma.
I'll do manipulate, because at the worst I'll get a 2.
Okay.
4.
Okay. He kind of he makes a little bit of a face. And he's like, there's some groups on the dark web looking into this kind of stuff, but it's all real hush hush. I can't really talk about it.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned. And, like, that also makes sense, because I got a computer recently, and I've been trying to, like, look up this stuff, because after fighting a weird demon thing and being told about an auger deer, like, I tried looking it up. Nothing, obviously. Like, that explains it.
Yeah. It's, you kind of gotta know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
I mean, can I know a guy? As, like, indicates toward him. The only thing is, if I'm gonna be looking into this, because I want to, I'm curious. I want to see what it could possibly extend into, because maybe there's a market in stealing weird esoteric shit. Real esoteric shit. Like, that sounds like a fun venture to go into. I mean, I'll steal shit for you if you need it
There you go.
paid, but
All right. Okay. Go ahead and roll manipulate.
all right.
Okay. The initial DC was 5. You change your course of action, and you offered to do something that he really wanted, which is to get stuff he wants, and he really wants a lot
Yeah.
of stuff, which reduced the DC down to 3. So you succeed.
Sweet.
So he's like, yeah. Cordelia, you said this guy, like, steals stuff, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
feel good at it.
Have you told him? Well, yeah, you told him about the deer.
Yeah, I'm gonna be part of that.
Yeah, he will be helping us with that.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I messed up my Guitar Hero combo.
You know what? You all get me that piece. I'll introduce you to some people.
Yeah. We'll just have to work on it. Like, it sounds like it's gonna be weird. I've never even gone hunting in the first place, but if this thing can tell where I am and what I'm doing, that'll be fun. I don't imagine anyone on the dark web has tips on how to hunt this thing. A weird hunting website or something.
I don't know. He honestly doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you find anything, I imagine you're already gonna tell Cordelia.
I'm sure, I guess.
Oh, I mean, hey, that'll be sick. God, I want that for him now, though. That's the point of this.
Yeah, true.
You know, I only ask. This is a big ask. Any chance I could just get an invite? I'll toss you in a freebie. Like, if you have a thing you want, I'll get it for you free of charge. Charge being an invite to this. So I think it'd be prudent if I could look into it before starting to delve into a spooky hunt and future spooky hunts. He enters in and like, this is payment negotiation time now.
Sure. He's like, yeah, that's okay. That's tempting. Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
2.
I don't know. I mean,
Next 2 jobs are free.
He really hates working for free.
I mean, he wouldn't work for free anyway. So.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying that Cordelia to help Marco?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cordelia, go ahead and make a persuasion check too.
Oh god. Negative D6. This is my
Oh.
boy. I know him.
Yeah. All right. With Cordelia's aid, he's like, okay, sure. You know, I think that's fair.
Sweet. He sticks hand out to shake our business deal.
He doesn't shake your hand. He just he pulls his phone up and he texts something to Cordelia's phone.
I've pulled out my phone.
It's a link. He
Nice.
says, "Don't click that. Just copy it onto a computer that has some protections."
Got it.
Marco makes a mental note to get that protection, which means he's gonna get NordVPN and like a better firewall. Sweet. Well, when shit comes up, let me know. You can get in contact with me. I'll get my hands on it for you.
Sure.
And then hangs out for a bit longer, make it seem like it wasn't just there for this. Wasn't just there to yoink a forum, and then leaves at an appropriate time later.
Okay. All right.
I want him to like me so I get better deals later.
Sure. Well, you did already succeed at making an impression on him.
I didn't know if my impression would go down if I'm like, sweet. Anyways, bye. Thanks for the forum.
Well, yeah,
Right
obviously, if you
away.
just act like a dick later, sure. But, you know, it's important to remember that just because you have a bond with someone doesn't make them your friends. Technically, it's a different type of bond anyway. So,
I mean, I'm just role playing out trying to make a friend.
sure. And so that's the thing, right? If you wanted to, well, first of all, you made a good impression. So you can have Amos as a bond.
Oh,
That's what making an impression does, typically.
fair enough. I was just
Yeah, if you go and
Pretty
you meet
friendly.
people in the world and become their friends, typically they'll become your friends.
I guess I am just not used to role playing out like a mechanic.
Well, technically you
role-playing
didn't
out like
have
a-
to. It's
Yeah.
important to know the context for why. Because, so here's the thing, right? With Amos, you have the choice of 3 different bond types, actually, right now. You are such a nice guy. If you wanted to, you could make a personal bond with Amos. Though, I'm sure that's not what you're actually interested in.
No, not really.
And so the other 2 bond choices are you can have him as a criminal bond or as an alchemist bond.
Alchemist Bond. I have 2
Obviously.
criminal bonds.
Obviously. Yeah, if you had come with a much more business-like approach and, you know, was a little less congenial, you still could have made a bond with him. But you approached it a very friendly, like, socially friendly way, so it's just what I'm trying to get at is like you can be friendly in a very businessy sense. You don't have to just be like a cool person to be friendly with an individual in question.
That just wouldn't be as in character. That's why I didn't do that.
Sure. Which is just why the interaction went the way it did.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to describe, because
Okay.
the hard part about like role playing versus just like making dice checks is you have to actually convince the person for some reason or another. Which is why he, like, even though you're saying you're doing the right things and you were saying the right things, he was just kind of acting the way he was.
So, all right, that makes sense. So, like, for this game, be
It's not for
more
this
prompty
game.
dice rolls, or
No. What I'm trying to like illustrate is I know what you were going for, right? You were like, I'm doing all the right social things. I'm trying to do the thing. And I'm just trying to provide guidance on that more, cuz if you are trying to like do a thing by saying you're doing a bunch of things and then the person isn't responding the way you want to, I'm sure that's frustrating to some degree, which is why I'm trying to like offer the guidance of like
yeah.
how an
No, I'm
actual
just-
conversation would go. You would need to have a little bit of a stronger lead in, because if
Yeah,
you're
I'm
not
just trying to figure out, like, to the point where what'll operate smoothest if we're balancing like a role play and mechanic. If there's like the point to where, okay, this is like an actual action you're taking. This is an actual bond thing. You can't just role play this out. You have to prompt a roll or prompt an action.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely for sure you don't have to, but that's the thing. You weren't actually role playing the right way to make that natively happen. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't coming necessarily organically enough through the conversation. So that's why I was saying you can make a roll, because
All right.
he was intentionally being vague on purpose. So if someone is doing that, you would have to actually like prod a little more forcefully. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was trying to do, is help you with that, because that's what you were trying to do as a player, right? You're trying to have a more organic conversation with it.
Yeah.
But I was noticing that you were trying to do a thing and it didn't feel like it was happening, which is why, does that make sense? Does any of this make sense to anyone?
It makes sense.
Okay.
Uh,
Because what you can do, if you want to make this like a true, like the intention of the game, right, is the dice rolls are there to help do things that you just can't do as the player, right? You can talk as a player, but maybe you can't talk as well as your character might. That's where the roll comes in handy, And in this game where role-playing has a lot of the context, I described how that worked just now. You were very friendly to him, and you were very social and very whatever. So you got what might not have been the case in other situations, the potential to have a social bond, a personal bond with him. If you had come and acted more businessy or acted more like to the point, that would not have been a thing. But because of the way you role played, that's what you got. It's not what you wanted, but it's what you got.
no. So I didn't even go in there with the idea of making a bond.
No.
Purely like
you were
that.
just trying to get information. I understand that. I wasn't. I'm just saying I wasn't trying to be difficult. I was just, if you're trying to hide a thing and a guy's just like, "Wow, that's really cool," you just be like, "Yeah, sure is."
Mhm.
If someone's trying to keep something secret, it needs more social prodding. Anyway, so, yeah, you can have him as an alchemical bond or alchemist bond when he becomes an alchemist, which is soon. Hopefully.
That is very soon. I'm gonna steal all of your guys' bonds. You have a bond, I'm gonna slowly show up and become better friends with them.
Oh, you're gonna go to the organization?
No, that's the one exception.
Oh, okay.
I will do my absolute damnedest to never be discovered by them.
Well, and that's the interesting thing in this game. You can technically have different types of bonds with other people's bonds. They could be their work contact, but you're the guy they go out with on Friday nights to hang out and drink.
I'm going to make personal bonds with all of your guys' friends. Make sure it's better. I want y'all to show up for business meetings, and then I'm just like, hey. What are
Make
you
a
running into
friend
you
group
here?
out of all of our individual friends.
Meanwhile, I'm also stealing all of your keys. Marco shows affection
Oh.
in very strange ways.
Because, like, I'll reiterate again as well for this whole Amos thing. Amos is, first and foremost, Cordelia's criminal bond contact. It's not a personal bond. You're as friendly as necessary for your criminal relationship. That doesn't mean you guys can't hang out or anything like that. But he doesn't trust or feel towards you in a way like a personal bond would.
You can make dual bonds with people, right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I've been
also
planning
want
on
to.
doing that with my boy.
Yeah, I also kind of want to point out that you guys could have just asked him for shadow poison and see if
Yeah.
you could get it.
That was also another way. It was a very roundabout scene.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Alex has tried really, really hard to play up this
I just
schmoozer
want to role
character.
play and
Yeah.
be yes-handed.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I was trying to offer guidance in that way. Because, like, again, I'm totally fine having an open scene and letting things happen. It's just, you know, he's not just
We
going to
also-
tell you his secrets just because you're kind of a cool guy.
I would tell my
Also
secrets to
already
a cool guy.
try asking him for it though. Could have sworn we did.
That's
why
the
we
reason
didn't do
why
it.
I did it this way, is because of how anti he was to share it in the first place. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, we just gotta trick him into doing it, or
Well,
like
I meant
really con him into doing it.
You have to convince him, is what I said.
Yeah.
It was, you know, because, like, it's a thing. And you made the checks, right? Whether or not you said it in person or not, Marco, the character, was able to be convincing enough to make him give it up. So the checks were made. He wasn't just going to do it just because you asked. And he didn't. He did it because Marco came in and was really charismatic and very persuasive. But now you have the forum information, so you guys have now the ability to make alchemical investigations if you so choose.
And I have a bonus to researching on computers.
True, you do. All right, so Artie, what are you doing this week?
Oh, for week 4?
5. I believe we did 4 already.
Did we?
4 was no.
Well, last session, I'm pretty sure I asked Artie what he was doing before everyone else did their thing, because that's usually what I do.
I don't remember that.
Mayhaps. In which case, for week 5, I'd like to train and finish off my combat medic personal goal.
You don't get a tick every time you train.
Oh,
No. You only get $1 total for training it all. You need to do something story relevant.
okay.
Yeah, many of those boxes only typically are like 1 per, except for story relevant events. But that's usually because they're different events. So training, getting training or tutoring also can fill a box. Which you did with your
My
bond.
contact, yeah.
Yeah.
Or bond, yeah.
So you can get it again if you do something story relevant with it.
That's fair. I think for week 5, I think he's going to go and see, because he's not really good at investigation. He's kind of has to figure out more about this red guy.
Okay.
So I think he's going to ask for that week to kind of be trained in like the know-how and how one goes about investigating people with powers.
Okay. Sure.
And I believe because he has a 0 in it, he only needs to train it once.
Yep. Correct.
and I was wondering if the specialty, because I plan on getting specialist with that one.
Yeah.
Could I get a specialist in investigating people with powers?
Yeah, you can. I would say that's a very interesting one, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think that's really cool. Okay, and funny enough, that ends us pretty much on time. All right, I got questions for y'all after this, so I'm gonna get through this quick. All right, so y'all get 3 narrative points for being here today. Difficult actions. Yes, breaking into the case was a difficult action, for sure. So everyone, including Devin, will get 2. Good ideas or plans. I think your guys' plan to get into the warehouse was really good overall. Not a lot of problems, and even getting out. So I'll give you guys 2 narrative points as well, including Artie.
Made a lot of noise and got out of there successfully with no trace. It was us.
Yeah, it wasn't as clean as you were hoping for, but it was pretty much as successful as it's going to be, probably.
They know it was stolen, but they don't know who.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good win.
No
And
combat.
they don't know how.
That's true. It's just the case is totally fine intact.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a prolonged investigation. They're going to be like, how is this case here? Granted, your power didn't... I guess it would fix the case, huh? Yeah, it would.
Yeah, it was the next level that would have brought the guns with it too.
Well, I was intending just to fix, like, the plexiglass covering, but no, I think it'd actually just fix the whole case.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The problem now is that we might have pulled it off too good and gotten supernatural investigators involved.
That's quite
Yeah.
possible.
That's fair.
And you're fucking with the government in some form, so... we'll see. We'll see how that happens. No combat words. Utility goes to Cordelia. I think you were very much clutch in this session with your use of enhancement.
Baller.
Face award goes to Marco. I don't think that's
Hell yeah.
even a contention.
Yeah.
The pity award goes to Artie. Sorry, Devin, you didn't really get to do a lot of this session.
Shouldn't have
happens.
joined the cops.
All right, any player nominations and our kudos.
This dang fucking familiar of yours got to get useful quick.
What? Go help me kill this deer then. I want to kill the
trying.
deer.
I'm trying.
And then I got a thing to kill after that we can all go do.
I did not
You
think the
guys keep
heist
not
was going to
getting-
take as long as it did. I'm kind of sad, but oh well. I have something big prepared for probably next session.
Is it
Hell
the
yeah.
deer?
I hope so. I really do.
I want to kill this deer. I want to see what my familiar does when it levels up.
I do want you to kill the deer. So,
Dang.
yeah. Marco, good job. You made good plans today. I feel overall, you played a good leader for the most part. So go and take an air point.
Yeah.
You know what? I also give a reward to Cordelia. Watching Sug, watching you play, you were opening yourself up to a lot of roleplay moments. I thought you were doing really well as a player overall. So, go and take a good player award.
Yay.
I notice. I watch. Cordelia was trying to actively participate in the scenes, which was really good. And you know what? Speaking on that, Booter, you were really trying to keep things moving forward. I saw. Gonna take a narrative point for that. All right. Any other player nominations and or kudos?
Wish I could give another to Devin. sitting there.
It's okay. I got some stuff done while I was listening
Fair.
to y'all.
Super fair.
I do think your character's moving in a very interesting direction. I love your investigation specialty.
I also think it'll just help with figuring out stuff on Red as well.
Hell
It
yeah.
will. For sure. All right. So this session, I think, very well characterized how this is an advanced TTRPG. Like, it's a more complicated game because it requires more multi-dimensional thinking when it comes to how you roleplay. Things are not necessarily always as easy as I just make a dice check, like with divinations. But I'll ask, do you feel like the divinations were done well?
I think so. Other than that bullshit pointing to Cordelia.
I think Boo's just salty that I'm the best.
I was prepared to get screwed over by getting pointed to a sledgehammer or something.
I'm better than a sledgehammer.
You're not a something.
I think it actually did just prove that. It's just like, well, there might have been a second thing it points to, and it's like, well, you can just punch it.
Yeah, I punch for 32, dog. I don't think a sledgehammer. I mean, I would have been the one wielding the sledgehammer as well, so like.
Though, funny enough, if
Really?
you had actually wielded a sledgehammer, it would have been even stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But regardless, you were the vehicle for the stuff to get done, regardless.
He's shaking his head no at me because he doesn't like that fact.
Also, I gotta say, I was pretty impressed with my predictive powers. How'd y'all like how the omens turned out?
I liked the twist that the heist going bad is like, I mean, yeah, we got caught, or we got alerted because of the method to open it was Cordelia punching it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, fair enough. Like that is good prediction. Like that is a great twist of omen, destiny, all that.
Hmm.
I will say it was unnerving to be hearing about you guys getting the guards just showing up or whatever, and then going to the bathroom and coming back and it's like, so we're visiting this guy's house, and I was like, whiplashed, like, what is happening?
They were just really good at sneaking past the guy.
I didn't
We
even have
stuck
to use
past
my
him so
stealth
hard we got
abilities.
to his house.
That guard dared to intrude on our heist.
Do you feel like how the way divinations work was unfair?
No.
Okay. I think it's a valid question to ask.
Yeah.
I
think it'll
put-
take practice.
Yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into understanding and getting a feel for how I wanted to interpret divination. And to be fair, right, that's always going to be super relevant to the GM, and there's not going to be really any way for me to code into the game
Yeah.
anything more than just how it basically works. But I want to make sure that at the very least my representation of the experience is good. So we also got to use a lot of powers today. That was fun.
So it was like the most supernatural outing we did.
Yeah, ironically, considering you fought some demons before, or
So
we
we
just
have more
could've-
supernatural abilities now.
Yeah, we did just kind of shoot them and punch them. For here, this is the example of yeah, your powers will shape how you go about a mission.
Well, I also designed everything to be pretty non-specific. There's not only a specific situation a power can be used. A lot of powers can be used somewhat openly. Also, the chat with Amos, does everyone understand more or less what I was going for with the conversation?
Should have prompted more explicitly.
Sure.
If that is what the right read is.
I mean, a part of it for sure. I was more just talking about overall the process of, because what you were trying to do, I think, is good. You were trying to have a legit, real conversation with the guy, with a lot of like preempting and like saying how your character was doing, which was good. I think it was good, and it's just, you know, when you're actually trying to do that, you have to, if you're not expecting to roll, or if you don't want to make a roll for whatever reason, then you have to expect to be able to actually like actually manipulate or convince the person.
That is why what I was like repeatedly laying down what I'm trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm trying to do this thing, and then I say it.
Yeah. But the thing is like, and that was, I was taking all that into consideration. He thought you were really nice and actually genuinely interested, but he doesn't know you well enough to just spill a secret, especially one that's particularly like, you know, harmful to him in some situations. So
yeah, I mean, sometimes like you gotta prod in specific ways, because like, I mean, I'll say in the moment it felt like I was being the opposite of yes-anded, where I was like expressing what my intention is, what I'm trying to do. Oh, I'm being nice to get him to open up about this, role playing it out, and then getting nothing.
Yeah.
And then if the answer is like, oh, you just weren't explicit enough, and also the fact of like, I need to use the game mechanics of like, I want to roll for a thing, like, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
it makes sense now.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad. That's what I want from that situation.
I think if it is like, find the way to be more direct. I mean, obviously it's just going to depend on a role play, because I will approach a role play as a character would and how it would talk in it. But if the thing to keep in my mind is prompt mechanics more, because that is my roadblock in a lot of games. I get to in roleplay mode, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this has mechanics, I guess.
Well, yeah,
like,
but
I have
even
to ask for the mechanic.
Well, and the thing is, the reason why it came out the way it did, and I wasn't prompting you to roll more or sooner, was because I saw that you wanted to have an actual roleplay conversation around it, which is what I was trying to facilitate. The thing is, though, is that the things you were saying were not convincing Amos to be any more open as a character.
Yeah.
You know, a player definitely could, for sure. But if you feel like you're running up against a wall in roleplay, feel free to just initiate like the mechanics to help you out, because that's what they're there for. Also, did this session to all you express how you approach a situation can alter like the result?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like if we had like one different power in the mix of like, the heist would have gone completely differently. We would have had a whole different plan if we had like, if I didn't have travel and I had something else, like this would have had to have done differently.
Yeah. Well, I was also talking.
If Cassie didn't have it.
True. But I was also kind of talking about how Amos conversation.
Yeah, like if you went with the idea of like trading for information, it would have come out to be a business bond or criminal bond, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Because that's what I want for the game, right? Is I want the game for your roleplay to matter. Because like, that's the thing with Marco. I think if anything, that might be just a problem for Marco's character. You're just too friendly of a guy, too easy to get to like. And so sometimes people just want bond types from you that you don't want.
I gotta like just skip the shenanigans, skip the small talk, go to a business type beat, like all those dialogue options. Marco's the guy to click all the secondary dialogue options.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not. I don't think you did anything wrong necessarily.
I'm
about
not saying
playing
I'm
either.
not saying it did. I'm saying it because I've been playing Rogue Trader, and there are a lot of moments where you can do the like cut the shit, let's just talk business. And then there's a lot of characters who are like, hell yeah, thank God. I don't want to deal with this formality stuff right now.
Yeah.
And Marco would never hear that in his life because he's picking every dialogue option, asking all the questions because he's just like, I'm just too charming, I'm too friendly.
Yeah. And that's kind of like, that was the thing. And like, the thing is, right, Amos is, generally speaking, like a pretty serious guy to some degrees. He has his isms, of course. He's got his things that he's liked. But like, when it comes to work, especially, he tends to get a little serious. And you still cracked that. Technically, you could have been his friend before Cordelia, which would have been funnier.
Oh, that'd be so funny. I wouldn't do that, but like, that'd be so funny. Only because I just think the alchemist bond is probably going to be more useful. I don't want to
The
be
next time Cordelia brings you over to play Guitar Hero with him, and you're suddenly much, much better at Guitar Hero, and Cordelia's like, What's going on here?
Oh, we've been like hanging out.
When did you have time to practice this? Did you buy Guitar Hero on your own?
That'd be fucked up.
It'd be really funny to have the like, that dancing around the "Are you cheating on me?" type discussion about a friendship. Have that scene, and there's like we're business partners.
And I should ask you as well, especially towards you, Slug. Like, I understand the general story you want to have with Amos as a character as well. Do you feel it's too tedious to try to form a second bond with a character, essentially, to get the benefits of both?
Yes.
How does everyone else feel about that?
It does feel weird about the idea that if I'm friends with a person, I can't be friends in a different way or be contacts in a different way with them.
You can.
If
That is a
Slug
thing in the
wanted
system.
to-
Or it's
Yeah.
just tedious.
How is it possible to just be like, I want to visit my bond and actually just pitch hanging out?
Yeah.
And like, and then that turns it into a level 1 personal bond.
Yeah.
So why don't you do that, Slug?
I've been planning on doing it. I've had other things I've been meaning to train. What do you?
There has just that or outings like mission outings.
It
Yeah.
doesn't seem that tedious then, is what I'm saying.
Still feels tedious.
Well, it just sounds like you haven't done it though.
Well, so, like, it's hard to express because, like, it's kind of like a mechanic brushing up against a narrative bit. Because if you spend a lot of time with someone, inherently you would think you'd become friends. Like, even if it's, like, someone you make business deals with all the time. But I feel like the way the game expresses it creates the dynamic that you can have purely business bonds with the character that you are not necessarily friends with. It can make it where even if it's a character you somewhat dislike, you can have a bond with them in that way, and it doesn't necessarily make personal. And a personal bond version allows you to grow closer with a character, especially because personal bond has a lot of ways you can grow it way faster rank wise than other types of bonds, because there's no grades specifically. It's just how much they trust and or care about you.
I mean, it's just the same friction point that we had like early on, because it was like because the bond system we've had like the same type of problem, just a different avenue, where it's the interacting of like a role play versus a mechanic, where the very reductive view of it was characters aren't allowed to have two jobs. They have to be a bond that does a job. They can't also have another thing. It's that like rubbing point where if you're role playing out a character, it's like, oh, this is my buddy, though they're criminals, so we do criminal stuff. Then it's like, well, you're not actually friends. Like the step is to do the mechanic thing.
Well,
Yeah, but then when you're role playing it out, it feels different.
Could a bond, like if someone has like two things they do, like Alex's guy wanted it to be a like fixer and a doctor kind of.
Yeah,
Like, could you have two criminal bonds with him to make him have two criminal jobs for you?
that's a good question.
Yes, you can. And like for two reasons. One, because balance wise, it makes sense that sure, yeah, you can just develop a bond with them in a different kind of way. And it's not that you're getting twice the benefit for a single bond, you know? You have to develop that thing. Roleplay wise, it makes sense because, right, Dr. Nines being like a back alley doctor slash fixer, right? He might like you enough to like want to patch you up, or you know, your friends when you come knocking, but he might not think about you as being necessarily competent or even someone he wants to associate with his fixer side of things. Like, you can't really get mad at a back alley doctor for fixing up like whoever. That's the whole point of a back alley doctor. But it's kind of on his head if he is a fixer for someone who like turns out to like cause problems for people. And so he can trust you in two different ways, even though like you might have a somewhat more congenial relationship with him on one side of things. Does that make sense?
I think the way that would probably feel best is sort of like how it is now, where like you have to do the thing, but like if you've been role playing it in a way where there's sort of an overlap with a different kind of bond with the same person, like if I have a professional bond but I've been visiting them professionally a lot and been very friendly back and forth every time, and then I'm like, all right, I want to do something that is in line with a personal bond. I think it would feel better if you as the GM could just say, well, based on how you guys have been acting when visiting them, like it makes sense for you to have like a level 2 or 3 personal bond at this point.
Yeah,
And like
for sure.
vice versa. Like, so that way you're not like, well, I've like, due to the nature of the story, like I've been visiting him professionally a lot, but like we're friends. But like now that I want to actually put a label on it, we are suddenly level 1 friends. And
Well,
it feels like
like,
starting at the very start.
to be fair, right? That's always a thing because this is a role-playing game and people break the game all the time to do stuff like that anyway. And the whole point of what we're doing is we're testing a system. So,
Yeah.
that's just a thing that could happen. Sure, of course. Also, you could make it a player goal, a personal goal, to just become friends with someone that way. That's also just a mechanic that is in the game that already kind of allows you to do that to some degree.
That's a pretty easy goal, though, if I just have to take the become friends action.
Well, not necessarily. You would have to visit with them. That would count for 1 box. And then you would need to do 2 other different types of things to like become friends with them. You could say, I've been visiting him for a year. That's another box. Sure, you know, I would say that
But
too.
then why would I choose that over the much easier just I want to pitch hanging out to this guy?
I want
and
to
become
form a
friends?
bond as my downtime.
Maybe you don't feel like your character has the time. You know, like, because the thing is, right, your bonds can also just be in the story by being associated with your characters. They're not excluded from being in the world.
No, yeah, if like, if I was going to say become best buddies with Dr. Nines, like, the option I could take is, all right, in this downtime week, I want to forge a personal bond with Dr. Nines.
Yep.
That's a thing I could do.
Yep.
Would it still take 3 like
No.
downtime events?
No. But the
Oh,
thing is,
then-
right, what I'm saying is, if you feel like you can't take that week to do that much, you have this alternative, along with the GM just breaking the game and saying, hey, you can do this.
Yeah, but I feel like it would be like a weird scenario in which I would decide I think that it would be easier for me to slowly over a very long period of time fill 3 boxes than to just wait until I have a week that's open enough to prioritize this.
Maybe. And to be fair, it can also be used to improve your relationships as well. So,
Yeah, if anything, I think a possible solution to this, besides like, I mean, obviously, it can just be kind of hand wave shaken depending on what the story is. If like you're hanging out with a bond and the bond is like leveling, like yeah, say you have like a level 2, that's like level 3 bond. Having it be like, oh yeah, you know, you've just been hanging out with this person, like you've been chilling with them, like this has been feeling more personal than a bit professional bond, for example. You could side level this. You could take this next bond level, or what if you just can yoink a level 1 personal bond, like horizontal level your bonds.
I mean,
based
well,
on roleplay.
in theory, you can technically already just do that anyway. But
Oh, that you can?
well, you can just spend time training them. I mean, like, if you're putting points into, or if you're spending downtime days to improve that bond, you can just do it for the other one, like you're saying.
Yeah.
You know? So, I mean, and then typically if one is lower than the other, it'd be better to do that than to waste your harder to get higher level bond trait thing, you know?
I mean, in the same lens where Buddha was saying, like, if I have a really nice high rank bond, and then like, oh yeah, like, though you're still like level 1 friend, like, it would, I don't know, it would make sense if like I'm level 4 with Dr. Nines. Now, like, I don't know, I can pick up a level 2 personal bond or something, like ability for him.
Also, I want to make special mention as well. The only reason why I brought this up in the first place is because how Cordelia has been role-playing with Amos is more typical of how a personal bond would react versus like a criminal bond, right? You can be narratively friendly and like your criminal bond slash professional bond, alchemist bond, whatever, narratively. It's just, do you want this character to like be your friend, you know, be someone who trusts you and is close to you and stuff like that? Like, I feel like that's a very specific, you're not gonna want that type of bond with every criminal bond slash business bond, whatever you have with every NPC. I mean, maybe you do, but typically you won't, right? You're only gonna want that with like one type of character specifically. And so, like, the reason why I keep bringing it up is because of how Cordelia generally interacts with Amos as a character. And how I can't have him mechanically treat you like a personal bond would just because of that, you know? Like, he can't be willing to go out on a limb for you just because that's how you roleplay. Like, mechanically speaking, there needs to be some cost put into it to get something back, to make it balanced.
It makes sense. It's just, it is the rubbing of a mechanical element between a roleplay element of like, I have a high level bond. We've been hanging out a lot. Whoa there, buddy. Hold your horses. You didn't take the friend action. I'm not your friend like that.
Yeah.
It's always how it hits with SERPs, like mechanical stuff. It can hit that like through line.
It's also just one of those things that, unfortunately, just due to how this game is designed, having an NPC like you is a mechanical thing as much as it is a roleplay thing. And so, you know, the alternative is just go back to how you do NPCs normally, where you just kind of hope they work for you, and you know, you don't get specific benefits, but you don't get specific you don't have to go through specific hoops either, you know. Like, I want the system to reward you for your roleplay. So if you go out of your way to make a bond with a character and interact with them and do all that kind of stuff, I want it to be rewarding in the way that you want it to be rewarding. And so I don't think, like, for instance, with Dr. Nines, right? I don't think you're looking to have necessarily a relationship with him where he's going out of his way to, like, help you or anything.
Oh no, like I'm not like
Yeah.
mechanically interested in making a personal bond with any of my contacts. I think the other traits and bonds are more interesting in what I want to invest in. Like I've read through the personal bond stuff. They're handy. Like don't get me wrong. I just have no want to invest in that with any of these characters. So like mechanically speaking, I'm not going to be friends with any of them.
Yeah. So, you know, like, I don't feel like, or I feel like there's value in if Slug wanted to have an actual personal bond with our character, that there shouldn't be a reason why you shouldn't have to go through the normal channels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you want, well, you know, if you want, do you want to actually like have that kind of stuff, or do you just want Amos to be nicer to you?
Slug's walking back to the mic now.
I see.
I want to actually be friends with him.
Yeah.
I've been planning on making a personal bond with him. Like I said, no time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have just been busy.
Yeah, I understand. And that's just kind of like, that's just kind of one of those things where, like, I totally get it, especially when this game offers you a platter of so many goodies to take from. It's gonna be hard to find time to like do all the things you want to do. It's mostly just because we're showing this off, you know, streaming it, and because I'm testing it, that I'm being more particularly rigid on it than I would probably normally be.
Like I, at least reading through personal bond stuff, if it's like enough work has been done roleplay wise and story wise, I don't see a reason why, like, I don't know, you toss. Oh yeah, you can have them as a personal bond as like a freebie, if like that work has been put in roleplay.
Yeah, I mean, like in a normal game, sure, you know.
Yeah, and like where you're trying to go, like test all the mechanics, test all the rule stuff. It makes sense to do it this way. In a like home game of some form, it would make sense if a personal bond was just like a little more liberally given out.
Well,
Like,
and also,
I can picture it with a little side blurb being like, feel free to just let people like give them personal bonds if someone's really invested in that in other ways.
also makes special mention as well. Most of this kind of relationship with Amos has mostly just been how Slug has been role-playing with Amos. Cordelia hasn't... Well, I guess you're currently on a mission to help Amos out with his whole, like, you know, interests. But that's to fulfill another need that you want from the character from the get-go. But,
Also,
you know,
that was sort of Amos kind of Cordelia, not the other way around.
yeah. Cordelia hasn't done actually any actual, like, narratively relevant friend stuff with Amos, other than just being friendly whenever they're being described as hanging out.
I think it's the same hurdle that happened with Dr. Nines of we made a first background character, backstory wise, that was a bond with the idea of like, oh yeah, this is my friend, and like, oh, I'll make him a criminal bond, hell yeah. So it was built out in like a backstory narrative way. And then when it comes in, it's like, oh, mechanically like expressed, it wasn't the way I thought. So that was me with Dr. Nines.
Right.
So
and that's
like,
kind of the hard part about having this kind of system placed onto that kind of stuff. Because, right, it wouldn't be fair if you could just say, well, but I really like this guy, so can I just get a free bond of a certain level for that, you know? but at the same time, like it can feel really rigid when it's like technically a backstory character. And maybe it's just the book needs specific guidelines on how these types of bonds work. Like under the criminal bonds for the character creation part, it says, this is someone that you associate with when it comes to criminal stuff. You're not necessarily friendly and you don't have to be, but you certainly can if you want to be. But your relationship, first and foremost, is based on your shared criminal connections. You know?
Yeah, having
I also think there's like an interesting thing, like result of that, where in a normal roleplay game, you're like encouraged to make background characters, like characters from your past that your character knows and is like invested in outside of the party and like all that. But in this system, it feels like you're extremely limited in doing that because you only sometimes get like permission to make a background NPC if you choose the right background thing that you only get 3 choices from. So like for me, none of the choices I chose for my background thing gave me a bond of any sort. So it's just like, I guess I don't have any background NPCs that are connected to me before the game
That's actually
starts.
not true, and we talked about it before. Not us specifically, but I said in the game. When you have chance encounter, they can just be people you've known before who are just now becoming relevant in your story.
But like that's also different because it's like, if this is my brother and like I say, like my background is that we got a real good relationship and like we've been like real close since we were little, but like I don't have an option to make a personal bond in my backstory, so he's just sort of there narratively but not mechanically, and now I get the option to make a personal bond and I choose him, but we start at level 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, that can be represented as when you guys became adults. It's been a few years since you've really spent any time together, and now you're just kind of getting to know each other, again.
It's a
but
thing
like,
that, like, with the
what if I don't want to tell that story? Like, what if I wanted to be close to him the whole time, right? Like,
Well,
Yeah.
then
you're
would
just
you say
incapable of having any NPC that you've been consistently close to.
Well, then would you say just the character creation needs an option where you can have a personal bond?
I think either that or like, if you like when you make a bond, if you can pitch like, this is the bond I want to make, it should start at a higher level. Like,
I think
I
it's
think
strictly
it, I think it's sort of, I think it's sort of reasonable to be like, yeah, I've known this person my whole life. Let's start at least level 3 or 4.
And actually, you know what? Now I'm remembering. You can have that. Granted, it's called Loving Home, and it's your parents or guardians as your social bonds. But we could just rename it to family. So yeah, you can already do.
It's the thing of like where it rubs up mechanically, because the bad mechanical answer, and it's not good and balanced, is like, yeah, you can come up with all these characters, you can have bonds as you're entering in with your backstory because you write all this. Oh, now you suddenly have like 10 bonds mechanically as you enter the game. That's not good. But on the other hand, with how it feels with mechanical, there's the rigidness of like, I enter the game with a bond, Dr. Knives. I have a backstory. Like, I live with him. I've been helping him out for a year. You are not allowed to be friends. No friendship here. This is a no friendship zone until the story starts. That's the only time you're allowed to like be friends mechanically. It's not expressing a backstory you've written, and the story you now have to tell is like your character is now getting to know people, meeting them just now. Feels, it's that moment again of like roleplay meeting mechanics. There's the necessity of the mechanic to balance things out, but then it's a role play rigidness of like, oh, I can only write my backstory, and contacts and characters in this way. Granted, that's to make it express mechanically. But
Yeah, I think it's also like an option to do like either like a point buy system at the beginning for specifically bonds, or like you just have like a set list of combinations of bond types you can have, or something like that, where you're, because then it's like encouraging you to flesh out your character's backstory even more with just characters that you already know.
Yeah. The reason why I won't do that specifically is because it would be kind of shitty if the system just mandates you have characters in your backstory. What if you just want to play a lone wolf or an orphan or something, you know? It's like,
I would just not do that then, I guess.
or
But, like,
what if
you could
you're
also
just
not
not
choose personal
interested
bonds.
in that element of the game, you know?
if it was like a point buy system where by having bonds you are like, I don't know, in character creation, there's the trade-off. You have more bonds, but maybe you get like one less little increase, one less specialty thing, one less stat bump. But or you can negate all bonds and get an extra bonus somewhere else.
Yeah, maybe
That's where
it's
I can see
like
that
if you
working.
like if you choose not to have bonds, or to have like a certain limit on your bonds, like only 1 or 2 level 1 or something, then you get like a lone wolf feat or something, a trait that gives you a little skill or something.
Well, the character creation already does this. Many of the bonds that come with a bonds, for instance, provide less skills while still giving you stat
Yeah.
boosts.
But then it's like, if I'm choosing to be well educated, that just inherently means I don't have any friends or family.
No,
No.
because that was the thing. These names aren't like the hard names of like what they actually are. They're suggestions of it. Because I had the same hurdle. Like,
Well,
I had the same thing.
What Buddha is saying is because education is like in the same category as married, for instance, I can't have education and married, right? Which is somewhat
It's
true.
like I can't be both good at a skill and also have friends and family.
Well, then now you're just counter arguing what you were just saying earlier, because you were just talking about
What?
trade-offs with that.
No, because I was saying like if the point, like with the point buy system or something as the example, or like the list of combinations of different bond types specifically, and then you choose not to do bonds, you would get something else on top of it,
Oh, I see.
on top of these things.
And I don't know.
If
I don't.
If I wanted my character to be married, would I have to take that form of married option? Like, would I need to take a social bond thing, or would the story then be I've been in a loveless marriage for 5 years, which is
I mean,
funny. I
That
think it's
can
funny.
be the thing. The thing is, right? What do you want to take advantage of? Because
Have a friend in the game, have like a bond in the game that is because if the answer is like, oh yeah, just you can just role play out this character is like close to you with 0 mechanical benefit, like, all right, yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough.
you definitely can do
Uh,
that.
With how the rules is written, at least so far, a lot of it makes it sound like, oh, like the trust happens when the mechanical bond is here.
Well,
Like, if I
no.
role play out a level
One,
3
because-
married bond.
Much of like the core of the text is just doesn't exist. But here's just a skeleton. So I mean, I guess of course it would look like that because that hasn't been written yet. But more than anything, this whole thing was just brought off by like, I see my player wants to get close to an NPC. And I understand as the GM that player bonds are very good. They offer a lot of really good benefits. Some of which you would probably want to get, you know, like your character, the bond going out and doing things for you. So I mentioned, hey, you can have a dual bond with someone, essentially. The system in no way demands, because that text doesn't exist, that you have bonds or that you can't be friendly with NPCs. The system only provides you benefits if you want them for your relationship with characters in the game. Technically, you can like anyone. Did I demand that you guys have bonds for your missing loved ones? No.
Like-
Because you're not getting benefits or mechanical benefits from them, so there's no need.
Yeah, but like if they weren't missing, it would be weird to have like a wife that you love and have been married to for years and has no benefits for being around them when this guy I just met really de-stresses me anytime I see him.
I mean, yeah, but you have, like... What are you arguing, then? Are you
It's just
demanding
the
that
same
players
thing where
start with
it's like-
bonds?
I mean, I just think it's weird that you can't unless you take the like ones that give you less skills. And,
I'm coming at this from the perspective of like, if there's more character creation stuff, I think like it's having the character creation as it is, like with the 3 steps. I think it'd be cool too with more steps after. I think a push and pull of like you get these bonuses for being a lone wolf, and then a trade-off for that is, but you get less bonds when you start out. Because I think if you have that choice, kind of showing characters like, hey, you can start off like as a well-connected character with a like long backstory, at the downside of you're not getting these benefits. Because I'm coming at this with the argument of, oh yeah, character creation is expanded to mechanically incentivize players to build out more backstory stuff. That sounds like a net positive for the game.
yeah,
I
that's sort of
mean-
where I'm coming out from. But then I'm also adding on the like reverse option of with that, if it's not there, it's doing the opposite in that it's making it harder to have like fleshed out backstories with characters in it.
Well, because like, all right, so the character creation, and to be fair, like I'm open for the character creation being more fleshed out. I'm just trying to figure out like in what way, right? Because the character creation already provides you opportunities to have bonds at the cost of skills, you know.
Yeah, but like as it is now, it's so few things. Like we only get 3 options basically.
Sure.
The end. So it's like if I'm picking that, I'm getting rid of like even if I do just one of them, I'm getting rid of what, 1/6 of the skills I could get potentially.
No, because you typically get a skill. It would be 1/12.
Well, because the ones I got, which I think I chose the ones that give you the most skills, give me 2 skills for each thing I got. And I
Yeah, that's
assume
pretty
one of the ones
standard.
that give you a I assume the ones that give you a bond give you like 1 skill and a bond.
Yes, correct.
So I'm
So if
losing
So
6 of
if
the
you
skill.
took 2, 2, 2, that's 12. But if you took 1, 1, 1 with 3 bonds, then that's 3. But that's because or sorry, that's 6, not 12. I'm dumb. That's 6. But if you took 1, 1, 1 with a bond at each, that's 3. So yeah, you would have half as many skills if you took that many bonds.
Yeah. So it just feels weird to me where it's like if I want to have friends, I can't be good at like particularly good at anything.
That's not true at all. You could be particularly good at like a couple. See, the problem, Booter, is the way you're phrasing it. Is it seems like you're asking for both at the same time. You've said.
the more I-
Well, wait. Let me finish.
yeah, no, you're going.
Because what Booter said earlier was, you should be able to, at the cost of training and things, be able to get bonds.
I didn't say that. That was Alex.
That was
No,
me.
Booter did
And
say
I think-
that.
And that was in a direct response to, I think you should have bonds. And then you said, what if you want to play a lone wolf? And I said, well, then in exchange for not getting bonds, give them something else on top of it.
Well, yeah, but then I said, so are you asking for bonds specifically? And then you said, it's weird that I can't have skills and have bonds at the same time. But you've mentioned several times already the whole, you should be able to not have as many skills or things for bonds. So what I want to just
What?
know specifically, do you just think characters should have bonds outright?
Yeah. I think that should just be like an
Okay.
option you can have at start.
As I've been looking at it, I also think there's a case when it comes to character creation expansion of like, is there a reason to have the like the skill and stat increase stuff melded with bonds, like two-step kind of things. You have like your character when it comes to character creation, and then it comes to like, and then the next step after that is, all right, here's some options about bonds. Like, here are very bond specific character creation stuff.
Yeah.
Like, is there any harm in doing like that? Because I was just reading through it and I'm like, oh yeah, like we can't do it this way because they're like married like this. And it's like, oh, I already am thinking an expanded character creation sounds sick and it'd be fun to flesh out. Is this an avenue to flesh it out?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still like viable to have the option of how it is now. It's like if you really want to go all in on bonds, you can be a complete socialite at the expense of skills. But like,
If you're going that far, that makes sense.
yeah, like, but that's different from me being like, I want a couple friends. I guess I'm not very specialized in anything.
And that's just not true. You can be specialized with a couple friends.
Well, you can be specialized in like one skill.
I mean, as
I would
specialized
get
as
3
you don't
skill
get
points.
many skill points like in the beginning of the game. To be fair, you get
The difference
What,
between
6?
3 and 6 is pretty significant.
I mean, depending. I mean, 6 points, you're really good at 2 skills if you put them all in the same, like, 2 skills. Or you're really good at 1 skill, but you have a bunch of bonds. Which
And that's why I'm pitching the idea of separating it out into the, you're making your character with like the growing up, young adult career, like those stages. So I like the idea of that stage of character creation. It works better than like a full statted thing. And then just more steps of like, all right, when it comes to backstory, it'd be a method of essentially statting out your backstory.
Kind
With
of.
lack of a better word,
Um,
I think that'd be a fun like thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that would necessarily be wrong. The reason why I kind of like the way I set it up is because it creates more of a dynamic character creation process, right? Where your starting character has a lot of choices and you have to make decisions. Especially, and to be fair, the numbers could always be bumped up to feel a little bit better. I just put down some basic ones because I didn't know how they were all going to stack up together. But I could add 1 or 2 points to a lot of these totals, and it'd probably be better, honestly. But the reason why I set it up this way is I want bonds to feel special in the game. I want bonds to feel very important in some way. If everyone just has the choice of bonds right out the gate without really having to make any like paying any kind of costs for it, I think cheapens the idea of the bonds in general.
Counter argument.
Honestly, I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, I think everyone having like 1 or 2 wouldn't cheapen anything, but in the case of how it is now, if I don't have any bonds, then I'm gonna get to the first roll of my event deck and immediately get a bond, and then the next one will probably has half a chance to give me a bond, and the next one has a third of a chance to give me a bond.
I mean, not even speaking from like that level, like when I think about it, the idea of like, oh yeah, if I started with like, I don't know, let's say 2, maybe even like 3 bonds in like different social things. If anything, that's kind of prompting me to want to invest in those bonds and like level those ones specifically. I don't think it cheapens it. I think it's the part I like with the system of mechanically expressing a thing I would do in roleplay, which is always the thing I like. I always love when a game is directly rewarding me for roleplay. And so if I'm making an effort to expand out a character, go all out, and I was given like, oh yeah, in reward with like character creation for leveling into that, like further than it already is. Sweet, yeah, you have like some extra contacts that when you're starting the game, it makes it feel like I've lived in this world a little longer and makes me more incentivized to spend time with them rather than like seeking out a bunch of new bonds.
Yeah, and I think it's like the other way around. If you come at it from the other way, like if I'm making a character and then I have to make bonds for them, I'm forced to think more in depth about my character's backstory and like their place in the world and what they're about and like just making a better character.
Which will always consistently to the part of like what I like about this game, and I think it's a great stimulation of a living world in a tabletop game.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's having a way to prompt characters to start the game with a more fleshed out person by way of the bond system, I think that's a really cool avenue to do that. That's what I like about the bond system. I like about it mechanically incentivizing like your character existing in this space.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially
And so
since
having
like
more expression of that, I think, is a positive. Though granted, I think if you roll up to a game and the character creation is built in a way where you can have, I don't know, like 6 bonds starting out, I think that's a little much. Like that is too far. Having some extra bonds as a side level, I think, does not cheapen the mechanic.
yeah, especially since it's like how the event deck works. It's just like skipping a step of like otherwise waiting a couple months in game, and you'll get there anyway.
Okay. I think I agree. Sorry, I'm formulating what I would do, because I'll make another special mention as well. With the current how I have it set up, you oftentimes start with like bonds that are further along or of like the higher grade than you normally have access to just with chance.
Yeah, I have a moderate social bond.
Yeah, which was a grade 3, which is pretty good considering you have to roll to see if you even get that high, and that's with the type of contact that you can't normally get, which is why like I put them in that system. But I hear what you're saying. Like, it's something that is a really good roleplay aid because it forces you to like create essentially where your character is in the world based on who your contacts are and who you know. And I think I agree to an extent. And to be fair as well, like when I originally created this, the event deck wasn't just like an automatic thing that happened every month. It was something you had to actually spend points into.
Yeah.
Which does change it somewhat. I agree. Though the thing is, I'm trying to think about as well, just for the common player base, right? Because like I know you guys have your particularities, the kinds of things you guys like in tabletop in general. I wouldn't call this group like the standard stock of role players necessarily. I don't know if I want the game to necessarily feel like it has a little bit of extra homework in it, if you know what I mean. For people who do want to earnestly engage in it, not just people who are like, you know, like, I don't care about bonds. I have Schlorbo and Blearbob, and they're my school friends. All right, cool, I'm done. You know, for people who are earnestly interested in getting into the game, bonds are a thing that is a layer of complication and like extra things you have to think about overall. And if you can choose them during character creation, that's a choice you're making, right? But if you are presented the choice of them, and like it's like you either get that or you just get a stat bump because, you know, you're a lone wolf. players are gonna be like, well, I want to actually invest in the game, right? So I'll try and make him bonds, but it just seems like a lot of extra work when you make a character versus when you normally run into a bond like in the game. You still get to choose whether you want that bond or not through chance encounter, and so you can still choose whether you want to. And it's a low level, like entry level bond, so you don't even necessarily need to worry about like how much of a actual relationship you have with the character.
It is like it's the bit where it feels different to have to show up to the game with one than like to discover one through the event deck. And here's my pitch. Here's a pitch of a way to do this. What if there was a fourth step that was social life, and it has like degrees. It's not just like you have bonds, you don't have bonds. Like you can have degrees of what it is, which I think there could be a lot of interesting ways to express this. Do you show up to the game with like maybe a few more bonds, but they're all like low level? You have another opportunity for a like moderate social bond. You get like a bonus in this degree. Like, are you somebody who is connected to people through business? Like, do you have just everybody in your town? You're like a business owner and you know everybody. Are you a person who just has like a pretty strong social circle? Are you somebody who's just like, using one of the earlier words, like, are you just really introverted? Like, so you just spend more time on your own. I think that could be just like, if anything, it'd just be an extra step that has degrees of how far do you want to invest into. Which, because I agree with your point of there are players who just won't want to deal with that in their backstory. But if you give the degrees of like, it's the strength of this game, the opt-in kind of system of it. You have an opt-in level of like the person who shows up with the backstory, and they're like, oh, I can have this name be this thing and this one be this thing. And then the person's like, I don't know, it's my buddy Jim. I don't know if I'm like friendly with him. I'll take this bonus. Fuck it. I think it'd be a way to express it.
Also, I get what you're saying, but it feels strange to be like, this feels like extra homework to think about your character's backstory. Like, because 90 or 80 to 90% of the work that would be going into this is you going, yeah, my character has a friend and this is how they know them, or like, this is my character's family situation, which like realistically you should already be doing if you're making a character.
That's
like,
super not true for most people who make games. I mean, like, have you thought about your family or personal connections when you made like your recent Pathfinder characters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people would say no.
Yeah, but I'm like, usually when you think about backstory stuff, the way that it's encouraged is for you to do that because you make a more fleshed out character. But then if you don't have that, the amount of work to make a character in this system is maybe 5 minutes.
I do think
it's much less than any other system I've ever played. So like, even adding this would still make it so much less work than any other system to make a character in.
I think the worst case of it is less of like, I think some players will take it as like, I don't want to do that homework, let me take this bonus instead. And then maybe they just run better with the character idea of like, oh yeah, I'm making friends during the game.
Yeah, I think there's also an option, like there's the possibility where you can do like, yeah, here, like choose your bonds how you want, or you take the lone wolf thing and get like a bonus for not having any, or you can take this one where it's like you get like the amount of bond points, and as you play through the game you get an opportunity to make a bond and like can basically do like get a powered up bond or something by being like, no, this person's actually from my backstory.
Oh, like a loaded you have a resource or something.
Yeah, like
my
I have
point...
like these levels of bonds in the bank, and if I roll up a personal bond, I can go, actually this one I know them better and it's a stronger bond and it's from my backstory.
My point though is I think some players when they get interact with that, because not everybody does think about a lot of the backstory characters and who's in there. I think the worst case scenario, in all honesty, is they have a bond of a character that just isn't very fleshed out. Like a player just has like, yeah, this is Jim. He's a criminal buddy of mine. He does this for me, and like that is they'll just won't invest as hard into the character of it, and like that's not the best thing you should do as like a role play standard, but like people will play how they want to play.
Yeah. Also, I'm sort of confused as to like where you're drawing the line, Cam, because on a number of other occasions you've come to the conclusion of if this isn't the kind of game you want to play, just don't play the game. But now you're like, if you don't want to make a detailed character in this heavily RPG, this heavily roleplay story-based game where you're supposed to like get super into the story of it, like, then just don't care about your story. Like, it seems weird that this is where you're drawing the line.
So I get what you mean, but let me bring up the social ramifications for what you just said. Are you intentionally trying to attack my overall method?
No,
What are you- what's
I'm
your
not like
aim?
criticizing you. I'm like trying to understand like where, like actually where you're drawing the line. Like is this too far for you, but like something else is like, at what point does it become, if you don't like this, don't play the game?
Well, so the reason why I said that just now, right, is because obviously I want people to make bonds. I've put into the character creation already bonds. It's obvious by the intent of my design that if a player wants to go that far, they can. But I wanted to provide options for players who didn't. So what is confusing about that, and why would you bring it up in that way?
Because what you said before wasn't to have options for people who didn't. It's that
I did,
giving
actually.
options
That's
to
what
people
I said
who,
explicitly.
well, you said that giving options to people who would want to do it, like it at the beginning, would make those people who didn't, like, worse off. Which
Yeah.
is, like, I guess, but if there's just an option to not do it, then they can choose not to do it.
No, but see, the thing is, right, is I've expressed explicitly that bonds are powerful. They are a mechanical benefit your character gets, right? And I also acknowledge they are just more narratively intensive as a mechanic than anything you have. So during character creation, especially when you're just kind of getting into the role, getting into the feeling of your character, I feel like it's very important to offer ways for players to not necessarily engage with that system as is. It just, your comic comes across as like having a particular dislike for like how I'm approaching this situation.
No, like I've said before when you said it, like, as I'm a game designer, I fully understand you should do like the line of, like, you should know where your line is on this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I want to understand like where it is so I can get a better understanding of these situations.
Right, but
And,
how
like,
you phrased it was you had this line before, but now you're saying this. That's very aggressive, and that's very like a call out.
okay. Well, I guess I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's
I was
why
probably
I'm
too
bringing
deep
it
in
up.
thought. Yeah.
So
I'm sorry if it came off that way. It's fully not my intention.
right. So
Yeah.
I'm I'm just trying to help communication, right? Like, I get it, I understand, but I don't necessarily wish to have a more emotional argument about it than an actual, like, I want what you're thinking to be based on practicality rather than how you feel about it, which is why I brought that up.
Yeah, I think all of our goal is to have the game you are making be the coolest game it can be.
Right. Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
It just, that's why I'm trying to facilitate the argument, because the thing is, right, and the thing about this whole conversation, why I enjoy this, and I'm liking this, and you guys are definitely making me think about different ways to do this, but it's okay that we're not all equally capable of like expressing the discourse to like a proficient degree, you know what I mean? So it's important sometimes to like get a base understanding and to get a base like feel for what is actually being said, because
Oh, it's
sometimes
super important.
yeah, because sometimes the way you say things can imply something very different. And so for me, who like my whole job as GM for many of these games is to infer what you guys want out of things rather than what you say. Or like based on how you play or all that kind of stuff. It's important to like be able to break it down and to express it, which I feel like I'm good at. I feel like we can come to understandings based on breaking things down, and we've had good conversations because of that. So that's why I mentioned it. That's why I brought it up. So, you know, I'm not angry or anything. I just wanted to ensure what the vibe was.
Yeah, because like again, I understand designing a game. I support you in having these like these opinions about the thing and like knowing your limits on stuff. It's just I'm not making it, so I have to sometimes figure out where you're standing on things.
It's the respect to the one I remember you saying about your line essentially was the Path of Exile 2
Yeah.
style. It's like some people aren't just gonna like this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
figuring out where that line is makes sense. Though
Yeah.
I do have to dip out of here.
Sure.
So
Alrighty.
I will leave it at I think expanded character creation with a social life bond system that gives you kind of the free options to incentivize out players to invest in systems. I think you can honestly take a lot of these systems that the game is allowing you to opt in, introduce. I think if character creation is expanded to have players be like, oh shit, that exists? Okay. And like they get a small bonus to start it in game, like with character creation. I think it's a cool way to express what this game can do. And
Yeah.
like if that is a method to do it, I think it's a fun method to do it.
Mhm.
So that is where I stand. I think an expanded character creation is a net positive, and half of that reason is because I think you would come up with fun stuff for it, and I want the fun, cool stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I bring up the discourse because sometimes finding the right answer just comes from asking the right questions. So
Oh, you have to hash things out, and like,
Right.
because sometimes you realize the first thing you say, the first suggestion as like hashed out, you're like, oh wait, yeah, that wouldn't work for this reason. It's bad for this reason.
Yeah.
And then you
Right.
come to a thing that is a lot more understandable from all parties.
right.
Yeah.
And I have a lot more to say about it, and I'll talk maybe with Booter some more. But
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
imagine we might chat even on like pre-table talk. Granted, we have guests this time, but
no, not this week.
yeah.
It will
Oh, not,
be
it's not this week.
no, it's after the release.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
That's on me. I imagine we will also talk about that because I mean, that's what we kind of do on table talk. I think they're fun
Sometimes.
conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when it comes up.
Yeah. Feel free to dip.
Yep. All right. Have fun,
Have
gamers.
fun.
I'll catch y'all later.
Bye.
Alrighty.
No. So.
Yeah.
I mean, to answer your question earnestly, after we've hashed that out, I don't see how me wanting to provide a level of like pre-character creation homework versus post is anywhere relevant to people choosing to play this game because it's narratively roleplay heavy or not. Like, I understand that, yeah, bonds are narratively roleplay heavy, but that's before your character even gets made. Some people don't even like making backstories before they start role-playing, even though they really like the deep roleplay. They just kind of like to wing it. You know, I'm that kind of person specifically. I don't see a conflict.
I guess that's fair. I guess going like all the way back to what I think was my thing that my thought that started all this is like I made like a very academic character, so I went for like academic skills and stuff, and so I didn't get any bonds. And in my head, I start my character with 0 bonds, so it's like that's a big barrier for me to then go. I have these important characters in my backstory.
Yeah, and I totally get that for sure, but there's a player who can make your same exact character who doesn't think that they would necessarily have characters that they're that connected with, even their own parents necessarily. Like,
Yeah,
they raised me, sure, but I'm not that close to them. Your closeness to these backstory characters is purely determined by your thought, that your idea of it. And the thing is, how the character creation was already made, the implication is rather than spending time on certain skills, you spent time with certain people instead. So, yeah, a character who didn't spend a lot of time forming their bonds with these people would have a lot more skills. They had a lot more alone time and a lot less diversion. While a character who takes one or multiple of these bond choices would have, spent more time with those people and less time studying, doing whatever,
yeah. Yeah, I think the other thing I'm having trouble with is like the idea that you could have like important characters to your character, but like them not being bonds. 'Cause it feels like putting like the mechanical like benefits behind it is like planting the flag in the ground that like this is an important bond. So like if I have this bond with mechanical benefits, it feels like the bond without mechanical benefits is just inherently not as close and like not as important.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, that's a very like right brain, even though that's kind of dated terminology, but it's the best I got. Right brain kind of thinking.
Yeah.
The game is a representation of the story. It's not necessarily a representation of your characters' lives, because the only things that really matter is what happens during the story. So, like, and not only that, but like a lot of it is just more complicated than that. I love my mom. My mom is incredibly important to me as a person. She helped raise me. We've had a good enough relationship. She's helped me a lot here in my adult life. But I would say personally, I'm not that close to my mom despite all that. Her importance to me, as well as like her overall relevance in my life, is in no way determinant of how close as individuals we are. She barely knows what I like or dislike, So in this game, if I was playing, it would make a lot of sense that a friend of mine that I met like a month or two ago and have been hanging out with kind of just knows me and is more like relevant in my life than my mother, who, doesn't live with me, helps me out from time to time, but really not anything like substantial. And the thing is like a lot of these ideas or points are implying certain things about your character already that should have been considered during character creation.
Yeah.
And I understand the argument of, well, I guess I can't, have an education and be married, because like I do understand that point to some degree. Married doesn't exist in anywhere other than young adult, for instance.
Yeah.
But the implication isn't that you're not married. it's that your spouse, you know, whatever, isn't relevant to the story, mechanically speaking. If you want them to be relevant, then of course you would take married instead. And then you might say, well, but I also want to be an academic character. Then you can say, well, you know, you could have started off with well off. You could go into a career that's a scientist or something like that. And obviously, I do think we need more general choices for this stuff. This was just something I threw together just to help y'all make characters, to give you some ideas,
Yeah.
and just to stat things out. But the overall idea is that the game puts mechanics on the parts of the story that you feel are relevant to your character. And that's just a weird way of saying that bonds are statistical advantages for your character, and so you have to make choices whether you want those to be statistical advantages for you or not.
Yeah.
You know, I understand. I understand.
I-
It definitely feels very inorganic.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing of like trying to look at it, since it's like a very narrative game, trying to look at it very realistically when it does have to have like mechanics behind balancing things,
Yeah.
which just sort of makes it a little off. And I think I also just sort of have like a misjudgment of stuff, because like we started with 6 skill points max, so in my head I'm like, all right, so 6 skill points is the max you start with. Cutting that in half is very significant because you only start with 6, but like in reality, like in the game as a whole, like 6 skill points is basically nothing. Like it's not, like 3 skill points is not significant in the game.
Yeah. And to be
Like-
fair, I do think I just need to bump some of these beginning numbers out.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, because how it is now, I guess it was just like I was giving things like significance based on character creation alone rather than the whole game as a whole, I
Right.
think.
which is important to recognize. I do think overall character creation, I just need to add more skill points into things.
Yeah.
Which, ironically, or coincidentally maybe, would give you more to do because you have to choose more talents at that point. But
Yeah.
I would say overall that's less than worrying about relevant NPCs in your character's story.
Yeah.
I do think I would need to bump those up. And honestly, as well, I'd probably just make a lot of these minor social bond things into moderate social bonds, which is just they're social bonds that start at 3 points, which is a significant amount of in-game time. Because
Yeah.
to get a bond to rank 3 isn't just like the standard skill rank equivalent of
They like go on cooldown.
like 6 weeks, because they go on cooldown. Yeah.
Yeah. And then on top of that, it's like, I guess if you're like specifically playing a character focused on bonds, it wouldn't be like this. But for, I guess, all the characters we're playing, it seems to universally feel like it's harder to warrant devoting time to a social bond over like advancing the story, or if we don't have to advance the story, like just boosting our skills.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, could be made as an argument of having more fleshed out bonds at the beginning would be better, because then it's harder to, because bonds are such a hard thing to invest time into. There might be just some
Yeah.
characters who will have a bunch of like rank 1 bonds because they just don't have time for any of them.
Yeah, I think there's also like the option of like choose these bonds, but you don't have to flesh them out now. Like flesh them out when they become relevant in the story, but you have the bonds.
Yeah, and I mean, like, of course, that's always like an answer, but I don't think mechanically it is now because we have the middle month roll thing where you could just run into that
Yeah.
bond. So that's a little bit harder to do now because you just have a really high chance of meeting them in the first session.
But then the difference would be the like you're if you're rolling a random encounter, you're usually getting like a lower level bond than you would it from the ones you're starting out with from character creation.
Yeah, which I thought, which I think is good because the character creation
Yeah.
ones should be stronger in general.
I
But to be fair, like, it's really easy for people to have people in their lives that they honestly don't have very strong bonds with. You can have friends, but the whole thing you only do is you sometimes game on the weekends. Like, how personal bond talents like express it is the higher the rank, the more you and this person are just like very close knit, willing to do more of that kind of stuff. So I don't think narratively how the game is set up is inaccurate. That doesn't mean it feels better as a game. I don't think it's inaccurate though.
I will say then it feels weird to just like once you start playing, like anyone you run into can suddenly become like a really good friend. It's like you're much more likely to just like have someone that you're actually close to. It feels a lot like the like I know it's like a mechanical thing that makes sense because you started playing the game, but if you look at it like in world explanation, it's like you suddenly woke up one day and decided to be a good person to anyone you meet.
Well, no, and I've expressed already before, your
Yeah.
bonds that you make through chance encounter can be characters from your backstory.
Yeah.
They're just characters that for one reason or another you didn't have a very strong bond with, or maybe your bond had deteriorated up until that point. An old friends that you haven't spoken to in years. Your mother finally has taken interest in things that's going on. Like, a lot of this context is just missing from the game currently because I haven't written it. Like,
Yeah.
the whole point of what we're doing is play testing. And so, like, it's important to have these moments, right, where we actually take a look at it and see, does this make sense? Would this be better or would this not be better?
Yeah.
For sure. But I feel
Also
like a lot
problem
of...
that I just don't have any experience with it myself.
Yeah, I think a lot of the problems that have come up is mostly just there's no context for a lot of these things because you guys are looking at it only as how I've expressed it or through my admittedly pretty bare bones rule book up until this point.
Yeah.
But that's just because it's important to it's important for me to get a feel for how these things interact. Like, I don't want bonds to be more or less a thing than necessary. I want people to have the choice of not having bonds if they really want to.
I will say every time you talk about bonds, you speak about them like they're this really good thing that will help you so much. I feel like maybe that's true if you really try to wring the use out of them as much as possible, but while we're playing, at least in my experience, it feels like bonds are sort of like a supplementary thing at best, where it's it's nice to have them.
To be fair, you haven't had the chance to upgrade or work with any of your bonds or even have any special types of bonds.
That's fair.
You only have a personal bond, I believe.
I have a professional bond now.
Oh yeah, who is that?
What was his name? Stuart?
But like I would say for the story overall, like Cordelia learned mystic arts through a bonds.
Yeah.
And also technically y'all are learning alchemy through a bond, narratively speaking.
I guess so, but it, like, at least for the Mystic Art ones, and I guess kind of for the Alchemy one, it feels like you're not learning those because they're your bonds. You're learning them because you looked for someone to teach you those things, and then, like,
Yeah.
because the Mystic Art one, she wasn't a bond until she already taught the stuff, right?
No. She was a bonds. Well, yeah,
the same
no,
time.
technically they happen simultaneously. Because
Yeah.
Cordelia had to make a successful first impression and form them as a bond to be taught the mystic arts.
Yeah, but like, so like, making the bond was good, but then it hasn't really come up again. But I guess we haven't played that much, so I don't know.
Well, not since that bond was formed, anyway. Also,
Yeah.
this campaign has been very short. You know, we're still not that deep
Yeah.
in. And that's also just a thing. Sometimes a lot of this isn't going to be completely hashed out until we just do it more, which is why, you know, I've been so intent on continuing this even after we swap to a different game for the live stuff.
Yeah.
But like, my intent with bonds overall is bonds are supposed to open doors and give players access to things they normally don't have access to. Like in criminal bonds, you can get access to the black market. Through mystic bonds and many of the other supernatural bonds, you get the what was it? Secret markets, which gives you access to the unique ingredients and stuff and all that kind of stuff. But even like more than that, bonds are actual characters that you can contact for any kind of thing. We've done that before. It's not like explicitly written into the mechanics that you can do so, but like Amos has been called and asked questions, and so has Delphinia. The problem is as well, you guys are just, your bonds at this rank are just not necessarily that much better than you. Like, they know it a little bit, but they're not like pros yet,
Yeah.
you know? And that's the thing, is like, there is a connection score in the game where you can get connected to people who are a lot more experienced and a lot better at those things than your current bonds. You can also work with your bonds to increase their grade to make them better. And many of the talents that bonds have are actually really good. I mean, if you use business bonds correctly, you can make your character pretty rich.
Yeah, I've seen some good business bond stuff.
So, like, the hard part is, like many things, when it comes to like forming relationships with people or building a business, it's not something that just happens overnight. It's going to take a lot of time and effort, which is how I feel like the game is expressed. But I do understand that that's not game-feely good at the same way, you know? It feels like it takes a while to get things improved. But like I've told you guys before, if this was like Pathfinder or something, your characters are like level 3 right now. Like between
Yeah.
3 and 5. So you guys are just not that far in the game. And you're not really seeing the major impact. You guys haven't even seen many of the skills past 3rd rank. And they're gonna get
Yeah.
way stronger after 3rd rank.
I think that's also like an interesting thing to think about, is that like if we were playing Pathfinder and I was sort of feeling like I don't know, my character's not really like very good at what I wanted to be good at, and like not very strong or anything, I could look and go, well, I'm only at level 3 of 20, so obviously I'm not going to be very good. But in a game like this, where it doesn't like have a level system like that, it's just sort of very progressive, consistent progress. It's like it's harder to see the end point and how far away you are of it, so it's like a bit harder to get like a good feel of how strong I should be how good I should be at something. So it's like I don't like I know that this is like early game stuff still, but it's sort of like I can know that logically, but it's like it's sort of still on a graph, like a line of it's I'm at this point and it just sort of goes to a nebulous off into the distance.
Yeah.
Or like I like for all I know, like I have no idea when I'm because I'm just sort of constantly getting stronger. I have no idea when I'm gonna like get to the point where I've hit mid game or late game, like which makes it sort of harder to gauge, I guess.
Yeah. That's an interesting point. Do you think that's a problem for the system, like how people would interpret it?
I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's more of a problem of like an incomplete system with how we're doing it, where it's like I feel like if we were going into this and it was like a completed thing already.
Like
we
if
could
you knew what you
probably-
were fully capable of?
Yeah, like it wouldn't be as like concrete as another system like Pathfinder or something, but it would still be like I can look over and go, okay, I'm about 10% of the way through the power scaling system in this game.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a way you could technically look at it is based on how many ranks you have in your skills and what your highest ranks are. I mean,
Yeah.
there's 10 total ranks, right? But people are barely hitting 4th rank in many things. And
Yeah.
and not even that many things. Like, there's obviously a lot. And to be fair, like, the intent is that you can play as much as you want and have as many stories and your characters
Yeah.
are developing. I do think it's an interesting thought, though, of players needing a meter stick to gauge how powerful they actually are, because it's hard to know what you're actually capable of or not capable of.
I think another thing might be like in game there's not much to compare ourselves to. Like 99.999% of the characters and things we come across in game are mostly normal people. Like they might be just barely starting out on the thing, but then even then they're like worse than us most of the time. So it's like in my character's experience, I'm sort of like one of the most powerful people, which
Mhm.
then like playing that character makes me the player go, I guess I'm kind of powerful in this game already, in this world.
Yeah, even
Which
though you're
is-
like 6 session ends and you're effectively dealing with
Yeah.
goblins.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of a I think it's just like a compounding effect of the not having a clear understanding of where the power system ends in the game, and also like the nature of like a hidden world type game where the real stuff isn't available to the general public and you got to sort of feel your way around it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for sure, and to be fair, like that should just this should be expected because this is the experience y'all more or less signed up for.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like bad. It's
Yeah.
sort of like something you gotta keep in mind when thinking about things, because it's not the usual experience.
Yeah, well, and I was going to continue on to say that but it's interesting to get these kind of perspectives, because some of the standard like things in games, you don't realize how used to that you've gotten until you start playing something very different.
Yeah,
Because like if we were playing a normal fantasy game, if we were fighting goblins or kobolds or whatever, we'd be like, okay, this is still beginner stuff. But in this game, like, the goblins and kobolds are just normal people. So it's just like,
Yeah.
here's a guard, and you're like, okay, this is another person, right? Like, how strong should they be? But how the scope of the game is like, oh, this is a guard. Oh man, we're in early territory.
Yeah, I think it's also like these are the like only people we've met with superpowers, and also they're heavily connected to this god, and we like kind of foiled a god's entire plan, which feels pretty late game, but like in reality, like the god was barely involved to the extent of their abilities to get involved.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, if I wanted to further increase the ramifications, like some of the injuries your character has received, for instance, for corruption and madness, you've received some pretty serious injuries, but they didn't actually form injuries. Some of them gave you dark truths, which gave you deep information, which gave you new skills, which sounds cool.
Yeah,
And then the
that
other one
was
was a
hype.
stalker.
And that's less hype.
But like,
It's hype. It's bad.
yeah. But like the thing is like stalkers are serious business because they're a constant source of increasing madness that you can't resist.
Yeah.
Every encounter is just more madness, and until you deal with the stalker, your character's eventually gonna go insane.
Yeah.
Which is actually pretty scary. And then like the dark truths that you got did come with some madness, I believe, a little bit.
I rolled about as good as I could and only got, and I got the go into a coma for as much madness as you can't have, and I only had the one.
Oh,
so I got,
yeah, that's
for 1
right.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I rolled literally as good as I possibly could. Yeah, but like with what I was saying, I think like it's sort of like becoming better with the introduction of like that organization and stuff, because we got the guy that showed up and absolutely rocked already shit. So like we're like, oh, okay, this guy's powerful. Like that was sort of the first time we had like a benchmark to compare ourselves against, and we were significantly less. And he seems to be like middle manager level at best.
Yeah. Well, he's like he's like the Captain Dunn of you know. Like he's good, he's proficient. He's no like Kalongo, but
yeah, he's no core member of this organization, but he's an elite.
But yeah, he's definitely a guy you don't want to get on your bad side. And like your guys' combat score isn't even that good. You're just 3. You're considered competent, like roughly.
Yeah.
And not even like that competent. You can defend
like,
yourself against a common thug, probably.
Yeah, realistically, our ability to fight is about the same as a normal person, but we have some superpowers sometimes that help.
And I guess, well, you know, since we kind of opened this door, how do you think the playtest is going so far?
I think it's going pretty well. Like, there haven't been any like super major issues that like grinded everything to a halt or anything, obviously.
Yeah.
Which is about as good as you can ask for in a playtest.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I feel like all the changes that we've made have sort of been kind of natural as well.
Yeah.
Just sort of implemented well, and like, I don't know. Feels like it's going pretty snazzy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's sort of a good feel of like every time we make progress in game, we're like getting a better idea of different aspects and our opinions on them.
Yeah. Because that's always the hard thing about, because like honestly, I've never made a TTRPG, right?
Yeah.
it's hard to know how much do you need to actually develop to like actually start working on the game.
Yeah.
And to be fair, and I'll toot my own horn here a little bit, I feel like I designed a very good core structure for the systems in general
Yeah.
that, at least for the immediate future of playing, I don't foresee many problems. And I feel like a lot can go. The only hard part is just sometimes I have to sit down for a couple hours and make new talents for skills.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say that you're proficient enough in TTRPGs in general that you made a game in which there's probably not going to be a moment where something comes up and you go, well, I guess I got to scrap this whole section.
Yeah. To be fair, I've done that plenty of times. I had many other ideas for games before this one that didn't work out. But
Yeah.
I got a vision of how the system works, and I was like, this feels really good for some reason. I got to try it. And I'm glad we did, because I feel like it's been really good.
I agree.
How would you say your overall level of fun with the game has been so far?
I've been really liking it.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely a good sign that multiple times I've been like, I could see myself playing a character that does this sort of thing. It's like built for this.
Yeah.
Like, I've never sort of been like playing and been like, I don't think I'd be interested in doing that with a character.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and obviously I'll end up asking these questions again at some point to everyone when we're playing the last session, which is coming soon. We only have 2 more sessions.
I want to kill this deer and upgrade my familiar so bad.
I know. I want you to as well. I didn't think killing this deer. The name for the last couple sessions have not been not been accurate.
Has it been, we're gonna kill this deer every time?
Kind of, yeah.
I was also expecting to do it a long time ago, and then things kept coming up. It kept getting pushed back further and further. I was like, why are we still not killing this deer?
Yeah, to be fair, a part of this was my fault, kind of, for creating an event where Marco got a cool gun. Which was fun, and I like that in random events. But that did just postpone things. Yeah, I feel like the game's really good, though I understand the hard part about it is we're going through the trenches of the early game, which in no TTRPG is ever really that fun. Like, we've been having fun, and I've had fun early game in some other TTRPGs too, but you're always in a constant state of wishing your character could do more, had more, was better at things, you know?
Yeah.
And it's been really no different for this system as well. Everyone's been like, I just need to keep training and get these skills up, keep training and get these skills up.
Yeah.
And I feel like the game more takes off after like another 10 sessions.
Yeah. I feel like once you get like a solid foundation in, which I don't know if that's a good thing. It's a bit strange to be like, it's like there are, like, to use another example, how many times have you heard someone say, I'm not going to watch this show because you have to get through a season or 2 before it finally gets good? Like, it feels like that, where it's like, no, you got to play like 20 sessions of the game before it really kicks off. But like it's good the whole time, but like it does sort of feel like it's interesting to think like the difference between like training your skills from like week to week, month to month, and like gradually progressing them gives it a completely different like vibe to like leveling up and then getting a bunch of things at once.
Yeah.
Because like if I'm leveling up normally in like Pathfinder or something,
right,
like I'm like, okay, I don't have like the skills that I want. I just got to wait till I level up.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of doing the things, and then once I level up, I get a bunch of things. I go, okay, I want these. and then I want some of this, but I gotta wait till my next level up. But in this, it sort of feels like I don't have the skills I want. I need to drop everything and get those skills, and like I need to really like time manage myself, which I think has a lot of fun aspects to it, but it also gives it a feeling of like
Grindiness.
kind of, but it's sort of a feeling of like I'm always just a little behind,
Yeah.
because it's like, all right, I hit the goal that I was aiming for, but I also have 3 other things that I
Yeah.
want. So like I guess just start the next one, which like I don't think is bad.
Yeah. I agree.
It's just a different vibe.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, is
I've,
kind of
I've
what I
never
wanted.
really, yeah, because I've never really felt like my character sucks, I guess, because I don't have all these things I want. It's
Yeah.
just sort of like my character's getting better at this.
I mean, to be fair, the system's very well designed to make the early game as interesting as possible because you're consistently getting new stuff every session. You're
Yeah.
getting new talents, your skills are increasing, you know. And we talked about it earlier, but this is a slower paced game. It's just designed
Yeah.
to be. And so, like, the thing is I think we hit a very good vibe for the game that moving forward, if you have that in mind, I think works, which is just this game isn't a grind dungeons, fight monsters, level up game. This is a game where you play a character in a world, and if you're going to get good at a skill, you have to invest time into it.
Yeah.
And the game provides a variety of ways that can be interacted with that isn't just I do this week, I do this week, I do this week. It can be that sometimes, but with the player goals and how some of the other talents like interact with each other or not, it's definitely not feeling like a grind. It's more of just like you got to, it's just like, oh fuck, I just a couple more weeks and I got this, and then we can do the story thing, you know.
Yeah.
And when the story comes up like it did recently, you get a chance to really like use your skills and know and get a feel for like what you're missing, or get a feel for like, oh yeah, I got this new talent, how does this work? Oh, that feels kind of good. Okay.
I will say it, like, before we would always talk about like we're still in the tutorial basically,
Yeah.
and like once we beat the cult and like had that dealt with, it really did feel like we left the tutorial and like the game sort of changed, where like it, like, nothing huge was added to us, but it just sort of like the events and like our characters' abilities that we had accumulated, it just like all of a sudden sort of felt like all right, now my character is capable. Like now I feel like I can do things and like have things to do, and I feel like you're saying like 10 sessions or so it really pops off. I feel like there's also a distinct marker right when we beat the Colts of this is the next section, and it felt like it popped off from there as well.
Yeah,
like,
how many sessions ago was that actually?
It was like 2 or 3.
Or sorry, how many sections were we into it at that point?
Oh, like 10 or so?
Yeah. Because like I'm gonna be real, I don't remember how many actual sessions we've had so far.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had one offline one. So this is actually the 7th session.
Ooh.
Oh no, never mind.
Alright.
There's been more. One didn't have the same screen. 8. This is the 8th session, I believe.
All right then.
Oh no, never mind. All right, I gotta redo
Oh.
this. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because we had an offline one. Right. So 9th session.
Today was the 9th session.
I believe so. Yeah, 3:33. First stream 3 months ago. And
Less than I
then
thought.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sessions. I don't know how I keep miscounting. 10 sessions. I
We're
promise.
getting
it's 10.
closer. Every time you count, we're getting closer to what I thought.
Yeah, 10 sessions here. So
Yeah.
we are now 10 sessions in.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 10 sessions for sure. Double counted. All right. I got the same result twice. That's a start. But it doesn't feel like 10 sessions, right?
I feel like it feels like more.
It does.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing?
I would have said that it was about 10 sessions when we beat the cult.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think it is. It feels like
I think-
a lot more has happened than what would normally happen in 10 sessions of a
Yeah.
game.
I feel like it depends on why it feels like it's longer. Because I feel like it could feel like a lot of stuff happened, so it must have been longer, or like
It
we were-
dragged. So.
it dragged on. I don't necessarily think it felt like it was dragging.
I don't think so either.
Like there were moments where I was like, okay, my skills just sort of aren't up to par, and I gotta keep going. And it like dragged for a little bit, but I don't think it was like significant.
Yeah.
It just felt a little grindy for like half a session or so.
And so for like 10 sessions in, especially now because you guys are starting to touch more on the supernatural stuff that's happening in the game with those skills and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I feel like the game's in a good spot. I feel like
I agree.
the first few sessions in any game is going to be awkward no matter the system because you're learning it,
Yeah.
you're figuring things out. You have to go through the tutorial parts if you're really fresh to it.
Yeah. Like I feel like if basically any system you play, if you're starting at level 1, this is about how long it would take to get to where we are.
Yeah, like level 3-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I was to look at everything you guys are overall capable of, you guys have some pretty impressive kits for like all the talents and things you can do.
Yeah.
But I don't think
I agree.
to a degree that makes it feel like you're overpowered for where you're at.
Yeah. I would agree. And I feel like the story feels like it's kicking off to support that we're capable now, where it's like
Yeah.
look at our story goals now. We went and did a heist on the military. We're about to go hunt and kill a magical creature. There's a cryptid waiting to be murdered.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and like, especially now that Slug has touched enhancement, and oh god, enhancement's so cool.
It honestly seems a bit busted.
It's kind of supposed to be because it's at a rank where you guys should be starting to need some of that juice.
Yeah.
Also, to be fair, for enhancement specifically, it's going to feel really good now, but later you're going to be craving those potential points, those potential energy points, because they just don't come that quickly.
Yeah.
So it's just like, right now Slug's really good. Slug's character is roughly as strong as can be as strong as like a bear.
Mm-hmm.
But in a game of cryptids and gods and stuff like that, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And there'll be
I guess it's just one of those things like we were talking about earlier where like we don't really have much to compare it to yet, so
Yeah.
it feels incredibly strong.
well, and that's also the thing of like starting stat points where Slug was like, I don't feel like we got enough stat points. And then after getting enhancement, Slug's like, I feel like we got more than enough stat points.
Yeah.
Because that's
Just
intentional.
because stat points became irrelevant to Slug.
And like that was intentional because I know of the things I want to put into the game that are going to allow your characters to get your stats a bit more juiced up. And
Does enhancement only do like physical stuff too?
yeah,
All right. Then I'm definitely not going to spec into it.
yeah.
I'm not a coward. I'm committing.
Alchemy will have more of the mind altering stuff.
Yeah. I'm probably going to get into that.
Yeah.
At least a little. Though I don't want to step on Devin's toes.
Well, alchemy is going to be like multiple skills as well, so.
Yeah. I mean, I assume it's going to be similar to like occult and mysticism.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just it's hard because y'all can't look at the book. You can't see what you're going to get in the future, and I do think that alters the game experience, which is interesting because
Yeah.
does that mean the game is good if everyone is still pretty interested in the game despite that? I don't know.
I don't know.
Or is it setting like expectations, like people are imagining what the game could be that might
Well,
not
here's
get
my
fulfilled.
argument. I never know what's coming in a game, in a new system.
Yeah.
I don't look ahead. I don't like read into a system before I play it. Because I don't really need to know that much as a player.
Yeah. I mean, I unfortunately have to just because I'm a GM and I have to know
Yeah.
the rules.
When you're the GM running the game, you got to know basically
Yeah.
the whole system. But
But I know like people like making builds and everything like that, and I feel like this game is definitely gonna have a lot of build potential with
oh yeah,
talents and stuff like that. Players are
I
gonna
feel
be
like
like, I
people
need to
who
get to this skill.
really
this
get it
skill.
this game are gonna have spreadsheets on spreadsheets.
Yeah. And I like how some of the roleplay elements are coming in, but like I said before, it's advanced and
Yeah,
it can be hard to accurately describe to people sometimes.
yeah,
Especially because like I'll be real, talking with Alex during the scene earlier today, it was really rough because I knew absolutely what he wanted. And he kept saying his character was saying things and doing things. And I was like, all right, so he wants to roleplay this. I got it. And then he's just like, hey, you want to tell me your secret? And the guy's like, no. And that was
Yeah.
about where he stopped.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you want to go for the role play thing, but then when it's like not going the way you thought and planned, you're like, maybe I'm just doing it badly, and I don't have the ability to like role play it how I wanted to, and then
Yeah.
that's what I was getting out of it, where it's like,
Yeah.
I think where Alex was like, I want to do it the right way, and then it started going bad, and was like, maybe I just am doing it wrong and don't know how to do it, so should default.
Yeah. Which is what I was trying to help with the best I could.
Yeah.
Because like I can get into the mind of the characters. I feel like I'm pretty competent as a GM and as a role player. That if a player competently came at me with a conversation to get that information out, I wouldn't withhold the information because they didn't make a check.
Yeah.
But like I, sitting in the shoes of Amos in that moment, was not being convinced to
Yeah.
give
I also
any
think
information.
There's a level of like, usually that's not how games work, where like you're gonna have to make the check. So I think Alex was also coming at it from a perspective of like, I'm gonna say what I do and like role play it good, but I'm gonna have to make a check eventually.
Well,
So
no,
he
because
wasn't,
he
like-
said explicitly, well, I was just trying to role play it, you know. I wasn't
Yeah, but
I
don't
wasn't
think
trying to
that's
make a check.
exclusive. Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I do think there is a level of like if someone is expecting a check, like even if they want to role play it all, they probably won't go all the way out, and like
Maybe.
it's sort of harder to like I think it's just one of those things that needs practice. Where like in most games we wouldn't need to role play it out like that, and so it isn't really an option for us, and we just don't do it.
Yeah.
So then when we come here and it is an option, it's like not our first instinct to do that, right?
Well, to be fair, and nothing against Alex, I think Alex is a great guy and overall pretty reasonable and charismatic and all that. Alex is not, I think, as much of a suave conversationalist as he might think he is sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'm in Marcos's mind. I'm doing the suave things, or I'm describing them. And it's like, okay, cool. I get that. Sure. But, you know, just because you're being congenial, you're being easy to talk to or anything like that, doesn't make someone want to tell you their secrets just outright without any specific prompting.
Yeah, it felt to me like it was sort of the disconnect between reality and a game, where you're like, is a game like I'm doing the right things, and it's like, yeah, but you, like, if you look at it realistically, you just walked up to this guy for the first time and asked for his secrets.
Kind of,
like,
yeah. Well, and
you
it
can
wasn't
be
even that.
cool and nice as you want, but like it's gonna be harder than that.
It was also just Alex was saying he wanted to roleplay the things, but half the things that he was doing with his character was kind of like not in actual roleplay, but implied roleplay,
Mm-hmm.
which is just kind of what a dice roll is.
Yeah.
And I was doing my best to facilitate it. I knew what he wanted. I was trying to guide the best I could, but like, you know, leading a horse to water and all that.
Yeah.
And I think that's just the hard part of it, is just like, I'm saying I'm doing all these things. Why is it not happening? Is just like, well, because you're either role playing it out and you're actually doing it, or you're saying you're doing these things and making a dice check.
Yeah.
There's no in between. I can't make this character like you more in roleplay when you just say I do things that will make him like me.
Yeah.
Like, I understand if you say, well, my character's charismatic. It's like, cool, roll the dice. That's where your that's where your stats are saying your character's good at rolling, because that's what your character does. I don't have a problem with your character being charismatic. But I'm not just going to tell you the secrets unless you actually convince me in roleplay or roll some dice.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I feel it's one of those things where it'll get better over time.
yeah. I mean, sure. This is a game that demands more roleplay. And
Yeah.
I wanted to also make it explicit that Alex's roleplay did have an actual effect. You know, he did make that character like his character. And if he so chose, he could have formed a personal bond, which is a thing. And that's the thing you can do with many other NPCs. It's just, we haven't had that practice. And even if this game was fully developed, right? Like fully written out and anything like that, I don't think this whole process would be any easier.
Yeah. I don't think so either. I think it's just sort of like a learned habits type of thing where you're playing a different kind of game and you gotta get used to that and keep things in mind so that you don't play it like you normally would in a different system.
Yeah. Which is hard, and it's hard for me. It's hard for me not to feel like I'm being elitist about it, almost, I guess is a way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
If it makes sense. Because I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
elite. I've had really good roleplay before, and I know what really good roleplay looks like. And, like, what Alex was doing was not really good roleplay.
Yeah.
Not that it was bad, and not that Alex is a bad role player, but it's just it's hard for me not to try to talk down to everyone but it's hard when it's a social game and it relies on a lot of like social communication type
it's a
skills.
bit too personal to be like, because if you're like your skill in this is bad, it's sort of like you're punching past the character to the player a little.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, you know, like I'm just trying to be as good at this as possible. I'm trying to be as good of a
Yeah.
GM and good at role playing as possible, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also like you do gotta like put your foot down on that sort of stuff, or else like we won't ever get better at it. Right?
Yeah.
Like if you see us doing the mistakes and then just go, well, I guess I'll just give it to them. Like it's just reinforcing the habits.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair as well, right? In school, you're not taught to properly communicate with people.
Yeah.
Like earlier we had in our discussion, I had to stop for a moment and be like, "Hey, so are you intending on attacking me? Because the way you're phrasing this is that way. So, let's take a moment and like actually look at this, because this is a really good opportunity to be like, how you word things, how you imply things are important in the situation.
Yeah.
And even though that's not your intent, and I wasn't necessarily implying that it was, just expressing how it was coming across,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And like, it's something that I do that I notice that not many other people do, which is call out the bad social moments that people make, social mistakes, missteps, whatever, to work on them. Because most of the time people are too awkward or not socially adept enough to like work through that stuff. And sometimes it turns into a fight for some people.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I've been pretty competent at like working through it to make that not the case.
Yeah. I feel like it's just sort of like a trust thing where like we can have those sorts of talks, because it's like I said something that was not worded great, and I'm sure believed that I wasn't trying to come at it like that, and then you can say that to me and I believe that you're not like unbelievably offended at what I said.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's because I work really hard on communication in general,
Yeah.
and it's a mutual bond that has to be built between, you know, me and my players.
Yeah.
But that's also a thing of just like, it's important to look at this system and not put those expectations on the people playing the game.
Yeah.
And so that's why I do try to offload some of the more heavy moments into things that are a choice, that aren't necessarily like more or less power.
Yeah.
Because especially because like how like during my character creation stuff, and another reason why I kind of like the way it was designed, like I do think I need to up the skill points in it at least. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing with bonds in general, bonds cannot be associated one for one with skills, because
Yeah.
bonds require that the player is capable of using them to get the most out of them.
Yeah, I feel like bonds are definitely like you have to actively look for opportunities to make use of them, where skills is just like a thing that you can use.
Yeah. Skills are very low effort power, while bonds are very high effort power.
Yeah, and it's just sort of like I guess I can't speak for the others, but for me at least, it's like there's a level of separation between me and bonds where I'm like, skills on my character sheet, that's my thing, that's my ability. A bond is someone else. That's a different person. Like I will almost always try to do things with my own power before I go looking for help with it, right?
Right.
And then like when I go to look for help with something, I will generally, my first choice will be another player who is here with me and playing the game with me, rather than a fake made up person that might be able to help me.
Yeah.
And then it's like, and then I have to sort of make an active choice and like remember that I have like these options beyond that as well, because those are just sort of like what come up naturally, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I can make use of these things too.
Yeah. And to be fair as well, bonds are going to be as good as a GM can make them as well. I mean, like, they have some certain
Yeah.
statistical bonuses that are good, or like things that give you access to more things, like criminal bonds giving you access to the black market, or increasing, bonds can increase lost stats for your character for certain kinds of things, like word on the street.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. They do have a lot of just like on paper, mechanical, here they are kind of things as well. But a good GM can make bonds so much more than that. And simultaneously, a good player with role playing with bonds can make more out of them than another player can.
Yeah.
And so,
I-
that's why I'm super hesitant to make bonds kind of like a stock standard for characters in games. Because, I
Mhm.
understand the narrative implications of bonds and how they can be really helpful there. But they are a kind of a higher skill element that their very inclusion creates more work for the player and the GM.
Yeah.
And at least if it's an opt-in thing, it relieves some of that. And low-level bonds are not necessarily like requiring that much effort, because it's kind of like your first instinct. Like a chance encounter bond is just a new person you met that day, and that's a lot easier to role play. But the system does intend that chance encounter bonds can just be people from your backstory that are now becoming more story relevant or relevant in your character's life at the moment.
Mhm.
And so it's like you can have more of a story behind them, but maybe, your relationship isn't what it once was, or whatever, And
Yeah,
it's go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like we also need to like just have more interactions with bonds, because as it is now, at least for me, and I feel like a little bit sometimes for other people, like it feels like it's hard for me to like think of bonds beyond the talents that I've taken for them. Like they have these abilities and that's it, but then like I keep forgetting that they're like they have like stories that I could make use of. Like I can go and get help in other aspects outside of the talent I took from them if they're capable of that.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, and it's funny, that's how it normally works in other games.
Yeah.
Like, they're just a character that you know.
Yeah.
But this game gives you additional bonuses with that can kind of overshadow that element.
Yeah. It's just sort of like if you're outright stating this one thing, it sort of overshadows whatever's implicit and not stated.
Right.
You sort of have to remember that those exist, which is just sort of what if you do it enough times, you'll get the hang of it.
Yeah. And so that's kind of like where the game runs into the roleplay, where it's like, I agree with you guys. It's hard to go through life without having some relevant bonds in your life with some types of people, for anyone, really. You almost have to work hard not to have any kind of bonds with people.
Mhm.
But as a gaming mechanic, bonds, I feel like, are a lot more complicated than they seem on the surface, and create extra challenges that might just confuse people or
Yeah.
disengage
like-
people. And so,
I don't know,
like,
'cause
when
I
I say
feel like
bonds are
it's-
important and I want them to be like feel important or whatever, that's kind of what I mean. Is like, if a player's engaging in that system, that should be like a very relevant choice.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair, but I think it's less relevant to like a newer player of the system. Like, I think a newer player will see bonds and won't see them as that complicated.
Well,
'Cause
yeah,
they just really don't understand like the complicated nuance behind it.
right. And that's kind of what the game is somewhat balanced for, where then bonds are mostly just what's relevant on their talents. And so bond ranks are almost equivalent to skill ranks
Yeah.
at base, assuming the player doesn't make a ton of use out of it, which is why it's designed the way it is. Because I would say in a really good player's hands, some of these like bonds at character creation are probably way stronger than the skill equivalents that were being expended for them.
Yeah. I also think it's just like it feels harder to like I guess that's not like the right way to put it. Like it feels like there's like it's not the right thing to do to like go out and spend a week attempting to make a specific bond. Like it sort of feels like you get bonds through encountering them rather than like searching them out. But it might just be because we don't do it.
Well, yeah, also like in real life when you're trying to make connections, you do spend a good amount of time trying to network. Like
Yeah.
Networking is like a full-time job for some people.
Yeah.
And
Like it is a lot like harder and more work to seek out a bond rather than have one happen to you. But like since that's the case, it feels sort of like it sort of feels like it's the wrong decision to then seek out bonds unless you have like a really specific need for a bond.
yeah.
Because it's like, why would I I feel like I'm being dissuaded from doing it because it's so much harder than this other option.
Well, yeah, but you know, you can't look at them in a vacuum of space. Because, like, the thing is, and what has happened in our game is y'all want to improve your skills. Makes a lot of sense. It's not only giving you talents which are good, but also directly affecting whether you can or cannot succeed at the kind of things you want your characters to succeed at.
Yeah.
So having the chance encounter provides you an opportunity to create a bond, and not only that, but because of the random nature of how the chance encounter occurs, and the fact that there are talents specifically that could expand what kind of encounters you can run into, this gives you a chance of having those kind of character bonds and improving them, because the third week in a month, along with your normal training, you can just have an encounter with one of your bonds, which can lead to improving your bond with them.
Yeah,
So,
wouldn't that be nice?
yeah. Again, you have a very weird experience with it because of the person most interested in making bonds early on. You've had the least bond interactions of almost every other player.
Yeah, 'cause my deck just got filled with garbage so quickly.
To be fair, that was your choice because you decided to stick your hand in places.
Some of it.
No, all of it.
The stalker wasn't my thing.
It was.
No.
You dipped into madness. You swam into the
Whatever.
into the blood to learn.
I don't see how that's
dark
my
secrets.
fault. anyone in that situation would have done the same.
Everyone
thing.
else in that situation didn't.
Anyone in the situation would have done exactly what I did.
4 out of 5 players decided not
There's
to.
no way for us to know.
So, you know,
I will say I have also been like when I'm getting these new skills and abilities, I do play them a little badly on purpose.
yeah.
Like I will like doing bad rituals or divination. I'm sort of like trying to push the boundaries of like where does the limits of this being good and doing it wrong start.
Yeah, to be fair, and I totally get that. I totally understand that. Though sometimes you decide to make an action that's drastically more dangerous for your character. Which, to be fair, a new person would do.
Yeah.
But you're a player in a game, and there has to be some twist of fate or something to prevent you from accidentally killing yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
Me sticking my hand into the body, I don't know. I was thinking, get myself closer to the thing.
Yeah.
You know? And then, like maybe it would help with the ritual a little, and I didn't need it. And then
True.
the second time I did a ritual to what's his face, to Zolgran, I knew that was a bad idea, but I wasn't in the right frame of mind. I was crazed for this thing stalker.
That's true. I wouldn't be a good DM though if I didn't warn you. but
Yeah.
For sure. And I totally respect that.
I want to make it known I'm not bad at playing the game. I'm bad on purpose.
Yeah. You're trying to have an organic experience. Which is fair. And I think can make for interesting story. And I think you should have the choice to do that if you want to.
Yeah. I also just think it would not be super fun to play like a heavily occult character and never have consequences, because I'm really good at like setting up preventative measures and all that.
Yeah.
Like if I'm like going into high stress situations and being like, yeah, but I'm doing the ritual how you're supposed to do rituals exactly to the T.
Yeah. I agree. But this is a very dangerous game. So
Yeah, I mean, my character could die.
Yeah.
And that's that.
and I'm definitely not afraid of doing it, but I
Yeah.
will try to work in my player's best interests.
I appreciate it. I made this character with the full intention that he could be very short-lived.
Yeah. And I appreciate it because it creates for some interesting moments. And your character, of all the characters, has had the most supernatural things happen to them.
Yeah, because I'm the most willing to jump headfirst into crazy encounter situations.
Yeah, and the fact that we've been able to talk about this game for an additional 2.5 hours after the game ended
Yeah.
shows that this game is definitely something special, I think.
I agree. I definitely think it has a lot of value.
Yeah. I legit think this is actually a really good game.
I agree.
I think a lot of its core structures are really good. I do think that there's definitely some tweaking that needs to come in. I think characters need to start with more skill points than what I gave you guys initially.
Yeah. That was just because we didn't know how the game would play.
Yeah, to be fair. I designed it with stacking in mind. So I was just like, all right, I want to make sure the players can't stack up their skills too crazy.
Yeah, and my initial instinct was not to do that. I did it for one skill because I'm like, this is what my character's specifically good at and studied all his life. And everything else I took rank 1 skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could also just put like a hard limit, like you can't go above rank 3 with your initial stat.
Yeah, which is what I'll probably end up doing. I'll probably do that and in addition increase the number of skill points as well. For many of the things. And I'm still genuinely open to the idea of putting bonds in a different way. I just haven't been properly convinced yet, but I'm open to it. And I heard all y'all's what you said, and I definitely am considering it, and we'll probably mull it over the next week or so.
I feel like my problem is I just don't know if my thoughts on it are like would help the game as a whole, or if it's purely from the perspective of a brand new player. And if it was on like campaign 2, these would be completely irrelevant issues.
Right. And especially because we added the middle of the month event thing, especially, it makes me less eager to add more bonds to the mix, erroneously, because inherently, unless your character does anything, you're just going to run into bonds right out the gate. So,
but I think that would do the opposite of like making you less hesitant to add bonds at the start, because then you're just lessening the chance of immediately getting a bond by having a bond.
Yes, but the thing is that it's still an opt-in kind of choice whether you can during this point. and of course I remember you were saying the whole lone wolf gaining extra skill points thing, and I don't know if I want to create that mentality of meta builds through going lone wolf.
Well,
Or
I don't think
not
skill
going
points
lone
would be
wolf.
like good like trade off for something like that. I think it would be like a talent or something that's like you get like a negative to some like charisma or like your charisma based skills or whatever, but you get like a bonus to this other thing, like a talent rather than a skill.
I mean, I don't even know if a talent, especially with how many bond points into this system you guys were talking about before. Like, I don't know if a single talent would be worth it, mechanically speaking. And so, like,
yeah, I think my concern was just that like it's not that like the lack of bonds is a problem. It's just that like the existence of bonds has like it has weird implications in my head of like what that means to not have them.
right. Well, it's because your perspective is because bonds as a system exists, theoretically, every character in the world that your character interacts with has a potential of and should, in some cases, be a bonds.
Yeah.
But the bond system is not implying that. The bond system is in reference to characters relevant to the story. You know,
Yeah.
like you could have a wife who isn't relevant to the story. You want to keep her out of this as much as possible, so maybe you can't confide in her in the way you do other people, all that kind of stuff. There's narrative ways you can work around a character not having bonds. And
Yeah.
bonds are, I feel like, just a more complicated thing than they seem on the surface. Because on the surface, they definitely can just feel like extra talents in a different kind of way.
Yeah.
Which I think is fine that exists as a perception of it. But for a really good role player, bonds are a much, much better tool. And if I'm going to have players min-max for anything, I'd like to have players min-max for being better role players and having better stats.
Yeah. I feel like it would be quite fun to have like a heavily bond based character.
Yeah. And I feel like the more we get to play, the more that will be something that you can like really feel. So, yeah, like I said, I'm open to the idea and the thought of it. I need to be convinced a little bit more.
Yeah,
Which
like,
I
don't even
think
you, like I don't think you need that many bonds even to start. Like it's like one or two would be fine, I think. But like I also just my new perspective of bonds from learning how they actually work. Like not having any might just work. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said,
But that is also like it feels like something then that you would then have to explain to new players at the start, or else they will have like misconceptions about it.
yeah, and to be fair, when a book is written, that will be written in context in that section. So, you know, the problems with being a beta tester, I guess.
Yeah, because it's like for us at least, it's like we have what you say to us and what you leave out, even if you know it yourself. It's sort of like we have to fill in those gaps on our end. So sometimes we'll just sort of fill in minor details that aren't accurate to how it actually is.
Yeah, and to be fair, I during the game have offered a lot of assistance and like cues when that stuff becomes relevant.
They say to only bring what you can
You know.
carry.
When players were making bonds up commercial. That's crazy.
Like 3 dirt bikes, a few tents, an entire crew ready to
Oh
make
my
the
God.
race. A panoramic 20.
Close that. but yeah, it's just it's a thing that I think is just really hard to really get. And to be fair, I ask you guys not because I expect you to have full knowledge of the system, but expressly because you don't. And
Yeah.
I want to be able to get that perspective so that I, I can try to guess to the best of my ability what other people will feel,
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not opposed to trying my best to explain to you guys why I feel about it the way it should be and like argue my case. And also just because I feel like, again, if you ask the right questions, you can get better answers. So
Yeah.
if I offer at least some level of reasonable opposition, not opposition for the sake of opposition, hopefully, someone will say a thing or describe a thing in a way that improves the system in the end. So it's hard. It's hard, especially because it can feel like from your guys' perspective that I might be stubborn or I might be like thinking differently on a thing, but it's more just I'm arguing from a perspective that you guys probably just don't have. And that's difficult, but that's also
Yeah,
intentional.
It is just sort of like sometimes we'll say something and then you'll be like, well, this is how it is, and we just don't have the necessary information to understand why that is,
Right.
which is fine.
Yeah. I do my best to explain it. I do my best to make cohesive arguments.
Yeah, because like even in the end, even if like we completely disagree with you and hate your decision, like it's still your game that you got to make the decision on in the end.
I mean, yeah, I hope it doesn't ever get to that kind of point. But yeah,
it probably won't. But like in the dream example,
sure.
Like your decision on it is what matters most.
Yeah, but I do want to make a game that our group of friends particularly will enjoy the most. So
I don't think it will get to the point where we won't enjoy it.
Yeah,
I think like even if we came just with what you initially had and like none of the changes we've added, we could probably play a full couple games of it and love it still.
yeah, but I want it to be the best game possible. So
Yeah.
And we made some good choices, and I have been convinced. And there's been some arguments that brought up some interesting points that I, like the whole level meter stick thing. I think is very interesting, and it's something I'll be thinking about for a while. Of just how to best express to the players their progress in a game like this, where levels aren't a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
to be fair,
I think the easiest way is just story based. Like you gotta have someone show up who will just destroy us.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair as well, there's a few systems like ascendancy rank is kind of one of them.
Yeah.
Combat score is another one of them because combat score only goes up when the GM says so.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff like that. So there are some, but they're not very obvious or even like accurate meter sticks to like judge off of.
Yeah.
So
and it's also because there are multiple ways to get stronger like that. It's like, okay, my skills are going up, my ascendancy is going up, but like the other things aren't. So it's not like I'm leveling up equal to my skills and ascendancy necessarily. It's just sort of like that aspect of me is getting stronger, but like this other part of me is also just not getting stronger. So
yeah,
it's not like a comprehensive level up anytime we get stronger, which is interesting.
Yeah,
just a interesting challenge to tackle there.
Well, and the thing I do like, and I think the thing that 10 sessions in we're really starting to see is player choices are becoming more apparent based on how many what skills you guys have improved and to what degree. And it's making for very obvious roles in the group.
I do agree.
And I think I like that. I think that it's a system that allows you to expressly develop the character the way you wanted it to. And like Alex mentioned before, is like, I want to make this game with like a Path of Exile mentality of, you know, you are developing in the ways that you want your character to be developed.
Yeah.
So it's I like I said, I think the game's good. I think
I also think the game is good.
yeah, I think it's really special, and the harsh reality is this game could be like the best TTRPG ever, and that doesn't necessarily mean it will have any like actual success in the market.
Yeah.
Just because of I mean, that might change, and things are already changing in the TTRPG market, but
Yeah.
I do think that this is a game that, when fully developed, will be worth money to people to play, and would be worthy of having a fan base and a bunch of people who love the game and want to do more with it.
Yeah. I
And-
definitely think it'll be a game where that deserves its spot on the shelf.
Yeah. And it's something I need to work on for sure. And I think I've been very lackadaisical with it, and I need to improve. If I can get the world building to be really, really good and make the setting super interesting and super inviting to people, then, you know, I think this will be a gold star game, easy.
Yeah. I can't wait for you to finish it up so I can write up a campaign module.
Yeah. Yeah, and also at some point in the near future, we should talk about what you actually want to do and
Yeah.
make a plan.
Alrighty.
Because when we swap games in a few weeks, that's
Mhm.
that's the key point in like the game's future, where
Yeah.
it has to be worked on. The difference is, am I working on it alone, or am I actually going to get some help?
Yeah.
And what is that help going to look like? So, you know, be something to think about, because I trust your instincts, and I would like your help, and you seem pretty interested in it, and I think you understand the goodness, I had the word for a second, I dropped it. I think you have a good idea of the vision for the game.
Mhm.
And so of the people I know, you're the one I probably trust the most to help make this into a thing.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to help out. I feel like we gotta figure out when we're gonna play it.
Yeah. Well, you
When the
know,
best time is.
it can be always shorter, and we'll see if anyone else is interested. And
Yeah.
it can be in a different fashion than what we normally do. But
Mhm.
the only thing is, it needs to. I need to keep running the game, because this is the only way I'm ever going to work on it. It's just
Yeah, it is.
how I
We're about to
am.
hit that moment where it is decided if you keep working on it and it actually becomes a thing, or it sort of just fades from relevance in all of our lives and disappears forever.
Yeah, which is scary to
Yeah.
me. But like, I don't want to hold the weekly stream hostage. I want everyone to be able to play
Mhm.
other games. I want to play other games. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's just, we'll see. Just keep it in mind, and we'll hash it out after we're done
Yeah.
with the stream. But yeah, I think overall, because we're still streaming technically, I'm gonna just end it here. Um, I think overall, like especially after this session where we got to, I think really see some of the more complicated elements of the game. I think the game has a lot of potential. I think the game, when more fully developed, people will have an easier time understanding like how these elements are. And also, this game is just going to be a more advanced TTRPG. And I don't think that's
Yeah.
a negative thing. But if it's like, if you want to make good art, you're going to need better tools. And I want this game to be a better tool in a TTRPG group's tool closet where it's like,
Yeah.
you know, I want to play a game that really hits that role playing mechanic niche that other TTRPGs don't hit. Like Pathfinder, super great game. We just started playing again. I love Pathfinder Second Edition. I think it's a really fun game. I don't get the same scratches or itches scratched with Pathfinder as I do with the 333 and how it runs in some ways.
I gotta say, we started playing Pathfinder again, and it's different.
It is.
It's different than it used to be.
You
I
know,
feel like I've seen a wider world.
exactly. It's because like especially because like in Pathfinder, it's like if your character is reasonably good at a thing, your success rate is still only like 75% or something like that.
Yeah.
In the 333, if you know you can do a thing, you can do the thing, no questions asked.
Yeah.
And if something is difficult for you to do, you know it's difficult for you to do, and so when your dice don't meet the check, it's more understandable.
Yeah. I will say though, that does make me less likely to want to do more difficult things in 333 than in a game like Pathfinder.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an overall like trade-off. Is
Yeah.
in other games you always feel like you got a shot, and that's good. And in to be fair, in the 333, if you have decent enough like attributes, and I think like if your character's really smart, you can still roll for a lot of things anyway.
Yeah.
And it's more impactful when you're successful. And to be fair, I've seen you guys roll really well in the game, above like hitting above your weight class for law skills.
Yeah, I've definitely succeeded on a bunch of checks I had no right succeeding on.
Right. But in Pathfinder, I always feel the most frustrated when I feel like my character should be able to do like a pretty stock standard feeling thing and fails because I just
Yeah.
roll like garbage.
Yep. I will say, I think that sort of like hesitancy to make harder checks in 333 kind of sort of adds to what it's trying to go for.
Yeah.
Is like if I come up to a problem and I'm like, here's a solution, I probably can't do that. I'm probably gonna go look for another solution.
Yeah. And I
It's
don't
like
think it's wrong. I
more
don't think it's
within my
wrong
wheel
to
set.
like recognize a task is difficult.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's like this probably is a thing that could be done. I don't know if I could do it. Like,
Yeah.
if it really comes down to it, I could give it a shot, but let's look for another option first.
Yeah. And I hope through the talents and various other things I put into the system as well, you guys can create inventive ways of getting around some of those problems.
Yeah.
Like it just today when you guys were trying to get into that super locked case, you know, like you guys didn't have the proper skills to do so. And your alternatives weren't looking super good, but then you relied on your divination and you guys found a pretty inventive way of getting around some of the core problems.
Yeah. I will say though, I think like as we play more, things like specialties and stuff like feel less impactful.
I
we get
disagree.
further in the
Specialties
game.
gain more power as you increase in skill.
Well, it just sort of feels like as we get to the harder checks, like have we hit a harder check recently where anyone's had a high enough skill level with where their specialty actually helps them succeed? I feel like
Yes.
a lot of checks in recent memory for me have been, well, I have a specialty in this, but it doesn't matter because it's not going to help me reach what I need for this check anyway.
Sometimes, yeah. But no. For the situations where y'all had a specialty in a thing and it got you to past 5 for practice, made a big difference on whether some of y'all could make some checks or not. Because if you are not at least, like, some of the checks have the base difficulty like 5, and if you don't have 5 in that skill, then you increase it by a step every, rank or every level of proficiency you don't have, essentially. So having 5 in a thing is really good, and even better when you guys start getting rank 5 in some things in your specialties, you'll be equivalently rank 7.
Yeah.
The only bad part about the whole thing is that still won't make the most difficult checks really any easier. Because say like you had a rank 5 in a skill, a specialty of 2, but the DC was a difficulty 9 check, not just a DC 9, but a difficulty 9 check, which means you're a rank below, you need to roll an 11 to make that check. And even if you didn't, even if it was just a DC 9 check, not with any boosted difficulty or anything like that, you would still need to roll a D10 die or you have no chance of doing it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean not having that doesn't mean having a 7 in a skill is bad. It'll be really good and it'll allow you to do some very good things. The only problem really is it's that game, that feel bad moment in a game where it doesn't feel like even though you're really, really good in a thing, you can't do the utmost things really any easier than you could at level 1, which isn't true.
It's just sort of like I think we just like hit the next like level of play where the difficulties rose sharply, but we still have the same skills we had at the end of the last level of play. Like, so we're just at the beginning here where things got hard again, and from after like they just got easy. So it's like there's just going to be a period here where we got to get our skills up to the level that we're at now.
To be fair, I think that's a very valid thing to make mention of, and I didn't even really think about that kind of step, but that's definitely a thing for sure. Because when you start the game, DCs are relatively mostly 3.
Yeah. And then like right as I get used to, all right, I just got to make sure my skills and specialties and stuff are 3 or above, and then I'm solid. It's all of a sudden, okay, that's completely irrelevant. Scrap that.
Well, and it's not necessarily. There were definitely some 3 DC checks that you guys were making throughout all of this.
Yeah.
And to be fair, the chest that you guys were getting into was intentionally super difficult.
Yeah.
Because reasonably it would be.
Yeah, I understood that.
But like every other DC you guys had to go, like the guard had a base investigation DC of 3. So as long as you made a stealth check of 3.
He was just a guy.
He was just a guy, yeah.
But I will say he's pretty dang good at investigation for a guy.
Well, that's just because that's his job.
Yeah, well, that added up to my lifetime of studying history, so...
Well, your lifetime up until the point in the story, which, And to be fair, you didn't hyper-focus on any of those. Though I also agree, we just need more skill points at the beginning, but...
Yeah.
I guarantee you are way more skilled than that man overall.
Oh yeah, I would destroy that guy.
So, you know. But yeah, I think the game is doing a lot of what I want it to do, which is crazy. It's wild to me how good this whole thing has been going so far. I'm definitely not confident in my game design prowess.
Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy. I think it's understandable that you have a certain mastery of the craft from just how deep you've dove into this. Because
To
it's
a
like you
degree.
haven't just been playing games like most people. You've been systematically analyzing and dissecting them for a job for years,
Yeah,
which
to
is like half of game design.
yeah. To a degree, this game is just it uses very different kinds of math and it uses very different types
Yeah.
of structure, which is not found anywhere else. And that's why I'm so like skeptical because it'd be different if I was like, oh, I'm making homebrew things for Pathfinder, for instance.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, my Pathfinder experience is relevant there. In this game, it's like, yes, I'm designing a game that uses a structure that no other TTRPG really uses. To be fair, though, there are some things that I've stolen that I'm not sorry for, but
Yeah. I mean, you gotta.
like the bond system has been a completely unique creation, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like it uses some elements of like how talents and stuff or whatever worked in Vampire, for instance, or other White Wolf games, but not to the
Mhm.
same degree and it much more expanded on and not even really the same.
Yeah.
And the overall like skill system is just it's unique. Does it offer as much like variability as D20 or other types of dice systems? No, not really. You're not going to have the same high highs and low lows. You're going to have pretty standardly you do the thing or it's not likely you do the thing. That's about how the
Yeah.
system works. But you can still have those high highs. We had some of those high highs with some of your rituals and stuff like that.
Yeah. It honestly, those high highs were almost all of my ego checks
Yeah.
before I got my ego up. Because I had no reason to be rolling good on ego, and I was succeeding basically every check whenever we ran into anything crazy. I was like, all right.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's sometimes just how the dice works. I thought I was impressed by y'all's rolls in the beginning of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
And
I appreciate it because I do want to be good at that.
Yeah. So like the only thing the game really needs at this point is it just needs to be, further fleshed out, more stuff.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, it also just needs some better world building.
Yeah.
I'm doing the best I can, but honestly, it's kind of been a half-assed or shit job. Like,
I mean, to be fair, when you're actively running the game, it's sort of like second priority to the mechanics that are being used at the moment.
well, the hard part is normally I'm a lot better at it, but right now I'm simultaneously beta testing a game while doing that, which is taking up more CPU than I can offer to actually good world building. So,
yeah.
And I recognize that, and I think that's just the next step is I need to actually sit down and do some proper world building and actually like bring this world to life for y'all so that it's more interesting to interact with in general.
Yeah. I feel like we're sort of you're drip feeding us now. I'm feeling a difference. Like just like the introduction of like the auger deer, it's like, oh cool, a specific dope creature in this world.
Yeah. And to be fair, I just made it up on the spot, but that's what I always do.
Yeah, I could tell.
That sounds a little condescending when you say
I know. I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah.
I could tell because you were actively thinking about it on the spot.
Right. Uh, but yeah. Uh, and I like it. I love the auger deer already. I think it's a very fascinating creature.
Yeah, I also think it's very good. And also, give me them horns.
Yeah.
You know I'm gonna feed them horns to my boy.
Yeah. And there's some other interesting things as well. And I have a lot of ideas for the world it's setting. And we talked about some of this stuff before, and we need to again sit down and do some of that some more.
Yeah.
Do some more world building and talking about the game and just chatting and stuff like that about it.
Yeah. I also think you did a really good job with the auger deer of making it feel like a creature from some story where it's like these things aren't really connected, but like I see how it has them, I guess. Like it makes sense. Like it but like you wouldn't expect like divination powers and also healing liver to be like the same creature, but like that's how all like mythical creatures are, where it's like they just have this random thing on top of this other thing that they are mainly have.
Well, to be fair, and I want to take special credit. The it's not like the auger deer's liver provides it any special benefits. It's just one
Yeah.
of those like kind of Chinese things, medicines things,
Yeah.
where like the liver or some other kind of like filtering organ like that is just particularly potent for healing esque properties.
And then it
Um,
happens to live in a place where it can graze its favorite food that has slight healing properties that is concentrated there.
yeah. Um,
Like it's all sort of based in existing stuff, but like it's sort of just like, yeah, I mean, I guess, but
I mean,
like,
the
it
things,
feels very mythical in the like vague logic behind it.
yeah. Well, the things I am proud about, right, is deer are known for being like cautious and aware of predators and
Yeah.
this kind of like creature meant to be prey. And so making it able to like divine a few moments into the future is just like it would make a lot of sense that that would be a thing a deer could do
Yeah.
based on their themes.
Yeah, it's also like a pretty common thing for like a deer spirit to be a thing, like sort of spiritual esque, and this is an interesting way to like twist that hasn't I've never seen before.
Yeah, I don't know of any other, foresight deer out there.
Yeah.
Um, and then the liver just adding into that its desirability to be hunted. So
Yeah.
like as far as cryptid creatures are concerned, this is a pretty good one. It's like an A+ one. It's pretty solid. I think it works overall. It's still like in the end a pretty like low end cryptid deer thing.
Yeah. It's got extremely minor divination abilities and like incidental healing organ,
Yeah.
but like and almost no combat power. But it's there. It's already a magical creature.
Yeah. Well, and I told you before, like it's going to be incredibly hard to get because of those
Oh
foresight
yeah.
powers. And so it's gonna feel like, yeah, if I was a normal person chasing this thing, this would be impossible.
Yeah, it does what it does well.
Yeah. So yeah, I am genuinely excited for us to start playing other games though, because I really want to know if anyone has any kind of like weird adjustments they're gonna have to make to playing more standard TTRPGs again or not.
Hmm.
And to see if any of the habits formed in this game affect them in other games and how that works. Because
I feel like it's gonna probably carry a lot over to Stormlight
yeah,
because it's like in a lot of important ways. I feel like there's some overlap in like vibes, or like I feel like they're like both heavily story oriented games in the same way.
yeah,
So I feel like that bit's gonna probably help carry a lot of it over.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. But I definitely need to go to bed. Gotta
Get out of here.
Gotta go. So that's gonna be it for us. Thank y'all for those who listened to this whole thing. If you did, I want you to write banana in the comments. I want to see people who are talking about bananas.
And I want you to write, I don't know, Cuban Missile Crisis? I don't know.
All right, Cuban Missile Crisis. That'll be the thing.
And
Which
then
we definitely
get
shouldn't
to
have said at
see-
the very, very end. But
That's true. Then we get to see who the audience likes more, because you can only write one thing in the comments. And
That's true,
No
that's
one
true,
can
all
prove
right.
me wrong on that.
so if you watched all the way through this, you have to choose who do you like more, me or Booter. You either type banana or Cuban Missile Crisis.
I really chose a bad one. It's so much easier to type banana. I
But if they
made
type it, they like you way more.
Yeah, they have to really like me more to choose mine.
It's a true test.
It's a real barrier of entry to liking me. I only take the true elites of people who like me.
But anyway, that's gonna be it for us. I guess we'll go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
It's weird. I'm used to waiting till everyone else has already done it.
I know.